Gasping for breath, a giant blob is sweating bullets like crazy when coming upstairs. Turns out that this dude got zapped into another world as the fat mob villain, though he is familiar with this world because that's the game he always played. However, he is super confused that, as a villain, he should have a cheat skill somewhere to be feared, but instead he looks like a pig. So one day, in a timely rush of work, this guy went home early with a buzz of his colleagues gossiping about his obsession with a stupid game. Upon arrival, he swoops to his seat and wears the gear for the Dungeon Explorer Chronicles as Dunex. Basically, this is a VRMO game with exceptional graphics that's a late bloomer, but quite famous now. Moreover, Dunex's update is stuck at 6 p.m., which is why he works till 5, and today's going to be lit for this guy because he is selected as the beta tester for the next huge scale update. Thus, he goes straight to the venue and already spots plenty of other players in the area. This just makes him a little nervous, but pep talk inside helps him remind him about the beta tester rewards he might be getting out of this. Though he is mostly worried about clashing with testers, as he isn't just a lowly player himself, he can't miss this event no matter what. Next day, the same usual chit-chat, but the gossipers sniff something is off about this dude, as he doesn't look that desperate for the game. Although he is going home at the same time, so who knows what's up. Many days later, he remembers clearly that the day that event was pure hell. At first, the dragon's entrance wiped off 10% of the players at the prologue. Then the venue self-destructed, and players had to search for ways to get out of here in a limited time period. Not to mention a dozen instant kill traps where you can barely make it out alive. The bottom line is that he was the last man standing. This man either had the luckiest charm in the game or probably did a whole lot of practicing for this apocalypse. You know, just in case. Upon arriving and coming online, he got spooked by the update email with a peculiar perk that said he would get transported. But he thinks of it as a joke or some weird setting. Then this beta tester gets a chance to pick either auto-pick or custom character, which is a total nerve-wrack. By choosing auto-pick to have it easy, this dude gets zapped inside the game to the first year's welcome ceremony at the Adventurers Academy. Shaken to his core, he knows all the familiar faces of Dunex, but can't figure out where the heck he just landed. Piecing all the details, he decided to go along the story and find a way to log out and see how he got transported here. After this entrance ceremony, this guy learns that he got inside the Class E, which is the lowest status with other main characters. Although he sees his fascinating odds, he isn't sure if his body still exists, so he decides to enjoy this world to the fullest. Coming upstairs, there's a strange feeling that's keeping him out of breath for some reason. Catching a glimpse of himself, he is horrified to see himself as Narumi Sauda, the villain that harassed the main characters and got expelled. Narumi goes by the name Buteo, whom others bully like a pig. So this guy first messed up with a classy beauty, Hayase Kaoru, with exceptional academic and sports excellence. Though she treats Narumi like a jerk because this dumbass sexually harassed during the opening. Not only that, this guy is just an obstacle one has to kick out of the way. He regrets picking the auto-pick, and now that Kaoru hates this blob, he decides not to take any crazy steps. Looks like this chabby dude has a knack for making enemies, though auto-pick isn't such a great choice after all. Talk about a lose-lose situation for this guy. Even with Narumi's memories of being hated by the lot's 100 kilograms weight, he still wants to throw a nice act to get out of this game. At class, this guy faces Kaoru's daggered stares, and now he has to play this stupid game. So this dude got zapped inside this fantasy world with Narumi's feelings and his fate to be hated by the heroines as a 100 kilograms blob. Spotting his seat furthest back, he comes to know that he is the lowest ranking student in Class E, not to mention, he doesn't know how Narumi cracked his way inside this super elite school. But he got some confidence from this. Suddenly, Narumi sees Mirai Hajime, the alumni of the Adventurers High School, explaining about everything in this school. So far, Dunex's storyline is still intact. He thinks how the adventurer profession has its limelight in this country, and with this school's privileges, it's out of this world. Even with countless career options, they still have adventurer companies looking for adventurers, as this game is highly focused on dungeons. Moreover, companies crave energy-full resources from the dungeon. Then Mirai hands over the wristwatch-like terminal, which is menu in Dunex to check player status and log out. A little heart attack from seeing his low status made him look for the logout option, which ceases to exist. Sounds like this dude's life is dangling over the edge, a real mess it is. Maybe he should just give up and go home. At the same time, a guy in Class D has plans to mess with Class E's pricks. While this sour-faced loser notices his skill, Glutton, and he recalls how he dreamed of crashing into this world, but not as Narumi. The lad has no clue how someone can fight with a skill like that, so he plans to overwrite this with some other skills. Just then, a freak show announced Korea's entrance to pick some morons from this class, so he asked to get the status out. By using aura, he hushes the whining buzz of this class, and even Koru, who stood up for herself. These jerks have been racking dungeons since middle school, so they are at a different level. After crossing this fat mob out of the way, this piece of jerk lets Sanju Sakuraku, aka Pink-chan, into his party because she's cute. However, Due Next was a big hit due to this heroine. Although the whole class can't beat Korea, Sanju isn't going anywhere when the main character shows up. Akagayuma declares himself as the soon-to-be strongest one in this school, which cracks up the Class D's bunch. Again with the aura, Korea stuns the fear inside Class E, who are practically shaking now. Even with a bright status, Korea challenges Akagi to a safe duel to figure out if he has the potential to be the strongest. So this dude gives Akagi a time of a month to see if he got the mojo to beat his bum. Korea explains how there's a line of dudes as strong as monsters. If his puny ass can't beat him, then he better shut that attitude. Without further ado, Akagi happily accepts his challenge, while Korea steps out of the class, claiming that he will remember this. He hopes this cheeky jerk is ready to lose an arm that day. After the jerks clear out of there, Class E jumps to Akagi's side, as he is some kind of hero who saved them from that freak show. A month is a mercy by this monstrous freak, Korea. Akagi better make use of this 1-month deadline, or he is going to evolve into Korea's punching bag. Class E is really jumping on the bandwagon here, if you know what I mean. Some dude shouts about how he respects him for hopping into the scene in the heat of the moment. While the other lot cheers for him, Sanju thanks Akagi for standing up for her and saving her right on time. Watching this whole scene play out, Hayase admires the noble types like Akagi for which she enrolled herself here. For the second reason, she just wanted to get away from her fiancé, Narumi Sato. She recalls the old Narumi who would beat the crap out of guts for her and gently smile at her. Time changes everyone, and now he's just a shadow of his former self that pushed her enough to get away from him. But the way he passed the entrance exam impressed her until they started training because his parents begged her to train him for sword skills. However, this giant blob won't stick to schedule and always shut it in the middle, whining how this isn't necessary. Hayase blames herself for coming down to his pace and adjusting to his zone of comfort that made him the blob he is today. And that's why she left him that day. She only wishes that if he had guts like Akagi, it would have been different. Even upon asking, Hayase doesn't spot a single perk of motivation in him, so she just wants to stop this training. She feels like her love for him has totally vanished since then. Thus, she decided to focus on leveling up and letting him be. Not to mention, she got a big problem at hand, as she has to nullify the magical marriage contract before Narumi pushes her to do nasty things. Moving on, Narumi remembers the storyline of visiting Hayase's house after the adventurer's school. However, he feels so weird entering inside Narumi Sauda's general store, even though it's his home. Just then, his mommy and cute sister welcome him home, which lights a nostalgic spark inside of him. He thinks it's probably Narumi's memory of those two heroines and this sense of family. That's when he figures that this world is filling the gaps of missing information. Thus, Narumi is eager to dive inside a dungeon and test something. However, Narumi's room is a freaking mess that he just cannot avoid leaving it like this, so he's going to clean up for now. But Narumi's memories are somehow pretty useful for this guy when they kick in. So he wishes to master this ability on his demand, but he still wonders what Hayase's invite meant. During the cleaning part, Narumi finds a magical marriage contract between him and Hayase, which totally shocks his mind. So Narumi got a magical marriage contract with Hayase. Now that's a thick plot twist right there with the class beauty. He tries remembering something, but he only recalls scribbling on it with Hayase, so he decides to keep it. Later, he requests the receptionist sign him for the dungeon. After registering up, he goes through an immense crowd of adventurers just to get inside the dungeon area. Going through the barrier, he continues to walk ahead to lose the swarm of people behind and runs into a slime monster. With one hit of the bat, Narumi does his first time subjugation. Following the map of his head, he runs into the slime room, where he grinds his level by letting slimes combine. After a few moments of swinging, this blob finally levels up and says farewell to his days of feeling inferior. He feels weird that no one else is here to use this area as hunting grounds normally. but this doesn't seem off limits either and is perfect for experimenting. Moreover, there is this condition that skills aren't usable without leveling unless there are 3 exceptions. One is to overpower a lowly ranker, the second to produce light for a torch, and the third for a small healing, which he can already do. Afterwards, he figures out that manual activation is surprisingly different, and it turned out so well. So he tries out the void/shock, which tears through his bat like a beam and through the tunnel, putting him in a shock. Ever since the first year of middle school, this 12-year-old has been diving in the dungeon world. Even then, this goofball got the title of the second lowest in Class D, but that's okay because there's Class E he can roast. Afterward, Narumi wakes up in the guild's medical office where a nurse thinks he lost magical power in a fight with a slime. Though he knows the whole thing, he doesn't lash out at her because she would think he lost his head. So currently, this blob has 4 debuffs. One is his 100 kilograms body, the second is Narumi's memories, the third is being hated by Hayasa, and the fourth is his lowly status. Now, this world is trying to add a 5th one. Upon arriving home, his mom serves this large portion dinner just for Buteo. Sounds like Narumi's family is pretty much used to this blob's demands for all-you-can-eat buffets at home. Probably they all wondered if this pig might eat them too someday. Narumi requests his mother to lower his mountain-sized portion from now on and add veggies next time, though his family is stunned by his sudden change of demands. Moving on, he thinks about how Class E is shaking out of fear for Akagi and Korea's duel next month. Even after passing that, there's that upperclassmen's world-scale war they will be preparing for. This moron needs as much information about this world as possible, figuring out how and why he got transported here in the first place. At first, he wishes to get some understanding of the unlearned skill he unleashed yesterday. Moreover, he wonders if he's the only one to use this. This might throw the story in total chaos, which would be bad for his odds, so he decides to put a high focus on skill training. After ditching her little sister home, Narumi bumps into Class D's second lowest jerk. Narumi doesn't want to mess with this guy, but his sister jumps in to tell this snob how to apologize for bumping in. So the Class D's jerk backs off, spitting that Class E can give their best for now. Things have turned a bit bothersome for this fool, as his sister is dying to see the dungeon monsters for herself. Though the 15-year-old cannot register, he tries pretending that they can get her registered then, so she takes her leave. At the guild's library, this blob searches for ways to understand his new skill by learning about auto-casting and manual casting. However, this world doesn't have anything on the manual casting, which confirms that he's the only one to crack this code. Suddenly, the Class D's jerk spots him learning about casting and mocks his stupid face to lose against a slime. Even his sister outside hears all the fuss about some chick mocking a greaseball losing to a slime 2 days ago. This dude offers to protect Narumi's bum, which means this dude wants to give him the job of carrier. Just when Narumi is about to refuse, this guy uses the aura to force him by saying this small fry is nothing in this school. Everything goes dark as he realizes he is actually nothing here, even with skill, and people would be better off without him. Tears well in his eyes, but his sister swoops in to push this jerk away from his brother. All of a sudden, he remembers there exists a place he belongs to, which is a place for him, his home. So his little sister is about to pull Narumi out of this when Class D's jerk holds her with her collar, and Narumi begs her to apologize. Although his aura doesn't phase out his sister's disgust for this guy, Narumi tries apologizing in her place. But his body moves to push this guy on its own, which pisses that jerk even more. Sweating bullets like crazy, Narumi, through autocast, demands this blob to let go of him. Before anything goes worse, some armored lady jumps in to ask if she can fight this Class D's jerk. Turns out that Tenma Akira, a chubby girl hiding under an armor suit who is rank 2 from Class A, picks a fight in Narumi's exchange, though she tells her reasons for wanting her colleagues to get along. So that jerk backs off but swears to remember this. Narumi recalls Tenma, a beautiful girl from Class A who got cursed to have a chubby, ugly body. Then Ten gives out a thumbs up for both Narumi and his little sis for standing up for themselves. After apologizing to Narumi, he takes her somewhere else. With a quick chat, she admits to seeking his attention, especially when he even stopped calling her name before the entrance ceremony. That's when Narumi realizes that it was Narumi's feelings for his little sis that pushed him on that jerk. This made him wonder if that guy is actually a decent fellow after all. Suddenly, he spills that he would pay attention to Kano more, as he was busy with the adventurer school, which makes everything cool. Thus, he requests this sweet girl to get home, as he has to grind levels in the dungeon today. Coming home, he spots that sulking mushroom, so he promises Kanano that he will take her to the dungeon one day, which makes her super happy. But he mutters that if he is aiming for that school, that's pretty much inevitable, which sort of lowers her excitement. The next day, Narumi straight up apologizes in public for messing with Class D's jerk, whose little stunt made half the lot of Class E quit. With that lousy bow, Class D's jerk asks him to follow him right now. Thus, Narumi realizes his goal here is to return to where he came from and also to give someone like him a place. He wishes to protect his family and repay Narumi. Moreover, by keeping his short-term goal to level up, he hopes not to get involved in the events that didn't happen in the game. The next day, Narumi is whacked out to spot Hayasa at his front door. A little blur of Narumi's memories, he recalls a weird promise of Narumi and Hayasa to go to school together. Rambling with thoughts when following Hayasa, he wonders if Narumi would blabber at this moment. That's when Hayasa turns to reveal that she isn't joining his party because he got defeated by a slime and she is joining Akagi's party instead. There's a tinge of feeling bubbling in his heart. He remembers Hayasa joining the world-saving party later on. Also, she is on first-name terms with Akagi now. Later on, the lot of Class E breaks in laughter to see the goofball who got defeated by the slime, but Akagi hushes them all. Narumi's really got a short end of the stick here. The lad is pretty screwed with his autopic situation. Not gonna lie, his so-called defeat by the slime is a real headache. So Akagi is the protagonist character a player plays in the game, but it's the other way around in the new update. With a smile, Akagi tries to comfort Narumi like a humble dude who is maintaining distance so as not to interrupt the storyline. So everyone decided to call him Butao, although everyone didn't come to the point of naming Narumi Butao at this period in the game. After that, Mirai-sensei comes in to let the grouping start for the dungeon adventure, so he orders everyone to introduce themselves again, starting from Akagi, a one-handed sword warrior from Tokyo, next is Hayasa, and so on. Now, Narumi believes that he is in a pickle, telling himself to be more cheerful and approachable this time. At his turn, he stands upright to declare himself as the aspiring priest who uses the bat as the weapon. Mirai-sensei doesn't bat an eye, nor does anyone else, but Hayase feels bad for this idiot. Now the class gets empty, and he adjusts to the solo mode. The orientation begins, and Mirai shows the arena and medical office. Then he orders the students to make a group of 3 to 5 students to get a pass into the second and first floors. Afterward, in this 1-hour limit, Narumi does his best to join a party, but nobody wants an ugly pig who got defeated by the slime. From afar, Narumi spots Akagi turning down the ladies, and he is super shocked to see Akagi coming at him to ask to team up with Narumi. Even with such an offer, Narumi bets that the story will be in shambles if he gets so close to the NC. Though he hopes to use Kaoru to refuse this offer, Kaoru comes this way to ask if she can join this party too. Somehow, this blob ends up joining the main character squad after all. After that, Narumi is pretty cautious about letting Kaoru get suspicious. Just then, Narumi asks his reasons to be an adventurer, so Akagi mentions them out of admiration. That's when Narumi realizes this vessel, who now feels so real, is just a high school freshman. After orientation ends, Narumi is on his way to make up for the last time in the dungeon. But suddenly, he gets invited by Akagi's squad to join the 3rd floor. After the bath, Hayasa got a test from Sanju about the slime thing, so he went to check if Narumi's alright. Instead, Kano shut her out, acting coldly for shunting his brother away since spring break. Without further ado, Hayasa blurts out that she desires to nullify the magical marriage contract, but he ends up butting his way in the school. However, after taking him out that day, she felt like Narumi had changed somehow and was not calling frequently. Not to mention, his new look of certainty is a surprise, and how he isn't staring at her melons, which is weird. Even after rejecting his party, she is stunned to see him handling it this well and wishing her good luck with Akagi. Moreover, she wonders if this guy literally lost interest in her. After seeing Narumi getting humiliated by the lot and how Akagi handled this, she wishes to cancel her contract. That contract has a special condition of never letting her fall in love with someone else, though there was no penalty in that contract. Turns out that Akagi approached Hayasa for the party request due to her stand against Class D. Also, Tachiji Naoto, an aspiring wizard, and Sanju Sakurako, an aspiring priest, joined Akagi's squad. Akagi's really got his mojo running. This dude got a knack for recruiting people to join his party with his talk no jutsu. Maybe the protagonist always had to come with a secret charm or datbeo attitude. Furthermore, Ikagi's match with Korea is in 1 month, which is probably at level 10. Also, if one levels up, they can reach a certain point to get a job as a saint or samurai. But Hayase feels like she can do all of that with Ikagi's squad. For a conversation starter, Hayase talks about how Ikagi can improve his last stunt, but Ikagi flips the topic to Kotaro, who cleared floor 31. Then she realizes that he is considerate of Narumi's feelings, but all she wants is to get away from him. Moving on, Akagi confirms that if no one has a problem with Narumi joining in, he desires that the three of them help the guy. Moreover, he is pumped up about fighting with Korea. Upon asking Narumi, he asks why, so Akagi mentions that he complimented his stance against Class D. But Narumi points out that a dead weight like him is only going to bring him down like a sore thumb. Frozen at the spot, Hayase wonders why he would utter something like that. She thinks it's her who refuses to realize that he has changed. By smacking the slime and a weird zombie monster, Narumi finally reaches level 4 after 1 week of entering this world. Turns out that this guy turned down Ikagi's request after all. On his soul adventures, he moves forward to the 5th floor. In Dunex, there are plenty of gimmicks like the bridge trap, which works by letting the orc call out his friends to chase the adventurer. Just when you have enough on the bridge chasing you, cut the bridge's rope, and this way, their damage will boost the adventurer's exp. Moreover, Narumi is aiming for another gimmick, the gate, which is possibly connected to the adventurer's school, for which he is grateful. He just cannot seem to get why people aren't using the slime floor or this gate at all on the 2nd or 3rd floor. Through auto-casting, he hops right into the basement of the school, as the coordinates are the same as in the game. Hence, Narumi decides to head home, but Mirai-sensei spooks him by asking what he is doing here on the day off. Narumi wonders if Mirai-sensei knows about the gate, or if he doubts Narumi for reaching floor 5. With nervous jitters, Narumi excuses for getting something here on Friday, so he came all the way from the dungeon to retrieve it. He mentions getting home early, but he lost track of time there. Though Mirai-sensei buys that load of crap, it confirms to Narumi that nobody knows a damn thing about the gate. Though he thinks it's possible for Mirai to turn a blind eye to this, he assumes everyone knows about it. After that, he decided to use the regular course from tomorrow onwards. The following day, Narumi carefully crosses the bridge trap, considering orcs are super slow with high attack power. Out of the blue, he spots an injured guy, begging Narumi to help his friend right ahead under the swarm of orcs. By hitting one of the orcs to cause a ruckus, Narumi lifts the injured dude and crosses the bridge trap in time. Then, after enough orcs start boarding the bridge, Narumi cuts the rope super fast, and they all fall to death. After that, the medical squad just got here, while the injured dude asked for the chubby guy who saved him. But Narumi got away from there. After checking in, Narumi is whacked out to read that his party got severely injured, in which 2 died later. Suddenly, he feels fear when he remembers enjoying this game so much. Sounds like this goofball is starting to realize that this game isn't all fun and games. Now, the true horror starts as there is no respawning in this one. Rambling with thoughts of death, he recalls how easy he has been taking this all lately when he could have been the one dead. Later, Kano checks up on him, but he brushes that off with a question to ask if she would join him in the dungeon even against the law. At first, Kano is super shocked by this sudden invite, but she reasons with her brother that this act might cost them a lot, even if he knows a backdoor to get to the dungeon. But Narumi pushes it even more, as this power-up might help her in school. So he lays out that she better master the skill, fake, to give away false intel to the opponent. But Kana demands to know his reasons for getting along with this troublesome idea when he didn't do it at first. On that, he explains how she saw the library thing firsthand. He paints quite a picture of how outsiders get treated like shit in this school. At a time like that, Narumi only hopes to see his little sister capable of defending herself. Apparently, Kana buys his load of crap, even though half of that is a lie, but all that matters is that she is happy. Moving on, Narumi remembers a route where a bunch of characters meet their death, and the Narumi family is just a mob. Knowing what's about to happen in the future is an advantage itself, which is why leveling up is important for Narumi. Not looking to cause a panic, he doesn't want to be reluctant to protect his dear people. A week later, Narumi and Kana took the long way to school because a couple of students knew his little sister. Afterward, those two get inside the gate unnoticed. Arriving at the bridge trap, Narumi tells the plan to Kano how she needs to cut the string when he lures a huge crowd of orcs up here. This past week, Narumi and Kano tried a number of things but ended up sticking to mesh sheet for Kano and scissors for Narumi. Right when the orc arrived, Kano failed to cut it, so Narumi jumped in to do that in time. Even though it's her first time, she feels sorry to put Narumi in danger for a second there. Suddenly, Narumi sees Kano feeling the level up at least 5. Just when she mutters the job change part, Narumi tells her not to do that. So he explains how she can expand her skill by 3 if she works hard enough. He mumbles about feeling the difference later on, like a smackdown. On the other hand, Ikagi's squad finally reaches level 5 as Ikagi sticks to the thief and Isekai'd to the fighter class. Only a week left for Ikagi and Korea's match. In the dungeon, Narumi tends to make sure Kano doesn't spill a damn thing about this bridge trap hunting spot, although she knows that a bunch of jerks might come looking for intel if they slip anything about this place existing. Moreover, Narumi feels weird to see Kano having such a profound trust in Buteo. However, Narumi isn't sure about trusting Kano with this, thinking that she is putting on a big act or something. On the other hand, after defeating Kaoru, Ikagi gloats about getting the feel for sword fights and thanks Kaoru for this. Drenched in sweat, Hayase explains just using Korea's battle record, and even then, Ikagi is grateful. Just then, Hayase desperately begs to know if Ikagi holds a chance against Korea, to which he responds that he doesn't know. Sanju lets him know that withdrawing is an option, but Ikagi refuses this chance to overthrow that jerk on a whim. Not gonna lie, Ikagi is real focused on proving himself. Man got guts, but this guy sounds like he got a death wish. This level-headed man declines the offer to let those scum have the chance to call Class E cowards, so he decides not to lose. While Narumi buys Kana some shoes, Ikagi's squad trains hard for the upcoming fight. In that period of time, that bunch reached level 6 with Ikagi's motivation. Even then, Hayase wonders what Narumi is up to. Now at Korea's event, Narumi spots that Ikagi's leveling went smoothly to level 6, and even then, he needs a special weapon. However, Narumi is damn sure this guy has a proper plan to win this round. While Class D mocks Class E for even thinking they have a chance against Class D, Class E prays hard for Ikagi's win. Suddenly, that blob of Class D arrives to bother Sanju, but Tachigi pushes his hand away from her. So the fight begins when Narumi notices that he can't see the sword sing. He wonders even at level 8, he thinks of having no chance to win against that monstrous man. Besides that, Hayase knows that physique varies in his squad even if the level is the same. She knows Korea's level 11 with that macho physique is one troublesome combo. Not to mention, flipping the table over the difference of levels doesn't work, so the secret weapon comes in. Just then, Ikagi calls out to Korea, asking if his power is leaking out so early or if he is scared. However, Korea raises the same point, to which Ikagi blurts out that they might wear each other out like this. Turns out that Ikagi with a bothersome weapon has got the static sword, which sucks out the opponent's agility with a medium chance to paralyze them. To be honest, Hayase knows this trick up his sleeves, so he is so darn careful with it while others know nothing about it. On the other hand, Narumi notices Korea's idiotic favorite move is to bare his slash and swing a far worse blow at Ikagi in amusement. On the next attack, Ikagi uses the double sting that punches a hole into Korea's armor. Aside from that, Su Koki of Class 1B kicks away the lowest ranking greaseball of Class D. Turns out that this chick doesn't like the ranking order being all messed up when she is in charge around here. Even then, Su used her network to pull strings and free up the space in the arena to hold Korea's duel with Class E. She wonders what would happen if Korea ends up losing, to which a Class D's chick grabs her foot. She tries to reason with this big shot that Korea's hard work won't let him lose to a level 7 like her, as he has been hunting in disgusting places. Kicking her face, she points out that the case system was developed to deny those levels. That's when Korea enters to apologize for casting trouble, even though he had no idea about the library thing. After that, Korea is going back to his training, but Su asks if he wouldn't help his classmates from Class D. But Korea doesn't even turn, spitting that she can do as she pleases with them. Turns out that Korea knew about this little cheap trick of static sword, so he wore the stun resistance armor. Looks like Korea's gameplay is real solid, throwing off Ikagi like a basketball. Man got all of his tips and tricks to knock this victory. Korea still expects this loser to have something planned. Now that's new for Ikagi, who is getting brutally beaten up by this gorilla. After a few slashes, Ikagi has already passed out, and Hayase is begging for Korea to stop. Unable to fight, Akage Yuma faces a tragic defeat against Class D's Kariya Isamu. After Akagi's losing streak, Kariya addresses the lot of Class E, saying that they better carve this moment in their heads to see who stands above them. He states that they must obey the upperclassmen as they are nothing but slaves. Moreover, he passes Sue of Class 1B's message that they are looking for gophers, so anyone who got a problem with this can fight Kariya. Now Class D is throwing a buzz about working these boneheads to the bone. After receiving a pile of humiliation, Akagi whimpers that he is weak. Even then, he feels sorry for letting them all down, so he swears to win next time. Aside from that, Narumi looks to be holding a grudge against them. But he can't do shit about the other classes. Finding them inevitable from the storyline, he feels sorry for that guy. More importantly, Narumi wonders who spilt the information to Kariya for setting up a countermeasure for the static sword. Such a rare weapon, he is damn sure no one would have expected it, but also Kariya's armor isn't like from the game either. This confirms Narumi that unlike him, there are other players who zapped into this world. Not to mention, he needs to figure out who let Akagi have the static sword and who leaked that information out to Kariya. Not only that, Narumi cannot figure out their ulterior motives, even though Akagi faces a harsh demerit. To top it all off, he has to dig out the truth of transport by following Dunexa's storyline. More so, there's a high chance that those mysterious lurkers might get hostile towards him in a short time. At the hospital, Hayasa, Sanju, Tachigi, and the medical nurse are standing right beside Akagi's bed, so the nurse informs Akagi that there have been no signs of internal or external injury, so he is good to walk fine. As he thanks everyone for their support, Tachigi steps in to thank Akagi for fighting for their sake. Also, he points to the fact that those sleazy upperclassmen got the wind of the static sword plan. Even then, he lets him know that this all wasn't pointless at all. After that, Akagi asks his squad to join their class as he would like to rest for a bit. Waking back, Hayasa mumbles that Akagi looks better than she thought. Bursting her bubble, Tachigi mentions that the lad isn't looking to cause a panic or make anyone worry. Punching the wall, Tachigi loudly translates that he wants this bunch to leave him the heck alone. On the other side, Kikuchi, figuring that the young savior is probably from this school, finds Narumi to thank him for saving his life back then. Turns out that Kikuchi's party bumped into someone else's party, who told them about a treasure-filled place as a token of their apology, and that place happens to be the Lord Orc's nest. Narumi feels sorry that 2 of his teammates died in this mess. Moreover, he explains how they received a reminder from the guild about a swarm of orcs. So if Narumi is still hanging around the 5th floor, he might get them too. Suddenly, Kikuchi loses his cool upon seeing that party, who are the reason his teammates are dead. And they happen to be Adventurer School's Class D, Kariya's squad. That giant blob laughs at his crying face that the small fries like them deserve the orcs' taste after turning down their invitation. So these jerks mock that idiot for not knowing that the 5th floor is filled with nothing but trash. However, Narumi can't promise Kikuchi, but he assures that one day he will get a payback. This porker's in a real pickle though. First, this hog saves the day, and now he got caught in between another guy's mess. It comes to pass that Hayasa saw the whole thing as how this blob, Narumi, is helping the poor guy who got smacked down by Class D. The nights have been a bit weird lately for Hayasa due to her recurring dreams of being a pupa. With that moment onwards, Hayase gets a chance to turn into a butterfly one day. With so many high hopes, she finally transforms into a butterfly. But she sees that what awaits her is somewhere totally different from this place and from what she ever imagined. Even with her wings, she saw Akagi feeling defeated and captured, which points at how her hopes have been shattered into pieces. Not to mention the guy, Narumi, she kept looking down to, is gradually running forward. That's where her dreams break, and she sits upright as her head feels numb, filled with endless thoughts. Heading outside, she comes to a pass when she notices Akagi walking ahead with his supplies beside Tachigi. So those two turned out to be carrying a bunch of things for Class D together and heading there straight from the dormitory. Suddenly, Hayase swoops in from behind to hold some of the stuff from Akagi's hand, which stunned him there for a second. Also, Narumi follows them from the back quietly. Upon arriving at the Class D's dormitory, they spot that greaseball gloating before a bunch of chicks. He brags about how his older brother had gotten an invitation to a pretty sick party. He continues to blabber about this place being the branch of the colors while the other chick asks if Dekura-kun got the invitation as well. Avoiding that gross commotion, Akagi mentions his plans to hit the 6th floor today, so he asks what her plans are for the day. With a sour face, she mumbles about training solo for the time being. Moving on, Hayase continues her run with thoughts clouding her head. Turns out that this chick has stopped dungeon diving with Akagi and others, although she remembers the feeling of comfort coming from that party. But soon she realizes how she is feeling forced to stick to them. The next day, Hayase continues to walk ahead while Narumi follows her. She wonders what sort of excuse she needs to throw at this guy today. Out of the blue, she gets a sudden jolt when Narumi asks her if everything is alright. Turning her head to see him, she just doesn't get that after creating a huge distance between them. This moron feels worried about her, though she gets that her emotions might be leaking out of her face. After careful thought, she mumbles that she had a huge shock to see Akagi losing to that guy. Cutting to chase, Narumi demands to know if she feels disappointed with him. Taken aback by such a straight question, she blurts out that she doesn't wish to see him lose like that. With a sour face, she states that he won't lose. Tears welling up in her eyes, Hayase admits to feeling disappointed and losing the spark of moving on. Thus, she spits it out that she no longer feels confident in continuing the adventurer's high school. For someone like Narumi, that comes as a shock. Even then, he walks by her, telling her that she must do as she pleases, which is still good enough. Now her jaw drops at this casually cool walk coming from her childhood friend. Not gonna lie, this giant blob just did great damage to open her mouth that big with a few words. That shock even made her turn to take a glimpse of this moron while recalling Akagi's Mona fall at Korea's event. The next thing Hayase does is run to her class to see Akagi and others in a haste. There she bows to everyone, apologizing for missing out on important dungeon divings, but she is definitely planning on going with them today. She feels sorry for leaving them all like that. All of a sudden, Akagi comes out to say that he would never have thought to have someone with such a strong mentality. Now that catches her off guard, but Tochigi passes no comment on that while Sanju thinks that attitude on her is pretty darn cute. All of a sudden, she feels a certain calm and warmth by coming back to her squad, which Narumi notices. After that, Hayase battles against a giant wolf on the dungeon floor alongside Akagi and others. Suddenly, Akagi knocks the wolf the other way and commands Hayase to finish him off right away. Though she knows the lad could have finished him by himself, he let her have this one. It turns out that Akagi wishes her to have the credits to level up faster. With one blow, she slashes the wolf in half by thinking of how far she has come long since how things turned out. Just when she reaches level 7, she suddenly feels like thanking Narumi for this one. However, what's ironic is that Narumi didn't turn up at school the other day. It comes to pass that Narumi's cute little sister, Kano, has leveled up to 7 finally. Running around like a crazy lunatic, this cute bunny says that she learned something about dungeon diving in just a little over a month. Turns out that the good hunting places like the Bridge Trap are still not common knowledge. Not to mention that people other than the players from another world know nothing about such amazing hunting spots. Even after asking Kikuchi, he has confirmed this theory. However, Narumi feels like there's something that is still bothering his crackhead, so he wonders what about the DLC. To bite that down, DLC is actually the downloadable content stuff, like states, scenarios, and items that are put in after the game releases. That inventory might come with a cost or free or by luck. Resting at the place, Narumi devises a plan to get to the 7th floor because leveling up has started to get a bit difficult around here. Further on, he lets her know it will be a piece of cake at their current level. With that said, Kano carefully listens to his scheme where he mentions hoping to run into the Armored Knight job, probably if they hunt there. Just about that, Narumi blabbers that the Armored Knight comes with a cool feature to let one control and create golems. Moreover, he explains that the DLC of this one is the Golem's Heart. Moving on, Narumi comes to know that this new job, Armored Knight's Reception, is lacking. After landing this shiny job, Narumi feels totally disappointed by seeing how slow these ugly golems are, so they are definitely something they can never ride in the battle. On the other hand, Akagi's half squad is already riding a giant golem. For a newbie that is stuck in this world with no way of logging out, that's one way to choose an easy job. Surprised to hear this, Kano feels to be on board with this plan. However, Narumi burst her bubble by mentioning a good hunting ground they can visit as she wants to turn down Plan A. That makes her remember how she possessed a two-sword style skill since the beginning but has no clue about it. Upon that question, Narumi's horrible memory gets triggered when he gets a reminder of having gluttony as his first skill. Over the thought of the two-sword style, he recalls this extra skill is obtained by the high-ranking job of a samurai, Apparently, this sword style hit rate is massive, as with 2 hitting styles, it will deal with the 4 hits, making the wielder look less weak. Upon walking onto the mountain, Narumi confirms that Kano hasn't even taken on a monster all by herself. Thus, he gives her information on a demon wolf warg at their next destination. It comes to pass that Narumi is letting his little sister have the chance to fight off this demon wolf, so she gives him a thumbs up on handling this. Arriving there, Kano is facing off with the demon wolf warg with her 2 sword style. Her first attack went down the drain while pissing off that wolf even more and cutting down a giant tree in this process. Just when the wolf launches at her at great speed again, Kano uses this opportunity to slash that meat load in half. Like a cute cupcake on her first victory, she excitedly asks if this looked super strong. Besides that, Narumi wonders if everyone else in this fantasy world is just as talented as her. Even then, he is relieved to have her by his side. Out of the blue, these 2 years, Arag's Howl is coming in here. No struggle on the road ahead due to his knowledge of the game. Narumi made a ton of preparation beforehand for countermeasures. Even then, this dumbass didn't think of how this world is a leeway for preparation. Not to mention, the worst is yet to come. Walking ahead, Narumi and Kano spot a giant hole, so they hop inside and run into a big gate. Feeling super glad to run into this big thing, Narumi orders Kano to register her magical power on this gate while they're here. Kano goes ahead with this, while Narumi remembers that his primary goal is to get that armored knight job. However, he feels eager to be the faker as well while they're at it. At level 5, Thief is a basic job someone can get, which Akagi got, and Faker is the skill you get from that job. It goes like this. The newbies raise their level to get 3 extra skill slots if they train hard enough. After that, they can alter their job to obtain the skill Faker. Next is to find a way to get their hands on the armored knight job and dive into the dungeon at their own pace. Upon asking, Narumi tells Kano that it looks good to him that they should catch a break here before hitting the next place. Afterward, Narumi and Kano are wonderstruck while Kano questions his brother about if this place is a castle or a fortress. Then he reveals that it's the Citadel, a place for golems. Just when they are about to check this place out, a giant ugly thing stands before them. They get the feeling that this dude is in no mood to attack them, which calms them down. That moment, Narumi teaches Kano how the wood golems won't attack unless you get closer. Furthermore, he points out that the crystal smudge inside the wood is actually the piece they are looking for to attain the armored knight, so this quest item can hold a higher price at the 10th floor, Obaba's shop, if they get their hands on it. Although he gets the idea that they can't even reach that far yet, they better try leveling up to sell this one. Slamming some sense into Kano, he alerts this noisy cupcake that skeletons might charge onto them, so they better not lower their guard. They decide to walk around this place instead. After cutting the skeleton monster's head off, Narumi wonders if this next room is hiding something inside. Kano raises the question that the room might be holding a next-level treasure. Upon checking it by taking a little peek, he figures that horns and armor point to the fact that this skeleton is a big deal. It comes to pass that this could be somewhat of a level 8's rare monster. By looking at its feet, Narumi, drenching in sweat, refuses to fight this guy for now and decides to fight off some golems before they deal with this big fry. The following day, Narumi is pretty much concerned about Hayasa, who looked really bad that day. He wonders if his words might have pushed her to feel that way, even though she never looked like that in the game. Though the lad is hoping to get the dirt on the static sword thing, he lets it go for now. Suddenly, Kano points ahead at the bonfire with burnt wood stuns Narumi, thinking that someone might be there. This bonfire gives him enough clues that his DLC idea has been a total flop. However, his brain clicks that if they spend the night here, then they haven't used the gate, which means that they still could be around. He believes that it's dangerous, and suddenly, some dude comes running towards them in a hurry. He demands to know if Narumi and Kano have any extra food lying around here because they are starving like monkeys for bananas. Narumi is surprised to see these guys not feeling hesitant to chat with him. Upon asking for an explanation, this dude describes how they ran into this hole after trapping a rat, which led them here by accident. Now Narumi is in a bit of a pickle, as he has no way of getting out of here without shaking these guys off his back. These creeps won't shut their mouth about screaming for food as to how they have passed their limits. Well, after feeding these hungry monkeys, the leader does his scheming to search this place out after being full. Though Narumi asks these dimwits that they better go home and take a day off. However, this nutcase believes that they better not lose this chance of exploring this unexplored map on the 7th floor. Although Narumi thinks this crazy bunch would leave this place after getting on with some golems. While he whines about how those dumbasses ate all his meals, Kano feels disgusted, as they stink like pigs. Moving on, Narumi uses the skill appraisal on Kano to check his status, as this skill is to check out the stats of the opponent. In case of this, the other opponent would know that someone checked them out. Also, he reveals how this skill would piss off the monster and be considered pretty rude to other people. Afterward, Narumi finds those guys to let them use appraisal on him and Kano, so that dude sees how Narumi hasn't changed his job yet. Then he requests to see their skill set. Upon seeing, he notices Isekai'd at level 9, Dekura at level 10, and Akihisa at level 9. That's when Narumi whispers to Kano how they better drop the idea of monopolizing this hunting ground after killing 1 or 2 golems. However, Dekura would like to know the topic of their discussion, but Narumi throws the idea of dividing into 2 groups for the exploration. Afterward, Narumi is up against the golem, so he motivates himself to defeat this ugly thing and retrieve that crystal to sell it later. Kano roots for him and believes that his brother got this one, so he thinks that it's their coup to leave now. Out of the blue, Dekura regroups with Narumi to share the intel about finding the skeleton monster in the castle. But Narumi drops that offer politely, but that doesn't cut it. So Dekura uses his crappy tone to let these two know that they belong to the lowest class of the colors. Suddenly, Narumi's bonehead clicks, and he remembers Class D's giant blob's brother getting an invite to the colors. This means that he better not get rolled into their mess and pick a safe route out of there, so he tells them that he worries about dragging them down like a deadweight, as he isn't looking to get on their bad side. Thus, Narumi takes up their offer and arrives at the skeleton room to use appraisal on it. Narumi thinks that no matter the level, a 5-person squad can totally defeat this skeleton thing. Although if the skeleton is level 11 or higher, that's going to be one tough job to take this one down. Just when Isekai'd takes a peek, the lad runs away like a headless chicken, screaming that the skeleton is actually level 25. A bolt from the blue, the skeleton blasts half of Isekai'd's body into dust. While his teammates are bummed about losing a guy of their own, Narumi spots the demonic skeleton making advances at them. Narumi has no clue why the level 25 monster is holding this place on the 7th floor, so he lets Kano know that they are getting out of there. On the run, Kano trips over at a bad time due to Dekura's blade slashing her feet to put a stop to them. This piece of trash refuses to let them get away and let everyone die, so Narumi decides to join this crappy group, letting Kano stay out of this and not get in the way. Akihisa is shocked to see Narumi leaving her deadweight sister back there like a cold snob. But that's a necessary sacrifice. 7 years ago, when Hayase was getting bullied by some dudes, Narumi stormed inside to teach those guys a lesson. He mutters that he doesn't need to pass kendo to beat the crap out of them. Kano saw the whole thing and how her brother stepped up to save that chick when she couldn't. That's what made Kano admire him as a true hero, but today she is horrified and stunned to see that same guy abandoning him to die. She slams some sense into herself that this just cannot happen. Suddenly, Narumi manages to use the void/shock on that skeleton monster right on time and blasts the guy away. Storming in, Narumi feels sorry for not coming in sooner, as he was shaking those motion casting dudes off to use his rare manual casting. He tends to ask if she doubted him that he abandoned her, to which Kano mentions not at all. Telling her to get away as far as possible, he lets her know that running away is futile against this bonehead, so she better go. Thus, he plans to defeat this guy here. On the thought of changing places, Narumi slams that ground, and it shatters into crumbles. It takes Narumi and that ugly Grim Reaper down a floor, keeping Kano to safety with a chance to run away. Not to mention, the very reason he can use the void/shock in this world is something that came to him after a lot of experimenting. Turns out that the blow is actually from him through the game. It comes to pass that this dude can use the skills he obtained in the game. At the point of the mana consumption, he ended up activating the 3 of the following. Those are Satanakia's stem cell, a high-grade job, and the Demon Lord's skill that eats a whole lot of mana in exchange for regeneration ability. Next is the Shadow Step, a high-grade job skill that increases agility and evasion rate. The last one is the Overdrive, which enhances the user's quarter combat ability, visual acuity, and reflexes for a set period. After coming down, Narumi sees this as the chance to use appraisal on this creepy dude, so he figures that this guy is Woldemut, a 4-skilled unique boss as the skeleton noble with the job of the Shadow Walker, who is on level 5 strength. While the lad is reading the situation, Narumi doesn't have the spare time to let this guy catch up. Now that they are at each other's neck, Narumi senses that he, with level 10, isn't as smooth as he was in those top rankers. In turn, he is aware that he can only use his skills for like 2 minutes, barely when he recalls doing potion as doping to do that. This greaseball is finally out of his comfort zone and into the real world of dungeon dieting. Man has gone from couch potato to dungeon hero. Wolgamut and Narumi are in their intense battle, continuing to find brutal ways to beat each other to the pulp. They are charging onto each other while trying to slash each other's heads off on the first chance they get. Narumi is whacked out to see that bonehead undead reading his moves like a pro, as it's been 40 seconds already. Even though he is dead focused on using his skills forcefully, his body feels like being slashed from the inside in multiple places. His eyes can barely see anything now. Trembling in fear, he is sure that it doesn't have to turn out like this, asking the bonehead to give his best. So he tends to ask if that creeper looks to be underestimating him. And then Narumi unleashes the disaster. By doing that, Narumi passes through a serious transformation into a hottie with no fat and activates Cereal to fight this guy. Kano looks to be standing still at the same spot where Narumi and the undead dude fell off the floor. By using the skill of Aerial, Narumi got himself a line of footing wherever he wanted. For a blob like him, he finds this skill to be top-notch against close-quarter fights. Combining this effect of doping, there are only 30 seconds left for this guy. All of a sudden, Narumi jumps in the air, swinging his sword with all he got, and charges right onto the Grim. However, at that time, Wolgamut suddenly starts growing like a freaking night bulb that throws Narumi off guard. That power surge starts growing out of his body like he is the bald Son Goku straight from the dead. After seeing this horrifying aura, Narumi collapses to his knees for a second there, but again hops in the air by using Aerial. He then again charges at this beast with full power. On the other hand, Kano sits above with one firm thought in her mind that her brother would win this one. However, she knows that this doesn't change the fact that she wouldn't be a dead weight for him. Thus, this cupcake tends to blame herself for being this weak to push her brother in this very condition. Although Kano thinks she better not be muttering something like that, she screams to let Narumi know that he has to win from that ugly bonehead. Not letting this ugly thing get a chance to attack, Narumi is moonwalking in the air, trying his best to blast his face with his sword. The castle's one side is collapsing due to this chaotic pair. Right when Narumi is falling from the edge, he activates the Blade of Egg-Airs with the air brake. Suddenly, there's a ball of lightning glowing like a tiny sun on the surface, which Kano sees beforehand. Even Daikura and Akihisa spot this huge thing while they are making a run for it. Afterward, Narumi feels sorry for Buteo and for inflicting such great damage on his body by pushing his limits. However, the results have been decided as Narumi, like a cool dude, claims his victory over this bloody bonehead Wolgamut. By wreaking havoc at these grounds and making a freaky mess, Narumi mutters that he had a blast taking him down. Sweating bullets like crazy, Kano suddenly feels a bit of power flowing through, although she thinks she hasn't done a thing for this. Even then, she realizes that she needs to level up and not be a burden. Without further ado, she jumps to Narumi's side, who, by the way, has collapsed on the ground because he wore himself out on this one. Upon asking, Narumi giggles that he totally went herself, and now his legs won't stand. He feels sorry for fainting right now. After he passes out, bawling her eyes out, Kano thanks her brother. Looking like a crushed rat on the battlefield, Narumi still confirms that Kano is in one piece. This beaten-up fool states that he feels okay, but his legs are definitely at their limits and somehow are useless. Although he is pretty sure that at his level, he would heal much faster this time. Not to mention, the lad puts down the idea of checking himself out at the medical office because they would crack his code by appraisal. In order to be healed, they might learn a little too much that he isn't looking to make it public. Besides that, Kano, with a sour face, feels sorry for being a dead weight just because her foot got cut by that snob. At that moment, Narumi asks his little sister for a favor for a piggyback ride to bury Ichiwatari, who got the worst end of this fight. He cannot help but feel bad for that guy who got blasted away without a damn chance. So he prays for his soul and gives his respect after burying him. That's when he explains that he chose to battle against Wolgamut, even though he could have done the void/shock and gotten her out of there. But the thought of abandoning these jerks made him feel even worse. He didn't want them to be abandoned to die like that. Even then, Narumi points out the fact that he blames himself for dragging you into this dungeon, and she got injured due to that. This gluttony lord is sinking in the heady guilt. Man could probably sink a ship with it, so he bows down on the ground with a quick apology for putting her in grave danger. Taken aback, Kano accepts his apology, but she tells him that she followed him in here because of her brother. Upon the time of leaving, Narumi wonders if this is a good idea to bury Ichiwatari in case his buddies might make a U-turn for him. But Kano lets him know that the dungeons have their own regeneration ability to repair the damage. Not to mention, they have the capability of absorbing the foreign lost items or repairing the broken stuff like the bridge trap. Thus, she reveals that a corpse wouldn't last a day here because the castle would be rebuilt in just a day. For Narumi, that doesn't matter because this kind of thing feels important to him even if they'll disappear. With a million thoughts in his head, he demands Kano fetch a pile of food from the store as he has lost a ton of weight in that fight. While Narumi digs in, Kano asks if it's alright for them to move forward to the 10th floor. Turns out that this moron has already planned to check out Obaba's shop on the 10th floor, where he will get healed. Upon asking, Narumi lays out that fearsome competitive energies in the school might bother him if anyone finds out what level he is. Not to mention, he describes how hanging out there might straight up put them in trouble. Apparently, our favorite blob has gotten an upgrade to level 19 with his skill Gluttony. Even Kano reached level 19 after battling against that bonehead, which totally paid them off. After eating a ton of food, Narumi's fat comes back up while Kano knows nothing about Obaba's shop. Narumi tells her to treasure her clothes even more, as he mentions that Obaba's shop got a good collection of rare items. He reveals that it's some sort of store in that dungeon, so this dude plans to resell to that shop, but Kano wonders if that's even allowed. With the head of the family's approval, they might be able to sell it well. On top of that, Narumi mentions how they need money right now to at least buy rental equipment when their inventory isn't even complete. Climbing down, the oversmart Kano didn't see the danger ahead and jumped to unlock the gate. Narumi, on the other hand, got late to warn her, as he was looking to fight this thing head-on. Turns out that this gate has itself a gatekeeper that unleashes his wrath against Kano on the first chance he gets. But by the right time, the gate to Obaba's shop opens up, and Furu herself blasts the gatekeeper's head off. This freaks out the poor little Kano twice by the sudden attack and the sudden counterattack. Thus, this chick demands to know who this little Twinkie is calling Oba-chan. So this new chick in town on the 10th floor is actually Furu, Obaba shop's owner. With the body of a hottie, this chick is actually a 1,000-year-old demon with immense knowledge about the dungeon. For that, Furu's existence works like an advisor, but calling her granny or something old is one way to die here. This just makes you closer to death, and even the Reaper wouldn't come to retrieve that soul. Upon heading inside her shop, they are mind-blown by seeing such magical shiny things laying around in this space altogether. Kano spots a mithril she finds amazing, to which Narumi thinks that this little girl knows a lot for her age. He corrects Kano that it's mithril alloy for like 1 million if sold in the guild. Upon asking, Narumi mentions that they use the dungeon's currency for the things here or magic stones to buy things at the store. He reminds her how they collected a bunch of things after fighting orcs, and that bony dude. This accounts for at least 138 copper coins collection, for which 3 of them Narumi orders the healing effect from Furu. Looks like these pair of goofballs are really starting to get the hang of this fantasy world. With a buttload of magic stones and spotting Creepy Grim as the secure guard for the Citadel, these two still got a whole lot of things to do. She steps right close to grab his face firmly and does the magical stare, which puts him back into his top-notch shape. However, Furu is squishing his cheeks constantly, while Narumi hopes this chick is doing a moderate amount because Kano is here. On top of that, Furu figures this dude had gone beyond his limits a while ago, so he fixed his eyes for free. He lets her know that they encountered an irregular, as who would have thought something like that would be lurking around the 7th floor. Even though Narumi would have never stepped there in the first place if he wasn't greedy for the armored knight job. While Kano looks around, Narumi puts down the wish to change their job while they're at it, so she lets them use the crystal here. By the touch of the crystal, Narumi's job turns to the thief, while Kano's level turns to the thief as well. Afterward, Narumi hopes to buy a lot of things from here, so he hopes to see her kind self right here. Though Furu tells him that it has grown quite lonely out here since she had a customer, she recalls one human coming here recently. That catches him off guard because he is damn sure that there is no DLC about this place anywhere in the guild's library. Thus, if a human has used this route, it would mean someone like him is actually roaming this place. Racking her brain, this old hottie cannot even remember what that human looks like. Moreover, she remembers that the guy didn't buy a thing from here, but Narumi is damn sure that it was a player. To top it all off, Narumi remembers that it's like those three who just didn't happen to find that place. Furthermore, he finds it odd that through magic stones, anyone could buy anything from the store. He believes that it's quite weird not to have magic stones lying around and not to face off against a monster. This only makes it super mysterious and suspicious that this dude didn't buy it all. Narumi has enough clues to say that the player exists in the school, as he ended up messing up Akagi and Korea's duel. On the other hand, Narumi has no clue who the suspect is because he got no friends after all. Later on, they headed home and Narumi ended up sleeping until noon the following day. Coming home, Narumi feels sorry for Kano missing school today, while Kano runs to her room for some rest. That's when Narumi spots a surprise visit from Kaoru, who is waiting for him to come back home while hanging out with his mother. Upon asking, she nervously tells Narumi that she thought to check him as he didn't turn up to school the other day. Rather carefully, she lets him know that he might have gotten defeated by the slime again, which sort of hurts this poor guy. Although Narumi hates the fact that Hayase thinks he is a sore loser who still cannot handle slime. Seeing how he is in top shape and not beaten up or passed out in a long, deadly fight, she feels relieved. Though Narumi convinces this cutie that there is no such thing as that at all. Just when he is about to leave to rest in his room, Hayase mutters that she is here to apologize for the other day and thanks him for reaching out to her. That catches him off guard, but suddenly he feels a tinge of feeling and nervousness swirling in his chest. Sweating bullets like crazy, he sees Hayase outside as she heads home, and he is damn sure that girl isn't the same as the game. On top of that, Narumi got another thing on his plate to worry about, as he hasn't become a healer. He better be careful. Back in his place, Narumi is finally home, a place where he can actually let himself go and relax in this world with Kano, the savior. Looks like this chump got a plate full of trouble, but he got a lucky break with Buteo's family who pampers him. That girl brought him back from the lowest point of his life, along with his father Desuke, who manages the general store. With that, the kind mother Sayuki, who works at the guild. Besides that, Narumi has been keeping something super secret even from them. Including the part of taking over Narumi's body, there's one more secret he is holding back, which is taking Kano over to the dungeon world. It's time for Narumi to pop this cherry and come out to tell his parents about Kano reaching level 19. He knows that his father, Daisuke, goes for dungeon diving fun during the holidays, so he wonders how he will react to that. Later, Narumi comes to join them at the dinner table, but his father has already been waiting for him with the slashed pair of Kano's boots. Looks like Kano has already ratted her out on this one, so his father demands to know about this secret dungeon diving with her. However, Narumi throws that lecture of how outsiders get treated like garbage, so he is carving a way out for Kano to get better from the start. However, Daisuke isn't pointing at his concerns, which you would believe, but Kano is illegally diving in the dungeon at her age. On the other hand, Daisuke demands to know if it has to be the adventurer school or if it's too late to drop that school now. His father, who hasn't changed his job, assures him that they can do dungeon diving without the school too. However, Narumi realizes that he cannot tamper with the storyline if he isn't in the center of it. He describes how it's a matter of physique, but his father catches him saying that there's no reason to pull Kano in this. He talks about getting insurance, and his father thinks that it's bullshit. Thus, Daisuke lets him know that they cannot stand to see them getting hurt whenever coming home. His mother assures him that they aren't forcing him out of that school that he is eager to go to. Now Narumi is in a bit of a pickle because his parents are looking for a reason for him to go to the adventurer's school. Just then, the thought of Hayase pops into his head, as he is feeling this totally. Thus he mutters out loud that he has someone he wants to protect there. At the hands of Kano's damaged boots, Narumi and Kano got busted, and now his father is super worried about these two coming home hurt. His father feels a total bummer for scolding them for the dungeon diving, but he is just a father who's worried for his kids. Thus, he puts down the condition that for Kano, someone has to go down as a parental supervisor. That just makes it even worse because their father's level is super low. He feels sorry that he might not be some super dude, but still, he has more experience than these two in dungeon diving. Not to mention, Daisuke doesn't wish to see them helplessly getting hurt just because their father cannot protect them. To make a point, his mother assures that Narumi can totally forget this lecture and go back to dungeon diving. Getting their perspective, Narumi decided to leave Kano in their hands. Later on, he feels a ton of guilt when realizing he was taking advantage of them all along. Only if they had this lecture stuff when he got fat. Moving on, he recalls bringing a magic wand from Obaba's shop that does the higher class of appraisal rather than the simple one. By using it on himself, the first thing the appraisal suggests to him is to eat like a glutton. Now it makes sense to him why he gets super hungry right when he starts losing weight. He decides not to overwrite the skill. He figures out why his weight load came back right after he fought. It's because of this gluttony skill. With a sigh, Narumi mumbles to Buteo that this borrowing might take a while now. Starting tomorrow, Narumi has to check out Akagi's squad's recent activities along with gathering some intel about what's going on. The next day, Narumi ends up in a tough spot when Mirai announces the grouping for the sword lessons. A few minutes later, Mirai demands to know if there is anyone who's left out. Narumi knows his chances that nobody would pick someone with a huge level gap, so he is potentially screwed. Though this dude doesn't want to pair up with Mirai, who happens to be a PE in charge of the adventurer school. That just means that he is damn strong against the students. Not to mention, the school has no clue about his level since level 3, but by sparing, there's a huge chance he will get busted. All of a sudden, Omiya Satsuki runs to him to ask if Narumi has been paired up yet. Turns out that the usual chick she pairs up with is absent today, so she is in a pickle. He remembers her not as the main character, but as an NPC of Dune X. Seeing her come out of her way to chat with Buteo means she has zero chance of becoming a potential player. Now that this works out for Narumi, Omiya finds Kuga-san, whose partner is also absent today. At last, Narumi feels like Omiya is sent to him like an angel who brought back his youth. Besides that, Akagi is giving his best to fight against Tochigi in the sword lessons. The Adventurers High School also contains various clubs like any other school out there. At the very first Kenjutsu club, someone just throws multiple opponents out of the game like they were nothing to begin with. Just when the match was over, this gloating chick roasted Akagi's pitiful loser face. She mutters that she put him up against their weakest member, only to recruit him into the club if he actually would win. Aside from that, she claims that Class E is filled with nothing but a bunch of low-key losers. The rest of the crowd is gazing at the fallen Class E guy, Akagi, wondering if this is their strongest one so far. Turns out that Akagi, the top G, isn't the macho figure as everyone thought. Maybe they should whip out a new election for a leader because the new one turned out to be a top C, a complete chicken. That's when they laugh about Class E having a guy that got defeated by the slime, while Hayasa is about to tear up. Later on, a bunch of chicks slides to Hayasa's desk to ask her to get herself removed from Akagi's party. The lad keeps getting injured on her count. Not to mention, she specifically wants Sanju and Hayasa kicked out, betting that Hayase got herself in by seducing either Akagi or Tochigi. They mention having the same levels with Akagi and Tochigi on the front and 2 back lines, but still he keeps getting injured. Before Hayase could say anything, she kept screaming about how Hayase thought they weren't putting effort in. They believe that Hayase only reached such a level with Akagi's help after all, believing that this chick feels superior to this bunch. Just then, Omiya jumps in to stand for Hayase, muttering that Akagi isn't that kind of a person and hopes everyone has an idea about it. Moreover, Omiya tends to throw the dirt at her by asking why she is hanging out with Mirai-sensei this much, as she has a little too much to ask him. Suddenly, Hayase stands up to fill this gap. She is certain that this chick is trying her best to let Class E have a club. Furthermore, Hayase responds to her that she only got lucky to join Akagi's party. On top of that, she explains how there's far enough of a shortage of front lines for Akagi with enough experience gap. Thus, she asks the ladies to watch over them for now. Afterward, Sanju slams some sense into this girl for lowering her head to the lowly idiots, but Hayase points out that that's a worrisome bunch. Anyone so excellent at first would feel downcast after hitting so many blows. Not to mention, Tochigi gets that Akagi's defeats are making Class E crazy and down in the dumps. Akagi wishes to be stronger to push Class E forward and assures everyone there. Tochigi hurries to head home so as not to catch a cold to lose the preparation time for the match against the classes. On that topic, Tochigi lets Hayase know about their thoughts of making a training group for the match in June. He lays out their plan to train the bottom of their class in the time being to raise their odds. Upon asking, Tochigi mentions sharing this with Sanju but not Akagi yet. Though he isn't planning to put such a burden on that guy, he plans to let him know much later. Sanju believes that they better recruit Majima, who is a fighter class with the same level as them. The lad did a great job grinding his levels up, and he is the type to lend a hand nicely. Further on, they still need this job to group the low levels together for this training group, especially Kuga, who is stuck at level 2 in class. They worry about that chick, with such few friends and still haven't happened to get teamed up by anyone. Not only that, the new intel tells that Narumi has teamed up with Narumi and others, but he is stuck at level 3. On the other hand, that guy losing to a slime has just been considered an urban legend. However, Tachiji points to the fact that reality might be a whole lot different as the school records are sort of old. But Hayase thinks Narumi has no reason to show himself as the weakest fry in Class E, which Hayase thinks trusts the data. Moving on, Tachiji musters up the courage to ask Hayase if she is doing training outside the dungeon grounds, which sort of stuns her. A little blush, she asks if she is looking too muscular. Tachiji lets her know that this new form is suiting her a lot as a fighter class, so she thanks their team's caster. That's when Hayase asks about how Akagi is doing lately, to which he bursts her bubble by telling her how Akagi's performance is hitting rock bottom daily. Through his hearing enhancement skill as the backline, he is damn sure about this. He explains how the loss after Korea and Kinjutsu Club's event and how everyone roasting Class E has put a stain on his heart. He is solely working on becoming stronger, so he can have some dignity. Since then, Tachigi has noticed a drastic change in Akagi, and for that, the party hasn't made progress on their usual front. Thus, Tachigi asks Hayase's help to stop Akagi in his dead-set tracks. So the ladies in Narumi's group sort of praise this pig for having such a body. Umiya desires to know if he has done something special in middle school. The lad feels over the moon, spitting how today is a special day for him, and he can totally take on slime now. Since the time of the life and death battle against Wolfdemet, a few days have gone by since he safely got the Faker skill. Moreover, this moron finally was able to make 2 friends from Class E and teamed up with Umiya and Nida. Afterward, Narumi went dungeon diving with his family. By then, he has collected a bunch of information through the guild's library, as this world is just the same as Dunex's. Not to mention, Narumi has spotted that the traces of DLC are nowhere to be found. Moreover, the upper limit is level 30, with him having no doubts about it. Upon arriving, these special documents required Narumi to be at least ranked 8 or above. Now that doesn't help this moron, as he wanted more intel on those guys from the colors on the 7th floor. Although Narumi is ranked 9, with a promotion test, he might get a chance to view this section pretty easily. Later, he learns that the next rank 8 test is going to be on Wednesday at 5 p.m. After a few days, Narumi finally reached the zone of rank 8's examination area. But he ends up spotting Omiya-san from Class E right there, so he makes a run for it before she spots this pig. This pig got so much going on, the lad can't even catch a break. And now this Omiya is crashing his rank 8 test. This world just won't cut a slack for this guy. Though this dude whines that this girl could have taken the promotional test some other day, so he now has to be ultra careful not to let her see him. After carefully seated up, the examiner checks out if everyone got their documents. Through the URL, they command the lot to put their login ID there and bring back the item to the guild from the specific location in the dungeon in the required time period. Right when people start to leave, Narumi's cover is pretty much blown when Umiya spots him. Now that's totally awkward for both of them to run into each other like that. Suddenly, the examiner pops out to mention handing over the URL with an error to Narumi, so he would have to make changes. Umiya is still stunned at the spot to see Narumi here, but she figures that they are close by in the test. Moving on, Narumi asks Umiya's reasons for taking this test. That's when she brings up the class match at the end of the semester that's stressing you all in Class E. She is totally certain that the match would ensure the level of huge differences between the classes. On matters of Akagi's squad going all out, she doesn't wish to be the one to leave behind and let everyone down. Upon asking, Narumi uses her excuse as his to get out of this situation. Afterward, these two jump inside the dungeon together and part ways. An adventurer slamming a goblin to the wall scares the crap out of Umiya, though that guy knows about Umiya being Class E's first-year girl, as he was expecting her to be here. Although Umiya has no clue who this guy even is, as they haven't met anywhere, but trying to get those documents, Umiya is slammed with a punch that throws her to the ground. This dude claims to have changed the game's rule, so to win the game, she better fight him. Turns out that Umiya is getting bullied by this jerk for being in the adventurer's school. Suddenly, this makes sense to Umiya, as Narumi has gotten a different kind of document just like her, so she worries about the poor guy. Further on, Umiya gets harsh news about her being expelled on the recent accounts of pissing off the higher class. The dean informs her that this has been decided, and she better accept this as a natural disaster. He points out that their rebellion must have pushed them over the edge to pull these strings to get them kicked out. Everyone in Class E feels bad for Umiya, while Tachigi blames himself for not doing anything sooner. Umiya says that it isn't his fault at all. Thinking about how her parents sent her off to this school, she bawled her eyes out when she got her hand broken. Back at the dungeon, that guy is shitting nonsense about how this is going to be the end of Umiya Satsuki's adventurer school life. He blabbed about her first crime to enter this prestigious school with no record of doing anything classy enough to get inside. The second crime is having the nerve to face someone like his superior with that attitude. At the third crime, he spits nonsense about this chick not having a power burst and dating to get into this school. Not to mention her fourth crime to be looked down on by even the average adventurer around. Though Umiya figures that his level is 13 as she swings her sword at him, he grabs it instead, saying that there is no way he is going to lose to a Class E pest. Looking down at her, he believes that adventurer school students are nothing but full of crap. Just when he is about to get to Narumi, Umiya grabs him by the foot to hold him right there, which pisses him off even more. Then he screams about how pests from the adventurer school act like wanted golden students, which is why he tasked himself to take care of those two personally, as he has given Narumi a map to a chamber nearby. At the down low, beaten up to a pulp, Umiya says sorry to her parents for bringing them down, as the help won't come all the way here. That's why she couldn't be promoted, which is what happened before. But like the wind, Narumi swoops in to give that jerk a gut-wrenching punch and slams him to the wall. Not gonna lie, Narumi's temper is shorter than his fuse. His rock-hard blow is so swift and powerful, it sends that wannabe top G flying off, and he slams right to the wall. Narumi says outright that there are ugly pricks like him in the adventurer school that pick on others but just lack power. After that, Narumi lets Umiya drink some water and thanks Umiya for holding this front so far. There's that, and a chick happened to find a beaten-up jerk on the ground. She wonders what went on here. After letting Umiya drink, he shares this super expensive potion with that jerk as well, whom he hit a little too hard. Though Narumi got the wind of this crap just when his map got changed. However, he did enough work to hide himself on those grounds until he ran into Umiya and that jerk's fight. Just then, a strange masked chick spots Narumi putting down such an expensive potion in that jerk's mouth. He figures this chick's speed means that she is fairly strong, so maybe a friend of this dude. Upon asking, Narumi lets her know that he is a newbie taking the rank 8 exam, so has no idea what just happened here. Narumi believes that his faker skill might do the trick here. Narumi asks her to use appraisal on him, but this smart girl points out that a newbie wouldn't hold such an expensive potion. He mentions recent reports about the rape, assault, and robbery of the lower class, so he is taking this investigation under her. As the guild, she cannot let this slide that easily. Knowing Umiya won't get through this test, he figures it's right to show his level to her. That's when Narumi makes it clear that he hit that guy, but she can surely take credit for it. By using appraisal, that chick quickly cracks that Narumi is using the faker skill. Turns out that his overconfidence over the faker skill ratted him out. Although this chick assures to keep his little things super secret if he would give his address and name in exchange. She gives out a complete guarantee of never revealing this, as Narumi doesn't want the Narumi family to greet the worst of this. After that, this masked lady looks super curious about the faker skill he has. In exchange, that girl is willing to give away any information about her clan. However, Narumi wants to let her know that he isn't looking to scatter any word about the faker's skill, wondering if she feels the same. With no choice left, he gives in and learns that she is a second-year senpai from Class A, an adventurer's school, whose name is Kusunoki Kirura. After exchanging contacts, he hid the fact that he was from Class E. Afterward, he took Umiya to the medical office to get her healed and then escorted her back to the dorm. Her exam has been put on hold for the time being when the examiner is facing a trial. On the other hand, Narumi's adventurer rank got approved, and he figured the guys from the Colors clan were in Sorrel, which is the lowest branch. He tells the whole thing to his family about how these snobs happened to explore the unexplored map on the 7th floor. Right then, his mother remembers that nobody has anything good to say about that branch of Sorrel, as their rivalry never seems to end. Narumi doesn't recall knowing anything about Sorrel in the game, but his other tasks seem to be piling up like a mountain of leftover chores. Just then, his parents tease him if he is doing great with Hayasa, to which Kano feels disgusted at her name. Now Narumi recalls that he got something to do about that too while Hayasa sneezes at her house, although Narumi feels weird mourning those who die in Dunex, as he hasn't done that when playing the game. The next morning, Narumi jumps up the courage to ask Hayase to break off this norm of going to school together. This is something Narumi would like to say, but he just doesn't wish to sound rude. Not to mention, he would feel worse to alienate her like that when he is dying to know how Isekai'd got that static sword. He is damn sure that after the promotion test, there is definitely a player out there other than him. Next, during the third period's weapon training, Nida invited Kuga to join them, but Kuga ended up challenging Isekai'd up front to spar with her, so Nida pairs up with Narumi instead after Kuga's turndown. Turns out that Omiya is still stressed sleeping after her wounds heal up. She thanks him for getting Omiya to the dorm and explains how the strong adventurer just made it in time to save them. A sudden flashback, Narumi recalls the time of his obsession with this game when he was labeled as the player killer. He remembers how in Dimnex that new upgrade made him have the thrill of killing each player only to steal items in a much easier way. Although that ban comes with certain side effects, like a bounty on the heads of the player killer killers. Apparently, our favorite Chubby Blob has a super dark past as a player killer. Such a rock-solid reputation. I wonder if this guy will ever be labeled as the Dungeon Destroyer. Not to mention, those bounty hunters had nicknames of their own. Upon sparring against Nida, who is confident about her swordsmanship, Narumi doesn't want to wreck her confidence as level 19. She launches at Narumi with a strange look, but then uses his player killer name, Sayako-kun. Back when he played Dunex, everyone had the name for Narumi, the Rough Disaster, which was shortened to Sayako. After seeing his odd reaction, Nida confirms that this is him for sure. Now this just confirms Narumi's theory that other players have resurfaced in this world just like him. Out of all those, he happens to run into this girl who faced off against him as the bounty hunter. Turns out that his promotion exam gig kind of ratted this pig out, which made her confirm that Narumi is another player. Moreover, her swordsmanship of the pendulum sort of busted her out as well. She has pretty much confirmed that Narumi ended up using the autopick, whereas she went with this character that looked like her in real life. Upon asking, Nida mentions being on level 5 even without using Faker, which makes Narumi think she is pretty slow. Though she mumbles about having her own situations, they start sparring seriously before the teacher catches them screwing around. Later, Nida plans to catch up with Narumi at the guild square, and on his way, Hayase spots him but goes separate ways. After meeting up, Nida is whacked out to see Narumi holding the appraisal wand to check out if she is the real deal. Turns out that she is spouting the truth after all. Thus, Narumi lets her know that he isn't planning to team up with her at this level. Not to mention, there is a Dan case of betrayal at Korea's event that makes him have no trust in her. However, Nida is clear about her wishes of teaming up with him to make Omiya happy. Thus, she describes that if they all team up to level up, she would reveal the conditions that wear her down. But Narumi is looking for another merit. Nida mumbles about cross-checking information that would be helpful. Upon that, she sort of throws the bait at him about knowing one other player who gave out the info to Korea. Long story short, these two bind a contract to help Omiya reach level 5 in exchange for that information. At her worst, Omiya supported Nida when she had a hard time mastering her skill, like a best friend, so she would like to do something for her. So Narumi and Nida teamed up to go to the dungeon. They both agree that the masses have no clue about anything that is added on later, like the Faker. However, Narumi lets him in on Kusunoki figuring out he got the Faker, which sort of blows her mind. That's when Nida tells this dimwit about Kusunoki coming from a large clan, Red Kunoichi, a famous target. Though she wonders how the heck she got to know about the Faker. Upon reaching this unfound DLC area, she invites him to show something special, such as the advance payment. With a little aura, she totally became invisible, only to be seen if Narumi put a focus on her. She reveals that she hasn't found this in the game or in this world. Turns out that Nida ended up creating this skill through her energy adjustment with surrounding energy. Through that, she shocked the lad by telling him she figured out another skill, like health recovery meditation. Turns out that she ended up meditating a lot under the stress of being trapped here, which is how she found it. For Satsuki, Nida agrees to do the magical contract in case she blows their cover up. Later on, they got Omiya to sign this contract to get her strong, but if she ends up leaking this dangerous info, she would burn to death. Although Nida spits out a big lie there, this only helps Nida and Narumi's cause. After she leveled up at 5, Narumi told Nida to let her know the truth, whereas Hayase wanted to nullify the marriage contract. Omiya's hardcore struggle to get Class E for their club has gotten a refusal, even though it's a solid chance to get funds from the adventurer school. Turns out that they didn't have a supervising teacher, so the student council turned this down. Narumi eases those two by telling them that picking a fight with those boonies isn't a good thing. Although he feels like it's not bad to demand an explanation over this, the trio is on their way. Over the moment, a chick comes to ask if Mirai is supervising Class E's club, even if the higher-ups feel disgusted at him over this. Mirai's got a job that's like trying to defuse a nuclear bomb that's about to blow up. Don't know if this poor guy even gets a relaxing vacation time. Mirai lets her know that Umiya's stubbornness is pretty bothersome, but the student council won't let them get the approval. Upon asking for the reason, the president thinks the trash has come here this year too, so he lets them know not to disturb him again. Some dude hears these guys thinking nobles are an icky breed. Later on, the nerdy dude, Nao, greets Ishiki Otoa, Class 2A's top student, the Viscount Hare, after like 4 years. Nao begs that his fellow classmates are doing shit enough work to get a club in their class, so it would be okay to have a little help from her side. He begs her help because alone isn't enough. Narumi learns that the dungeons have been here since the Meiji era, with the royalty system still remaining intact to this day. Instead, Ishiki would like to reveal the true motive behind the adventurer's school. Nao, a frail warrior's eldest son that served the Ishiki family, happens to be serving the frail-looking hare, Ishiki Otova. They felt sympathetic about each other's weak bodies. Just when Otoho got into the adventurer's school, she stood out against the rest, which stunned him. Not to mention being featured in the Magic magazine at 13 years of age, so her existence pushed him to get inside that school too. Currently, Japan has 2 types of nobility, where old ones exist since the Meiji era and new nobles born out of great achievement. Though the old nobles hold strong social rights with outstanding businesses, they are now betraying them for the new nobles. Not only that, old nobles took 2 countermeasures to keep the adventurers from being noble. One is to hire the strong adventurers that help them level up while preventing the new nobles from appearing. So they knit the excellent candidates from all around the country to gather at one spot to crush them. Moreover, she mentions a hidden rule to drag in the outsiders, as in Class A for servants, but Nao's class has nothing. That's when Otoho throws this $1 million chance to get into Class D and a magic club in exchange for binding a contract to them. But the lad turns those freaks down with dignity. Later on, Narumi catches Kano at the bridge trap and introduces her to Nida and Umiya. While Nida borrows Narumi to finally tell him about the player, Omiya thinks those two have a thing going on. She describes how that player has been suggesting to Chigi and others a plan at each training session for a while now. The next day, Narumi catches up with Nida. She reveals that this might be just a session about fighting and sharing intel. She describes that it's more like a dangerous diving dungeon thing, which Nida isn't excited about. Suddenly, someone calls Nida, to which she alerts Narumi that it's him, Tsukijima Takuya. Turns out that this flashy guy is actually a custom character. He asks what's up with her and Buteo closing in recently. Long story short, Tsukijima got a bit worked up over Akagi developing his harem, so he pulled a stunt there. Though this dude doesn't give a damn about anyone but surviving, he likes Hayasa. Seeing that load of crap, Narumi gets why Nida did not want to team up with that jerk. Nida lays out that sooner or later, this guy might end up becoming their enemy. Later on, Akagi and Majima supervise this training session. That's when Nida and Narumi end up running into a named character, Kuga Koton. During the training session, Kuga with level 6 happens to be becoming a pain in the ass. So she tells Hayasai the plan to beat the crap out of Narumi, which is her ticket home. Just when she launches at him, both Hayasai and Kuga are stunned to see that the pig can see through it. While she wants to go one more time, Hayasai rushes to stop, but Kuga ends up holding her by the neck. Hayasai is whacked out to see a level 2 with such a physique. Hayasai remembers turning down Takigi to stop Akagi and talk with Nao. She spills that she admires Akagi, so she would only cooperate with Tachigi if it benefits the class. Thus, he leaves the practice session to Hayasai. While everyone is whacked out to see Kuga's outstanding power, Hayasai grabs her to tell how much they need her power for this match. That's when she gives in to cooperating, mentioning she hasn't updated her level, but she got something with Narumi, so she moves forward. Turns out that Kuga is actually an operative student from the US, with level 20+. Tachigi holds the class meeting, where Hiroto, a level 6 fighter, describes the 7-day dungeon event, which is a deathmatch. He asks the lad to be prepared with strong hearts. Laying down the 5 categories, Tachigi mentions reaching the location, defeating the monster, reaching the depth of the designated quest, and retrieving the magic stones. He calls reaching the depth a throwaway event, deciding to let the main forces descend down for the highest score. Upon that, Hayase shares that last year's first-year students went to the 16th floor. Aside from the main forces, he points at the 8th floor to be the peak for others. Someone mentions choosing a useless prick for this job, such as Buteo or Kuga. However, Narumi ends up being mulled over to get this job, so he takes it. Hayase tries to stand up for it, but Hitori lets him have this one for the team. But Tachigi wouldn't want Narumi to die, so Kuga stands up to accompany him on this. Looks like Kuga's really curious about this chubby lord, as she can't keep herself from making advances at him like a hardcore tsundere. Upon getting Hayase's approval, she lets him know that she was originally curious about Narumi, so she goes with it. Akagi doesn't like the idea of Narumi getting pushed around, but Tachigi convinces this fool that he is going circles by increasing hopes in Class E later on. Nita looks concerned about the weird atmosphere in the classroom today. Not to mention, she worries that the thing with that female protagonist might come to the forefront. On the other hand, there's a smoke of a duel between Akagi and Tachigi that's about to rise. Akagi, Tachigi, Sakurako, and Kaoru meet up somewhere. Akagi tells Tachigi that they don't have time to be doing that. Tachigi tells him that it won't take long. He tells him to accept the duel. Tachigi tells him that if he cannot win against a support like him, then it would clearly mean that his problem is affecting him after all. Akagi remains silent for a while and accepts the duel. Sakurako shouts at them, trying to stop their duel. Kaoru looks straight at them. She asks them if they are serious, and then they should clarify that they intend to have a duel. Meanwhile, Takeda stands by the wall and peeks at them. She listens to their conversation and begins to run away. Takeda notices that it was Takeda since he used his enhanced hearing. Kaoru starts to panic and runs after Takeda. Meanwhile, Risa and Sauda talk about this duel. She tells Sauda that this duel is just a side event and it won't affect the main scenario. Sauda asks her if she means that she doesn't know what will happen next. Nita tells him that this is going to happen because he lost to a slime. Originally, the situation was bad enough, and then someone just became a good scapegoat, which just accelerated the worsening of public order. She tells him that even she had some influence in class, but she tries to keep it within the rules. Meanwhile, Kaoru keeps chasing Takeda, asking her to stop. Takeda reaches the class and announces about Tachigi and Akagi's duel. Class starts to murmur about them trying to be better than the rest of the class. Kaoru asks Takeda to leave it at that. Class demands answers from Kaoru. She looks at Takeda asking her why she did this. Takeda falls to her knees, complaining about how hard it is for her. Hajime rises from his desk and tells her that she isn't the only one suffering. Others arrive there as well. Kaoru falls on her knees and tells Takeda that she too hates herself, but she is going to do her best to take right decisions. She then announces that Takagi and Akagi are going to have a duel. She invites everyone to come and watch at least. After that, they can decide if they want to stay with them or leave. Later, they gather inside the arena. Takagi apologizes to Kaoru for making her take on a hard role. She tells him that she is going to do whatever it takes if it is good for the class, and besides, he is the one who is going to decide everything. Takagi and Akagi stand face to face as the battle is about to begin. Sota worries for Takeda. Nita tells him that she has calmed down for now. Takeda remembers her actions while sitting and regretting how she behaved. Sota says that it is hard to recover from it straight up. It is human nature that sometimes they don't want to recover from stuff like this. He points out that at the end of the day, they are just 15-year-old kids. Nita looks at him and tells him that he sounds old. Meanwhile, Sakurako and others gather to watch the match. Kurako tells Sakurako that she doesn't have to force herself to watch. However, Sakurako denies and tells her that she is going to watch. The match begins, and Akagi launches his attack first. Tachigi stands still and tanks his attack and retaliates. He kicks him away and uses a fire arrow. It does nothing to him. Akagi tells him that he was not focused. They both stand still, ready for their next attack. Nita comes to Majima and asks him if he can copy his moves. He tries to copy them but fails to do so. He tells her that he cannot copy his moves because his agility and reaction are something he cannot imitate. Majima notices that Akagi is looking weaker. Nita thinks to herself that she had anticipated that he would notice. She thinks that Majima is an honest guy, but he doesn't have to tell her everything like this. Meanwhile, Akagi and Tachigi continue their duel. Tachigi throws his jacket on him and uses a fire arrow. However, Akagi manages to dodge that. Tachigi tells him that he hates seeing someone get hurt. Akagi asks him then why he accepted this duel. Tachigi shouts at him, telling him that he cannot follow him with his shitty idea about being the ideal adventurer. Tachigi remembers the time when he couldn't save Sakurako from Fatso. Tachigi gets up from his seat and approaches Fatso. He thinks to himself that everyone has lost their will to fight due to aura. He feels like jumping out and helping. However, before he could reach her, Akira grabbed Fatso's hand. Tachigi looks at him and realizes that it is not his recklessness, but his bravery. He understands that Akiragi is tougher than he thinks. He is the kind of person who is supposed to chase ideals. Back inside the arena, Tachigi shouts at Akagi, asking him if he is going to yield. Akagi remains silent, then suddenly rushes towards Tachigi. He leaps above him to attack. However, Tachigi uses his fire arrow to blast him, but Akagi attacks even after that. Tachigi thinks to himself that he can still keep up with Akagi's moves. He is determined to win this battle and pushes himself to focus. He tries to predict Akagi's next move and prepares for a counterattack. Akagi and Tachigi rush towards each other with their weapons ready. The next moment, Akagi lies on the ground, finally defeated by Tachigi. Kararu declares him victorious. Sakurako and Kararu then rush towards the fighters and heal them. Tachigi says that he was all talk about wanting strength and keeping everyone at ease. He questions him if he really meant that. Akagi tells him that he did mean that, but he is still far too weak. He talks about his frustration after losing to Karaya. He wants power and he accepts that he used everyone as an excuse. He apologizes to Tachigi. Tachigi takes a sigh and tells him that he wouldn't have known if Akagi had never talked about these. He apologizes as well for making things too dramatic. He tells Akagi to mull over those feelings and make it happen someday. He then turns to his classmates and calls out to them. He tells everyone that he has won the battle. Tachigi tells them that he knows that all of them have taken the test and came here for all sorts of reasons. Many of them went out of their way to get enrolled in this school. They all despaired once they knew the school's system. He tells them that they don't have connections or experience, so all they can do is struggle. He tells them that they have two choices, either to try to win or just drop out of school. No matter what choice they may make, it would be the academy that is at fault. However, he points out that he considers that a bad ending if they were to drop out. He tells them that he wishes for everyone to graduate with a smile on their faces. He requests them to aid him in his journey to make it a reality. Enzus tells them that no matter what they choose, it is still not too late to start giving their all for the class competition that is about to begin. Akagi requests them as well. Sauta speaks first and pledges his alliance with them. Others follow, telling Tachigi and others that they too will give their best. Omiya raises her fist in excitement, boosting the morale of the class. Just then, Sakurako falls to her knees as exhaustion finally hits her. Akagi helps her get up. Later, Sota asks Nita if they would be able to get to the competition event. Nita tells him that it will mostly be alright. He thanks her and tells her that he will be in her care. Nita asks him to do his best as well. Meanwhile, Fatso and his gang fight off against a tree monster. Kariya comes there and takes down the beast. Later, Masaru also arrives there. Kariya bows to him and thanks him. Fatso asks him why Masaru is never here, even though he is the one who found this place. Masaru tells him that he has been busy with Sorel. He explains that Sorel's position quickly rose after he found out about this place. He tells him that the Golden Orchid clan will also aid them in class competition. Meanwhile, Karo, Sakurako, Tashigi, and Akagi continue their raid inside the dungeon and are about to reach level 7. They all head home since it is too late. Everyone is busy preparing for the class competition. The day before the class competition, Sauta and others practice on the 10th floor in front of Obaba's shop. Kano attacks Sauta, but he manages to block it. He uses his sword to retaliate, but Kano manages to leap and dodge that. She thinks she has victory in her hands. However, the next moment she is half buried in the ground. Sauta wins and tells her that he won't take her as the helper for the class competition. Kano starts to whine and complain. Umiya tells her that she agrees with Sauta. The fact that she is already diving in dungeons is against the rules. Furfuru takes away the mask. Nida asks about it. Sauta tells her that it was a mask he saved for Kano if she had become a helper to keep her identity hidden from other players. He then asks her about Tsukishima. She remembers her conversation with Tsukishima, who told her that they have reached a place where even the Flash, Demon from Rounds, and even the Disaster have not reached. She tells Sauta that he asked her to team up. Sauta tells her that she has helped him a lot during the duel event. She tells him that she is counting on him too to reach the deepest floor. Sauta has a reason to volunteer himself in the event. He wants to find out what the upper classes are doing. Class E has barely any opportunities to see the school's main forces in action, especially the top seat, Sarakiku. Depending on which route one takes, she can become either a foe or a friend. He starts to giggle while imagining her. Sarah is Sauda's favorite character after all. Meanwhile, Kano comes to Furufuru and asks her to keep that equipment reserved for a little longer. The next day, the teacher tells them to gather at the plaza after they are done downloading the app. After the teacher leaves, everyone in the class surrounds Omiya. They ask her about the helper's characteristics. Akagi meets up with Majima and tells him that he will leave everything to everyone in class. Kaoru calls out to Sauta and approaches him. Sauta thinks that she is coming to ask him to leave as soon as some trouble comes his way. However, she comes there and bumps her fist on his chest and wishes him good luck. He wonders why no one moves as he imagines them to move. Later at the plaza, they call out to all participants who are planning to reach the deepest floor. They divide the team and give them their objectives. Sarah and Sauta look at each other when Kuga appears behind them. Kuga has also joined this raid since she is a spy and wants to measure Soda's power. Another ally appears before them. It is Tenma Akira. She starts to read Soda and asks him if he has lost some weight. She compliments her core and asks him how he did that. Soda cannot just tell her that he raised his level. Tenma holds his hand and asks him to come along. She asks Kuga to tag along as well. Soda comes across Sarah. She smiles and asks him if he is Tenma's friend. Sauta looks at her and thinks of himself as a lucky one, since he gets to experience her ability to see the future. He wonders what his future holds. Sarah loses color from her face as she tells him that he is a sex offender. She feels disappointed and walks away. Sauta's eyes rain tears. They head inside, and Sauta thinks that Class A is packed with power since Sarah and Tenma are there. Class B's leader, Saut, is also there. She seems to be hostile towards Akagi. Meanwhile, Class C and Class E's leaders are not in the event since they are busy with other events. In Class D, there are only 4 of Carrier's henchmen. They have been staring at Sauta for a while. He wonders if they want him to carry their stuff. They reach the second level. Sarah tells everyone that they are going to rest for a while. Tenma heads out to use the bathroom. Meanwhile, those henchmen arrive there and ask Sauta to come along with them. They take him near a building and assault him. Sauta notices that they are being too violent more than usual and wonders if they are using any item to buff their power. He then makes a run for it since fighting back will only make them more pissed. He realizes that they are using the Mad Rat's Fang, an item that was given to Suta's subordinates. She basically used Class D as her experiment. Sauta stops in his tracks thinking about taking them down. However, before he could make his decision, Tenma arrived there and made quick work of them. She asks Sauta if he let them hit him on purpose. He agrees. She tells him that she has always had trouble losing weight, which is the reason she stays in her armor. She tells Sauta that she is determined to lose weight and that she will protect him until all his doubts are gone. Later, Sauta tells her how he lost weight. Sarah notices that Class D is missing. Her teammates curse them for making Sarah wait. Tenma and Sauta destroyed the artifact. Sarah complains that Class D left their items and ran off somewhere. They think about who they should ask to carry their stuff. They call out Sauta and ask him to carry all their stuff. Sauta grabs the stuff, but Tenma comes in between. She asks them not to make him carry all the stuff. Sauta tells her that he can carry it. However, Tenma tells him that these guys will get over their heads if he lets them use him as they please. After a brief argument, Tenma finally gives up. Sauta asks Kuga to help him carry some stuff, but she refuses to do so. Later, they reach the 4th floor. They sit inside the restaurant to have a meal. Sauta opens up his menu and sees that their Class E is at the bottom. Sauta thinks that they need to earn some points on the upper floors. Winning will be rough for them. They can only win over Class D in total magic stones. They will be diving to the 5th floor since there are orc lords there. They are considered dangerous, but they will be fine since their helper will join them tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Magic Stones collection group is led by Kaoru. She looks around and feels relieved that everyone is in high spirits. She also notices that Omiya is pretty good in combat. She can tank a lot better than her. Another girl comes to Kaoru and asks her about Tsukijima. She tells her that he left after telling her that he would bring a huge stone just for her. They decide to go deeper inside the cave. They look around and find no monsters anywhere. Omiya listens to the voices and tells everyone that someone is doing a monster train. It is a situation when one adventurer pisses off monsters and makes them chase him. If the adventurer dies, the monsters tend to attack nearby adventurers. Kaoru looks at some distance and finds Sakurako's group running from a monster horde. She asks everyone not to move and tells them that she is going to aid Sakurako's group. She rushes towards Sakurako's group and tells them to keep running while she takes down the monsters. One of the members falls, and Kaoru rushes towards him and covers him up in order to protect him. Just when monsters are about to trample over them, Kikuchi arrives there and protects them. He was hired by Sauta as a helper for them. Everyone is safe due to Sakurako's healing ability. Kikuchi reports everything to Sauta. Tenma asks Sauta who he has been talking to. He tells her that he was talking to the helper. She asks him if that helper also diets. Just then, Sauta feels a bloodlust from behind. It is coming from Tenma's bodyguards, the Black Butlers. Tenma asks Siva if he would like to eat yesterday's dinner with her. Sauta understands that nobles are extremely discriminatory. Tenma tells him that they should eat up since they will be going straight to the 10th floor from now on. They reach the 10th floor. Sitse welcomes Tenma and tells her that she has prepared a room for her. Tenma parts ways with Siva and tells him that she hopes to get along with him more. Kuga asks Siva if he is really going to retire. He tells her that he planned to retire on the 10th floor anyway. He then asks her about her plan. She tells him that she will go along with him. However, she wants him to come with her for a bit. She takes him to some isolated place. She plans to test out his body straight away since she has doubts about his strength. It would be easier if he continued to lower floors, but now that it has come to this, she has no choice but to attack. Seba runs around acting scared. He asks her if she really is level 6. Kuga is a spy from America, and she is level 24. He runs away from her and uses a magic item to disappear. He reappears at the 10th floor gate. Just then, a portal opens, and his father and mother come out of it. He looks at his dad and asks him why he is wearing that armor while just being on the 10th floor. His mother comes out and tells him that they had a good hunt, which is why they have some leeway. She then explains that her pain is also gone. When someone levels up, their body strengthens. In the original game, everyone was a high schooler and their parents were established to be dead. He still feels happy for them. Sota's dad points out that Kano had something to do, and she went off somewhere. He asks Seba if he knows anything about that. Meanwhile, Kano brings a bag to Furofuro and gets her reserved equipment from her. Seba walks towards the people who made him carry stuff to submit his retirement. However, they refuse, and Seba ends up continuing the event. They go out and Tenma asks Seba if it is due to his level up that he lost weight. He tells her that he was on a diet as well. Just then, a bat appears above them. It gets taken by one of Tenma's guards. Tenma tells her that she was taking care of it. Kurosaki apologizes and tells her that it is her job to take down the weaklings. She gives a death stare to Sota. Later, they reach the 13th floor. Sota sleeps in his sleeping bag and offers Kuga a towel. She refuses. Just then, some butlers arrive there and ask Sota to wake up. They tell him that their boss demands his presence. Their boss is none other than Kurosaki Eureka. In Dunex, when someone is doing Tenma's route, they can get close to her as well. However, here she is quite the opposite. She looks at Sota with a disgusted face, asking him how he showed up so easily here. She shouts at him, wanting to know his motives with Tenma. Sota wonders why these butlers dote on Tenma so much. The Tenma family started out as weapon makers, and after their contribution to dungeon-related technologies, the country rewarded them with the title of Baron. The Black Butlers are adventurers who had issues with nobles and lost their relatives. They threw away all the ties and swore to protect Tenma as her bodyguards. Sota tells Kurosaki that he is just Tenma's friend and has no ill intention towards her. Kurosaki asks him if he will go back on his word. He tells her that he won't. Tenma hides behind the tent and listens to all this. The following day, Class C retires after their mage ran out of mana. Meanwhile, Majima and others wait inside the cave. Majima apologizes for being incompetent since they are still in last position despite his presence there. Tachigi reassures him that their opponent is Class D, which is led by Kariya. It was thanks to Majima that Class D had to summon Kariya. Nita asks about Majima's well-being. Tachigi tells her that he will be fine since his mentality is strong. He then points out that the main issue is Sakurako's group's total number of magic stones. Tashigi tells her that the guy who made the train is still at large. However, they do have his picture now. Kaoru tells them that another train is incoming. She then tells Tashigi that she will send the culprit's picture to him. Nita and Tashigi look at the picture and recognize that person. Sota later explains to Kuga how he ended up continuing the event. Kuga thinks to herself that Sota is not afraid of any monsters, even from the 15th floor. It clearly means that he possesses Faker. She finally runs out of patience. She tells him that she is going to kill him right there. She uses her accelerator ability and tells him that she will praise him if he can move faster than her. Sebauta uses his special ability, high-speed kneeling, and falls to his head. He begs her not to kill him. She places her foot over his head and asks him what he is up to. He suggests that she ally. He asks her if she can move her foot. She denies that he ran away last time. She refuses to make the same mistake. Sota understands that she is really serious. He tries to analyze the situation. There are unique jobs for adventurers, just like Sarasan has a saint job. Kuga's real objective is to investigate Japan's unique job and gather information about its adventurers. He tells her that he knows she is a spy from somewhere. He tells her that he can help her at school since she has trouble moving. Kuga tells him that it is tempting, but she has to assume that he is trustworthy. She then adds one more thing. She asks him how long this school play will last. She then demands to know his purpose. He thinks for a while about her past situations and tells her that he wants to see her smile. Kuga kicks the wall next to him and breaks it. She tells him that she will consider it. She adds her condition. She tells him to continue carrying their things. She is determined to reveal his identity before the class event ends. Meanwhile, Majima's group meets up with Kaoru's group on the 6th day. He apologizes for being useless. Kaoru reassures him and thanks him for helping them. Then they begin to hunt down the monsters and collect stones. Sakurako arrives there and tells everyone that another train is incoming. Kokichi tells everyone to run while he holds it back. Majima and Kaoru join in to aid him. They begin to take down the beasts while others run. Homiya looks back, hoping to help them. Just then, she notices someone laughing and running away. She quickly grabs that person and pins him against the ground. He tries to act like a victim, but Kaoru and others notice that he is the same person from the picture, the one who started the train. He shouts out to his allies, asking them to come out. Tess and his allies arrive at the scene. They demand to know what the hell these inferior pieces of trash were doing. They are Sorel. Majima asks Umiya to let go of his big bro. He runs to his allies, claiming they have falsely accused him. He threatens the team that they are going to pay for messing with the Sorel. Suddenly, a gust of wind pushes the team back. Majima prepares to battle with Bunhead. Kikuchi interferes and asks everyone to make a run for it. However, Tess tells him that there is no place for them to run. Bunhead and Kikuchi engage in combat. Majima comes to aid Kikuchi, but his face meets the ground before he can do anything. Haste tries her luck to take down Bunhead, but fails to do so. Umiya looks at all this from afar. She gathers courage and joins the battle. She makes quick work of 2 soldiers with her rapid speed and sharp blade. She then smacks Bunhead right in his temple, making him lose consciousness. She continues her assault and moves towards the remaining enemies. However, her assault is put to a halt by Kaga. He is the Kaga Daigo, executive of the Golden Orchid Association. Bunhead boasts about his attributes and threatens everyone that they are going to pay for laying their hands on him. Umiya lies unconscious, and Daigo asks them to bring her to him. Meanwhile, Suo faces off against a giant demon dog covered in hair. She makes quick work of him. Her allies compliment her. Later, Kotone walks with Botao and Tenma. They stay near the rubble, and she sits on a broken wall facing Botao. She looks like she wants to inquire about something from our fat hero. She asks about some armor woman. A drop of sweat falls from Botao's chubby face as he responds. He tells her that she must be talking about Tenma. He explains that she is talking with her class about what to do moving forward from there. He asks if she is curious about Sosan's battle. Kotone looks the other way and mutters that she is just average, but something is off about her stance. She elaborates that the stance she used during the game is her favorite stance. She is using a sword, but physical attacks do nothing against a spiritual body. It only means that she must be using a holy attribute enchant. However, the money that is needed to afford that enchant is enough to build a house. Cottonless face starts to tense up, and veins pop up on her face, indicating clear stress. Our fat boy Sata notices it and realizes that he too is a contributor to her stress at the moment. Despite that, he agrees with her since Sata is definitely someone who was born into a blessed environment, and money is nothing to her. He explains to her that she is no match for Cotton or him when it comes to using skills though. Tenma Akira raises her hand and tells everyone that she has some news. She explains that she wants everyone to retire together since everyone, including the helpers, are significantly exhausted. Both Class A and B agree to call it quits on the 20th floor, and someone suggested that. She tells them that the floors are only going to get more dangerous from here. She and Sarasan have already agreed to leave right now. She tells Batoa and Cottonor that they are both going to retire as well. She just came here to let them know. Batoa looks confused and thanks her anyway for letting them know. However, before she could leave, he asked her about the person who suggested that they should pack their bags and head home after the 20th floor. She tells them that it was Suta who suggested that. Suta stares at her in confusion and an unsettling face. Kotone looks at her with a poker face, clearly not happy with the mention of Suta. Somewhere inside a cave, a masked warrior appears along with his allies, looking for someone. Later, Bachuo, Kotone, and Tenma walk towards the demon's castle. Tenma Akira points out that it has been a long time since she came here. She asks both of them if it is their first time coming to this castle. Suta tells her that it is truly his first time coming here. If he had come there, the demons would have thrown him out, thinking he would eat them up. Kotone also says that this is her first time. She asks why it is called the demon's castle. Tenma Akira explains that long ago this was the place where the saint made her legend. In the year 1950, the saint of the time was Sarasan's grand aunt. With just 4 people, she managed to conquer the great demon living there. Back when it was unexplored and unknown to mankind. It was an amazing feat since even multiple clans that formed an ally couldn't take down the demon, but she managed to do that with just 4 people. Sota looks up towards the castle with a curious mind. Kotone points out that even if they consider that the saint went with just 4 people to fight the beast, there is a high chance that someone is manipulating the actual story. Regarding that information, the game didn't really explain too much. All the information regarding the saint is impossible to find. It seems that they probably didn't want other adventurers to know. That is the reason that whenever Sarasan is diving in the floors, she never wears high-level equipment. Tenma Akira explains her wish to see the demon herself, but her wish will only remain a wish since the great demon is gone, and she can no longer encounter it. Kotone asks her why she thinks that she won't see the demon. Tenma Akira tells her that once someone defeats a floor boss, they never appear again. That is why once they enter that castle, they will immediately reach the 20th floor, and the event will be over. They arrive by the castle gate, where many other adventurers have gathered. The gate remains closed, and the trio looks at people around them with a blank face. In some distance, people are causing a ruckus, taunting each other based on their nobility ranks and honors. Sota looks at them and thinks to himself that it seems that being a noble is quite hard if they are arguing like that over ranks. Sota controls the crowd as she announces that she, along with Sepra and Tenma, and 3 people from each class, will head first. The crowd goes silent and agrees to her request. Sabus looks at her and finds this very suspicious. Subus is literally the embodiment of pride, and her suggestion about teaming up is indicating that she is cooking something in her mind. Tenma Akira points out that if they are taking people from each class, then Seba should be allowed to join as well. Kotone says that if Seba is allowed to come, she will join in too. Subus tells them that if that's what they want, then they can go ahead and team up. Kurosaki grabs Tenma Akira's shoulder and tells her that she cannot allow her to go with that beast without her supervision. She is pointing towards Seba. Tenma Akira requests that she not say anything bad about her friends and declines her invitation. Someone shouts out to Sarah, telling her that Suba must be plotting something bad. Sarah turns their suspicions down and tells them that she is alone anyway, so there is no need to be worried. Seba stares at them while holding his bags. The poor guy has to carry these bags on top of his own body weight. Sauta walks with his team inside the castle and thinks to himself. He thinks that if something were to happen to Sarah or Tenma inside the castle, the story would be all messed up. He made up his mind to use his terrible skill and do something about it if it came to it. He is glad to come here at this time. Meanwhile, Saotwa lets out a faint smile, hinting that she is up to something. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Daigo stands above Umiya. She wakes up once more and tries to attack Daigo from behind. She gets blocked with ease. She tries again and again, but Daigo points out that her attacks are too straightforward. With that, he lifts his arm and punches Umiya right in her face, sending her tumoring on the ground. Others try their best to attack Daigo, but he takes them out all at once. The mage notices that Kaoru is bleeding from her mouth, indicating her organs are damaged. The rest of the low-class adventurers gather around Kaoru and Umiya to shield them. Daigo's anger only skyrocketed from here since they are nothing but weak eyesores to him. Just then, the masked warrior arrives there and looks at the battle from behind. The mage looks at the masked warrior. The masked warrior rushes towards the injured team, blitzing through the enemy. She asks Umiya about the person responsible for her condition. Umiya asks her to stay away. Just then, Bunhead interferes and asks the masked warrior if she is their helper. The masked warrior feels as if someone is peeking at her. She realizes that Bunhead has used an appraisal on her. The Bunhead takes a sigh of relief after noticing that the masked warrior is only level 8. He tells his team that he will take care of the masked warrior himself. Confident, he moves towards her. He raises his sword to attack, but the masked warrior stops his attack midway and slams him against the floor. Daigo lets out a scoff as he notices that this warrior is a faker. He demands to know which clan she belongs to and assumes that she is one of the old noble's lapdogs. He prepares to battle her and take her mask off and humiliate her. The masked warrior looks back at the injured team and asks them once more if he is the one who did all this. Majima calls out Umiya and states that Kaga's interest has been shifted, and this is the best chance for them to leave right now. Umiya declines, refusing to use someone for her own survival. Majima tells her that Akagi entrusted their survival to him, so he will focus on that. Meanwhile, Daigo moves towards the masked warrior. She uses her appraisal wand on him to see his stats. He may be higher level than her, but his stats are lower than the masked warrior. It means that she can take him out easy enough. Both of them activate their special abilities. The masked warrior activates her accelerator and Daigo his flame arms. They clash with each other, exchanging blow after blow. Suddenly Daigo's speed increases and he gains an upper hand in the battle. He kicks the masked warrior away and raises his sword to launch another chain attack. The masked warrior gets thrown against the wall. Others run away from there since this is a battle between two monsters, and they will most likely become collateral damage. Daigo moves towards her, stating that his initial plan was to end the fight after bringing her to the brink of death. However, after finding out that she is connected with Oboro, he plans to kill her instead. The masked warrior thinks that this person is releasing aura, and she should stop holding back as well. She takes off her cloak and looks him dead in the eye. She tells Daigo that this isn't her real speed. She states that she is going to show him the power that can defeat a demon lord. A true brave's power. She unleashes her shadow step, and the ground beneath her begins to crack, and the area around her turns darker. Suddenly, she disappears from her spot and appears right behind Daigo. Her blade is ready to snap Daigo's head off from his body. Meanwhile, Sota moves towards another gate with Suki and the other teammates. They enter a grand palace where Ceres tells everyone that she used to beg her grand aunt to tell her stories about the battle that took place there. That palace is the same place where Ceres' grand aunt, along with 4 other warriors, battled against the great demon as the Saints Party. Kotone tells Ceres that they have talked about it on the way. She questions her why the saint chose to bring so few people with her for battle. Ceres responds by saying that she has never really asked her aunt about that, but the fact is that her aunt usually fought her battles with 4 people. She probably thought it is easier with 4 people since she would have less people to worry about. Suber brings another point of view that it can be possible due to the characteristics of the Great Demon. The Great Demon is over 5 meters tall and has 6 arms to strike. On top of that, it was an Ana-type monster. Suda hears this conversation with great interest and something catches his eye. Tenma Akira finds an organ and asks about it. Suber tells her that this organ only plays when the fight with the Great Demon begins. Tenma Akira points out that they won't get to hear it then. Suber lets out a soft smile and says that they are all going to listen to it. Since they are all here anyway, they should see a great demon themselves. She takes out a demon summoning book. Suda catches on to her plan and appears behind her. He moves his blade with quick precision and aims for her face. She manages to dodge it just in time. Sebas is lost in his thoughts about the book while attacking her. He completely forgot that this demon summoning book was available in DLC. He remembers Tukashima, the one who told Korea about the static sword. It was obvious that he would do something with Sebas as well. He understands that a great demon is too much for 3 teammates to handle, and if the demon is summoned, he will have no choice but to reveal his hands and fight it. He plans to prevent it anyhow. Tenma Akira calls out to Seba. Seba shouts at everyone and tells them not to come here. He raises his sword once more and blasts towards Seba to attack her. Seba blocks his attack. Seba thinks to himself that he has come this far, and if everyone finds out that he is high level, then so be it. He prepares to use his accelerator skill. However, before he could finish his casting, Suo cut his hand clean off his arm. She doesn't just stop there, she continues her attack and leaves multiple cuts on his body. Tenma Akira can only scream in fear and concern for their fellow teammate. Suo, on the other hand, bleeds from her cheek. She calls Suo a commoner and demands to know how dare he wound her face. Suo holds his sword and prepares to use his skill once more, and thinks to himself that if he can just activate his skills, however, he doesn't get a single second to breathe. Suo appears before him in an instant and slashes the fat meatball down his shoulder. The armored ally rushes to aid him, but she is a little too late. Suo pulls her sword back and penetrates Suo's chest. Suo loses grip of his sword as blood comes gushing out of his wound and he falls to the ground. The armored ally appears there to aid him. Suo raises her book once more and tells everyone that it is time to summon a demon. The book begins to glow and open in her hands. She stands there with a mischievous look on her face. Suddenly, a light falls out of the book and starts to spread on the ground. Then an explosion takes place. From under the ground, grotesque arms and goats pour out. The great demon finally makes its appearance. Ceres trembles at her place as the great demon roars. She questions Suo if she is aware of what she has just done. Suo, on the other hand, looks extremely calm and says that this demon sure looks strong. The armored ally asks her what she is doing with this. Suo lets out a smile and holds onto her necklace. She states that she has finally got to see a great demon, so she will take her leave now. She lifts her necklace and tells everyone that if 4 of them can defeat the demon, they will become legends, just like the saint. She bows and disappears from there. It seems that she used a magical stone to escape. Kotone asks her allies if they can fight. Ceres points out that even if both of them fight against this beast, they will be no match for it. She apologizes to them and says that she is going to take her leave now. She tells Tenma that she should also use her magic stone to teleport back to safety. She states that she should prioritize her household and survive. With that, she finally disappears from there, leaving only Kotone, Tenma, Akira, and Sauda behind to fight off against the monster. Kotone now looks at the beast and asks Tenma, Akira what they should do now. Meanwhile, Tenma Akira remains calm and doesn't respond to her. Tenma gets a glimpse of her past, where her classmates called her a fat auntie. As she looks down at the great demon ahead of her, she continues to get a glimpse of her past. However, Kotone shouts at her and brings her back to the present. Tenma Akira shouts at her and asks her to shut up. The demon moves and launches its fist towards Tenma. She uses her axe to block the attack while thinking back to his friends. She shouts that she has just recently made a friend and she is not going to abandon him ever. Her resolve is strong as she plans to take down the beast. She asks Kotone to look for an exit while she deals with the beast. However, Kotone rushes forward and cuts off the great demon's arm with one clean swoop. She looks at Tenma and asks her if she can get rid of her after taking care of the beast. Tenma asks her if she is really that strong to take on the beast. Kotone tells her that she is surely stronger than her. She warns her not to slow her down as she prepares to battle the beast. Tenma readies her axe as well, and both of them are ready to stand their ground and put the beast in its place. Meanwhile, the masked warrior continues her fight with Daigo. She launches multiple strikes at Daigo, which makes him cover himself. The masked warrior seizes the opportunity and grabs Daigo by his belt and smashes him into the ground. Daigo looks around trying to figure out her speed, but the poor guy's eyes can't keep up. Suddenly he notices something about the masked warrior. She attacks him and sends him sliding on the ground. Just when she was about to deal the final blow, Daigo raised his leg and sent her flying. He calls her an amateur. She appears behind him once more, however things are different now. Daigo tells her that it seems she likes coming from his back. He brings her down. The masked warrior can't understand why she cannot win against him despite her power-up. Daigo tells her that he faces these unexpected power-ups on a daily basis, and he has finally adapted to her combat style and speed. He tells her that she is going to die since she cannot handle even her own power. She is just a little talented fighter with a few skills up her sleeve, nothing more. It seems that the masked warrior has run out of luck. Daigo moves forward to put an end to her. Just then, Kaoru rises once more and faces Daigo. Everyone is in awe when they see her rise once more despite heavy injuries. Kaoru states that it doesn't matter what power her opponent has or what level they might be. As long as an adventurer stands on their feet, the fight keeps going on. She clashes with Daigo with her sword. She remembers a glimpse of her past where she realizes that if she stays weak like this, she will never keep up with those two. She lets out a roar as blood spills out of her mouth and pushes Daigo's sword back. The masked warrior finds this opportunity to prepare for one final attack. She rushes towards a wall and bounces off it. She pushes towards Daigo at incredible speed and force. With the combined efforts of the masked warrior and Kaoru, they finally manage to defeat Daigo. Both fighters are exhausted and collapse on the ground. Meanwhile, Tess states that the fight is not over yet, even though they have defeated two of their main damage dealers. Hajime asks him to look around as all their forces are down and they are still standing. He asks him to stand down. Just then, Kikuchi rises with his shield. He remembers his past, where he got bullied by a kid and was protected by another one. He felt pathetic at his condition as an adult. He decides that in order for all of the kids to become adults, he will remove all these absurdities standing in their way. He lifts his shield once more and prepares to battle against the enemy. He blocks an enemy attacker. Meanwhile, Tess keeps shouting at Kikuchi to stand down as it is only a matter of time before he collapses. He asks him what point he is trying to prove by doing this. Tess remembers him as that old lame guy who now wants to look cool. Kikuchi huffs as he keeps bleeding. He tells Tess that it is an honor for him to be remembered. He states that he is fine being a supporting character. He understands that he is no protagonist, and he has made peace with it. Just then, a spear comes flying towards one of the enemies. The designated point and quest team has joined the battle. Akagi tells everyone that they have arrived there to help them. He looks back at them and tells them that he got their message. He thanks Kaoru for keeping the class tied together in this tough time. Tess had enough of their yaps and prepared to attack them. The team uses torch ability to blind the enemy. They start to retreat one by one, taking injured allies in their arms and retreating to safety. When the dust settles, only 2 of the fighters stand back to face the enemy. The masked warrior seems concerned about them. Someone tells her that they are both the most reliable people for E-class. Above all, they are the protagonists of this world. Tachigi and Akagi stand face to face with the remaining enemies. Tachigi tells them that it is unfortunate for them since they have to face them now. He uses his ice lance and blocks off the path to their fleeing friends. Tess states that it matters not, they will just have to force their way through there. Just when he stops talking, Akagi appears before him with his sword in his hands. He takes down 3 of the enemies in an instant. Tachigi thinks everything is going according to plan so far. However, he is cautious about the enemy reinforcements. Just then, he notices that someone has entered the battlefield. Sweat drops down his face. He recognizes this person. It is Kariya Isamu, their biggest obstacle. He rises in front of Akagi and looks him dead in the eye. Akagi grips his sword tightly and says that it has been a while since he saw Kariya. Kariya responds coldly and tells him that they do not share the same feelings. Without wasting a second more, Kariya attacks Akagi and sends him flying. Tachigi shouts at Akagi and tells him that he can defeat Kariya, and he trusts him. Meanwhile, the enemy team roots for Kariya, saying that there is no way that Kariya would lose to someone like him. Kariya studies the situation. He realizes that there is no way out for him except to fight Akagi, since his name will be battered with comments if he retreats now. Kariya tells Akagi not to bully his team too much since they are just a bunch of guys raised in a good environment. Akagi responds coldly, saying that he will do everything in his power to do that. Kariya accepts the challenge and tells him that he too is going to face him head-on, just like he had wished. However, he explains that he is indeed envious of his ally. Akagi tells him that he is his most proud partner. Just then, Kariya pulls up his sword and rushes to attack Akagi. Akagi manages to dodge just at the right time, leaving Kariya to attack a wall and crack it into pieces. Kariya swings his sword while it is inside the wall to attack Akagi once more. However, Akagi dodges it yet again. They both clash swords with one another. Akagi uses his sword and goes for Kariya's head. Kariya is no ordinary opponent. He grabs his sword with his mouth. Akagi uses that to push him back. Kariya raises his sword to attack Akagi once more, but he manages to block that. A bright smirk appears on his face. He seems to be enjoying this battle more than he should. Akagi pulls back his sword and prepares to deliver a fatal blow with his double sting skill. He lands the skill, but it seems that Kariya managed to put his sword between his body and the attack to minimize the damage. The sheer force of the attack pushes back Kariya. He makes his body to finally stop and prepares to attack once more. Akagi leaps on top of him and dodges the attack. Suddenly, Kariya loses grip of his sword and accidentally tosses it aside. Akagi seizes the opportunity and comes in to deliver a punch to his face. Kariya responds in an instant, and both fighters deliver a punch to each other's face simultaneously. Both of the fighters stand still, looking at one another while bleeding from their mouths. Kariya asks Akagi what he wants to do here. Akagi tells him that he wants to become the strongest in the school. Kariya gives a warm smile. Surprisingly, Akagi retreats rapidly. He tells Kariya that he is going to take his leave since many people are waiting for him. Tachigi uses his ice lance and creates many ice spikes on the ground as they prepare to escape. Kariya stands there thinking to himself that he was charmed by Akagi. He wishes Akagi good luck for being the strongest. Akagi along with Tachigi head out. Tachigi asks Akagi if he is fine with not settling their scores. Akagi tells him that if he were forced to duel once more, he wouldn't be able to endure it. He smiles and apologizes for using such drastic measures so soon. They begin their way to everyone else. Later, both of them arrive inside a cave where everyone is taking sanctuary. Everyone is glad to see them both return safe and sound. Takajigi observes the atmosphere and finds that their fighting spirit is still burning hot. One of the students rises and asks Takajigi and Akagi how they all are going to fight now. Hajime tells him that now is not the time to be thinking about that. The Four Eyes guy doesn't listen. He shouts that he is aware of the fact that they have to fight. All this time until now, they have been disrespected and bad-mouthed a lot. Violence, which was limited only to duels before, has reached their necks now. The Four-Eyed guy begins to flood with fear. The realization hits him harder than a truck. Their enemies were ready to kill them this time. He understands that if they lose this competition and stay on the same rank, they will continue to suffer, and death will always linger above them. He tells them that he doesn't want to give up, but he needs courage and wants to know what they should do now. Akagi tells everyone that everyone did a good job surviving against the high-ranking adventurers with bloodlust and encourages everyone to take a break for now. However, before he could finish his speech, his body gave out and he fell unconscious. Takagi grabs him before he hits the ground and lays him down. Later, Hajime and Omiya arrive with bags of ingredients. Akagi sits with his teammates. He tells them that they have been pushed to corner, but Class D is facing the same situation. He explains that Class D's plan to sabotage Class E failed, and on top of that they witness the defeat of the face of the Golden Orchid Association. Additionally, Class E has an unexpected helper, the Masked Warrior. Even Korea let Akagi go. Since Class D was too focused on sabotaging, they forgot to collect points. That is why the difference between Class E and Class D isn't much in terms of points. Korea tells his team to focus on collecting the points from here on out for the last day. Akagi explains to his teammates that this is the reason they won't try to attack them again, since they too will be busy collecting magic stones to secure a victory. They have to make up for the points in order to win against Class C, that's why Class D must be under immense pressure. He then turns to the Masked Warrior and requests her aid for one more day. The Masked Warrior accepts without any objection. Akagi smiles and explains that the killing intent and violence from Class D is high, but the fact still remains. Kikuchi protected everyone, even when he was on the brink of death himself. Karu and others defeated one of the Golden Orchid Association's leaders. Their magic stones are also not too far from Class D, and most of all, they all survived. He reassures everyone and thanks them for surviving and their aid, due to which they can freely move on the last day. Just when things were looking great, a person entered the cave. The Masked Warrior looks at this person and realizes that he is stronger than her. This person comes to the Masked Warrior and introduces himself as Mirai Hajime, a teacher from the Adventurer School. He tells her that the aid from Class E is not registered and demands to see her Adventurer ID. He understands her position and tells her that if she doesn't want to show, then it is totally fine. However, he brings bad news for the team. He informs them that it is possible that they will get disqualified for asking for help from an unregistered helper. The four-eyed guy shouts, saying they didn't know anything about helpers. Kaoru is in disbelief. After all their efforts, all those days avoiding death from an inch was about to turn into dust. Mirai Hajime announces that as of right now, first-year Class E is disqualified from the event. Kaoru falls into despair as she begins to sweat heavily. They underestimated the malice towards them in the school. Now, once Class D gets the news that Class E has been disqualified, they will no longer feel any pressure. They all fall into despair with only one name on their mouths, Saotna. They beg him to save them. Meanwhile, Tenma and Katone are fighting for their lives against the beast who has been pushing them into a corner. Their faces glimmer with hope once they see someone rise again. It is Saotna, and it looks like he has lost a few pounds. Saotna stands face to face with this abomination. Tenma calls him and asks him not to be too reckless. Saotna looks back at her and smiles at her. He tells her that she is the one who was being reckless. If she thought about escaping, she would have gone by now, but she chose to stay and fight. Her eyes begin to tear as she finds words to say. However, before she could say anything, Seba thanked her for fighting while he was asleep. It was as if he knew what she was going to say next. He tells them that he is going to fight along with them from now on, since they are friends after all. He begins to step closer to the monster. Little by little, as he approaches the monster closer and closer, he thinks to himself that he has lost all his chubbiness due to the continuous use of healing skills in his near-death situation. He shouts at his team that he is going to act as a tank while the other two can deal damage. Tenma and Kotone prepare to attack. Seba comes closer to the Greater Demon and looks up at the grotesque monster. Name: Greater Demon, level 25, skills 4, all its stats show before him. It looks at the demon and says that it has been a while since he came across one. The demon pulls back one of its 4 arms and prepares to throw a punch at Sauda. Sauda leaps in the sky, and in an instant he activates all his skills: Satanachia's stem cells, Shadow Step, Overdrive, Flame Arms, everything. He pulls back his sword and with one clean swoop he sends the monster back to its place. His face is still bruised from the damage. He shouts at his team to not hold back, as he will make sure the great demon targets him only. Tenma understands the assignment and prepares for an opening. Meanwhile, Katone is too focused on his skills and says that the skill that our boy Sauda used was from the Empire. Sauda wastes no further time and jumps right back at the monster, breaking ground as he lifts from it. The monster roars in irritation and breaks through the pillars, sending debris all over the place. It pulls up another punch and with quick speed approaches right before Sauda. Sauda barely manages to dodge the punch as it goes right next to his face, barely touching him. Just when Seba lands back on his feet, the monster continues his assault. One punch after another, the greater demon rains down a barrage of punches on him. However, it seems that the goat-like monster has the brain of a goat as well. It is underestimating Seba as he keeps dodging all of its attacks, not even a single one landing on him. Monster tries to play dirty and uses his other arm to launch a back attack on Seba, but he clearly forgot that Seba is no ordinary hero and not someone to mess with. The blade spins in one motion and swoops, vorpal thrust. The next moment, the beast loses one of its arms. This demon never learns its lesson. It tries the same move once again. Seba activates his backstep ability and instantly turns back and slashes its other arm. Seba thinks to himself that this demon seems formidable for someone who is meeting it for the first time. However, this isn't the first time for Seba to face off against this demon. Meanwhile, the demon pulls both his arms and regenerates them and prepares to attack once more. Sauda, on the other hand, is lost in his thoughts. Just when the demon is ready to attack, Koton appears behind it and uses her double sting skill and falls down on the demon's back like a spear. Temna rushes towards the best as the ground breaks beneath them. She uses her axe and chops down the monster. The monster lets out a demonic bleak out of its mouth. Sauda, on the other hand, thinks to himself that this time he has reassuring allies along with him. At the beginning, he thought he could deal with everything, both for Sauda and the great demon. However, it is no joke. If you expose yourself to fighting against the demon's fists and thundering roars, it will definitely chip away at your mental state. The demon lets out another roar as smoke and blood come out of its mouth. Temna and Koton rush towards the beast to continue their assault. Sauda thinks that it is thanks to his allies that he can completely focus on avoiding. If possible, he prefers not to reveal all his skills to them. However, holding back and almost dying because of that, Sabat had enough of that. He also remembers that Kairu told him back then to give it his all. He leaps towards the monster and suddenly energy rushes from him like an exploding star. Along with Tenma and Kotone, he attacks the beast and in swift movement appears behind the beast. The beast feels the aftermath of the slashes and attacks. Kotone jumps on a pillar and observes the situation. She notices that no matter how many attacks she delivers, the monster never targets her. She realizes that the first skill that Soba used is the reason that the beast is no longer targeting anyone except Soba. She looks down at the monster from the pillar. Meanwhile, Tenma lifts two giant pillars, one in each hand, and with sheer force throws them at the beast. They collide with the monster and push it down. Sauda stands there and looks at the monster, fighting for its life. The monster looks towards Tenma and lets out a bleak. However, Koton catches it by surprise and with rapid succession cuts down its neck. The monster moans in pain and shifts its focus back on Sauda. Koton looks at the monster and thinks to herself about the monster. If someone defeats the floor boss once, it'll never appear again. However, if one clears a certain quest and obtains a demon's book, they can in fact challenge it as much as they like, just like Sauda did before leaving. She observes Sauda and his movement, and he keeps dodging the beast's barrage of punches like he knows where the next punch will land. He moves as if he is aware of what the next attack will be, where it will land, the gap between attacks, and he understands each and every move. Kotone concludes that this type of information is impossible to obtain unless one knows exactly what the beast is thinking. She wonders just how many demon books Sauda used and what for. Meanwhile, Sauda shouts at Koton and Tenma. He tells them that once the demon reaches 25% HP, they should use their appraisal and monitor it. Koton is surprised and asks Sauda how he knew about her skill. Sauda tells her to save that for later. He tells them that once the beast reaches 20% HP, it will enter in rage. He tells them that he will signal them and both of them should run away. Tenma agrees, but Koton demands to know what he is planning to do. Sauda, keeping his eyes fixated on the beast, responds and says that he is going to take on his rage skill. Koton is left in awe as she remembers her past. In her home country, she saw something like that. When a floor boss's HP is below a certain percentage, they'll enter a rage state. Not to mention the devastating skill they use after they enter the rage mode. A voice approaches Koton and tells her that he is counting on them. Koton snaps back to the present and shouts at Sauda that it is impossible. Just then, she states that the beast's HP is at 26%. She rushes from behind Sauda as he dodges the beast's punch. Tenma uses her axe and attacks the beast, decreasing its HP to 23%. Sauda attacks the beast and brings its HP down to 21%. He screams at his team to run away as the beast is about to launch the special skill. The The beast looks up, and suddenly it speaks and says that it is time for them to perish. Suddenly large ripples appear in the sky from the beast's head. Within a second, the beast activates his meteor rain skill. Thousands of beams rain down at the ground and onto Sota. Koton looks at the scene in awe. She covers her face with one hand to avoid any dust and debris. The beast's assault continues as the shock waves from the attack destroy the ground beneath Koton. She leaps away while keeping her eyes fixed on the attack. She thinks to herself if Isekai'd is really going to take that. She thinks that if they look at things optimistically, she and Tenma managed to get that thing into rage. However, this rain of 1,000 bullets, no matter how lenient one's estimate is, they won't survive it. Koton looks down at the aftermath of the attack. A large hole appears in the ground. Isekai'd stands there, smoke leaving his body and a smile covering his face. His body was unharmed. Koton is shocked to witness such a feat. Isekai'd leaps into the air and reaches the beast's neck. Meanwhile, Tenma cuts down the beast's 2 arms, and Koton aids in attacking the beast. She thinks that it was impossible to survive that attack and wonders just who Isekai'd is. In Dunx, players everywhere challenged Great Demons in order to get the rare items. This guy, he's the record holder of the shortest time in the Great Demon's solo subjugation time attack. For the Great Demon, he is literally their arch-enemy. Isekai'd lets out a smile as he snaps the beast's neck with one slash. The beast lets out one final bleak before meeting its end. Isekai'd lands behind the beast as blood gushes out of its body, and it falls down on the ground. He looks at the disintegrating body of the beast and bids it farewell. The monster's head huffs in pain and then suddenly lets out a roar. Tenma and Koton tense up, wondering what's to come next. However, Isekai'd tells them that it is alright, the beast is just letting out a roar to call its species at the moment of death. Since there are no monsters around here, they can just leave. Just then, a boy falls down from the sky and lands directly on the beast's face, smashing it in an instant. The boy rises and looks around. He blurts out that the mana is weak here. Suddenly, his eyes start to glimmer as he notices Tenma and Koton. He then looks at Sota and asks who he is and what this lineup is. Sota is surprised to look at this person and wonders if he is a player. Tenma tenses up, but Sota calms her down. He tells her to relax, as this guy doesn't seem to be their enemy. Tenma listens to him and tells him that she is going to call everyone then. The boy stands there in silence. Koton approaches him from behind and asks about who he is. But before she could finish her sentence, she fell on the ground from fatigue. Sotwell points out that the power he possesses belongs to the 38th floor demon. He demands to know his real identity. They both introduce each other. The boy is surprised to find out that he is talking to Sotwell. Sotwell responds by saying that he too is looking very different himself. He addresses him as Flash. Flash asks Sotwell if he is mocking him and calls him by his nickname Disaster. Flash is the boy player from Dunx. He's the leader of a top-class large-scale dungeon-clearing clan. His nickname is Flash, and he's a strong player with a nickname just like Sotwell. Flash tells Sotwell that he wants to get out of the castle and asks if he knows how. Sotwell is surprised and asks him why don't he just walk outside. Flash tells him that when he tried doing that he was flung back to his starting position. Return stones and gates are also no-go for him. He explains that he then heard the demon's voice, so he landed here. Samoa surprises and tells him that he has no idea if that's the case. Flash looks down and thinks that they are not using any gate, then it means they are at most level 30. He understands why no one is at his castle on the 38th floor. Suddenly a voice cuts through. It is Kurosaki. She is shouting at Samoa demanding to know what happened to Tenma and why she is injured. She grabs Samoa from his shirt demanding answers. Tenma calls out to her and tells her to stop that since Samoa is the one who saved her. She asks her not to be rude towards him. Kurosaki, along with all her butlers, bows down. She apologizes to Sota and thanks him for saving their master. Tenma looks at Flash and asks who he is. Flash looks the other way and tells her that he is just an unimportant demon, but he has no malice towards them. If he had, he would have attacked them. Tenma is surprised to hear that he is a demon. Sota asks if that is okay and Tenma is his, but before he could finish his sentence, Flash tells him that it is fine. Sota is left wondering. Flash thinks back to his continuous attempts to leave the dungeon and realizes that he cannot leave this dungeon ever. He doesn't want to bother getting someone else involved as well. Tenma looks at Kurosaki and asks her if they can recruit Flash as the Black Butler. Kurosaki asks her why she wants to do that. Tenma tells her that this boy looks strong, and she is sure that he is not a bad guy and most importantly, he looks lonely. Flash and Kurosaki are both surprised to hear this. Kurosaki states that she too was once saved by Tenma when she had nowhere else to go. She tells Flash that if he has nowhere else to go, they will welcome her to the Black Butler. His face turns blushy, and his eyes begin to tear up. He breaks down and cries. He thanks them and tells them that he cannot leave this dungeon at the moment. He asks them if that's fine if he asks to join once he finds a way to leave this dungeon. Tenma tells her that it is completely fine and they will even help him find a way out. Kurosaki adds that until he is a butler worthy of Tenma, she will teach him everything from zero. With that, Tenma waves him goodbye and they depart. Meanwhile, Umiya and Nita discuss with each other inside the cave. They find it really cruel to be disqualified like this. They had no idea that helpers were to be registered beforehand. Umiya tells her that when everyone heard about the helper system, they all went pale. If she hadn't introduced Kikuchi, everyone would have been discouraged before the competition even started. She also tells her that there is a message for Kano, that her brother wants to have a little talk with her. The masked warrior listens to this and a sudden chill goes through her body. Meanwhile, Sauta and his team come out of the dungeon and Kotone finally comes back to her senses. Sauta thinks to himself that no matter what the result may be, it won't change how the main story goes. He did all he could and reached the 20th floor. Even if they win, it won't hinder the story. Later, everyone gathers at a place where an announcer is about to announce the positions. The result day arrives. Kaoru stands there waiting for the result to be announced. Just then, Tsukishima arrives there and meets up with Class E. They ask him where he has been since he didn't even come on the first day. He asks them to shut up and taps on Kaoru's shoulder and tells her that he fulfilled his promise and registered an amazing magic stone. Not even the guys in A class could find a magic stone like that. Kaoru wonders what he is talking about. The announcements begin. The first position is won by Class A. Severa and her team celebrate their victory. Second position is taken by Class B. Tsukishima points out that they are in a totally different league from them. Not one person is weak there. Sue's team apologizes to her for not securing first place. She tells them that it is totally fine, they will try harder and win next time. The third place goes to Class C. Tsukishima points out that their helper didn't arrive at all. It's not like they don't have anyone backing them up, but unlike nobles, they are not overprotective, and they don't butt in on problems on school grounds. Kaoru asks him how he knows about that. However, Tsukishima tells her to forget that and pay attention to what comes next. Suddenly, someone brings a stone onto the stage, and the announcer states that they will total the numbers once more. Kaoru wonders if it is Class D. There is a magic stone rank category. The number 1 class that acquired the magic stone with the most power will get special points for being at the top. In this category, it's a battle between the students' helpers' power. Every year, Class E wasn't even part of the consideration. Class E, which didn't earn any points in other events and would usually never win against Class D, every year around this time, students from Class E start to drop out. However, this time, someone was there who united them together. Someone who endured in a desperate situation and an unknown strong person. All of them were a retaliation against the country's oppression. The announcer declares Class E as the 4th position holder with 349 points. Everyone is shocked to hear this. Meanwhile, Class E bursts into celebration as they finally gain a victory over Class D. Sue begins to shout and scream, demanding to know what is the meaning of this. She grabs Sarah's shoulder. Sarah tells her that she has no idea, but it seems that there is only one possibility. Soup's face turns red from anger. She blurs out that she had already checked the levels of everyone in the lower classes. She asks Saris if she is suggesting that Tenma alone could take down that beast. She jumps on the stage and calls out her sensei. She demands to see the data to make sure that the stone belongs to the Great Demon. Her teacher tells her that it is indeed the magic crystal of the 20th floor boss, the Great Demon. She also states the participants who made the subjugation were Tenma Akira, Kotone, and Narumi Sota, only 3 people. Kaoru's face is covered with shock when she hears about Sota going to floor 20. Everyone is surprised to hear that someone was able to clear the Great Demon with just a party of 3 people, since even the Saint required 4 members to clear it. Just then, someone arrives there with a fan in her hand. It turns out to be Hachiryu Thief Club's president, Kusunoki Kira. She calls out to Kaoru and asks if a guy named Narumi Sota is there. She looks down at her watch and suddenly realizes about him. Meanwhile, Sota goes back to his house to enjoy a nice warm bath. Kaoru rushes towards his house with a letter in her hand. Sota comes out of the bath and looks at the notifications on his watch. Just then his bell rings, and on the speaker Kaoru says that she cannot contact Sota. Sota wonders why she is here. He goes to the gate to open it and looks at Kaoru. Kaoru is surprised to see this new Sota since he has lost so much weight. Kaoru asks if she can have a word with him. It seems that Sota is overwhelmed by her scent. His face drained of color as he sweated heavily while offering Kaoru a shower. Kaoru looks at him with a blank face, thinking he might be having some naughty thoughts about her. He quickly reads the situation and clarifies that he has no such intention. Later, Kaoru takes a bath and thinks back about the situation. She didn't see even a hint of perverseness from him. Sauta taps on the door and tells her that he has brought her the toner and body cream she asked for. She holds the water in her hands and thinks that this is Sauta's bath water. She wonders if she should be more nervous or prepare for something else. Later, they sit by the table, and Sauta offers her some tea. Kaoru tells her that there is something she would like to ask him about the class competition. He tells her that she is free to ask anything. She asks him why he didn't call her. Sauta seems to be clueless and asks if anything has happened. She brings up that the Class E managed to take the 4th place from Class D. Sauta is surprised but keeps his composure and tells her that he is glad to hear that since he worked hard for it. He apologizes for making her worry. She points out that they had originally planned that Sauta would retire on the 8th floor, then meet up with them. She asks him why he went deep into the dangerous floors. She asks if it was because she had asked him to give it his best. Sauta tells her that he had planned to retire, but those nobles forced him to carry their stuff around, so it isn't her fault. She then asks why a great demon's magic crystal was in Class E's possession. Sauta is caught off guard, panics and looks at his watch. He says that it was Katon and Tenma who subjugated it, and he didn't do anything. He says that it was because he came close to Tenma along the way. Kaoru gives him the letter and tells him that it is from Kusunoki Kiara. Sauta thinks that Kiara is one of the Hachiryu, and also a member of the underworld clan Kunoichi Red, who worked as spies. It is an invitation to her clan party. He thinks that they are most likely going to question him about Faker, and ignoring them is a bad idea. Kaoru asks him what kind of party it will be. Sauta tries to find words to talk to her. He had thought to tell her everything and make her an ally. Kaoru is a sincere and trustworthy woman. On top of that, if he has her, he can indirectly support Akagi and others. However, this is just his desire. He wants her to live without the knowledge about the DLC for the story's sake. That's the best. He thinks that Kaoru is the same as Satsuki, where they don't have bad endings. He doesn't want to deprive her of that just because he shared some information. He chooses to keep everything a secret. Kaoru asks him if there is something he cannot talk about. She tells him that if he is hiding something, he can tell her. However, he can't seem to be open about it, so he covers it up. He tells her that they are going to give her a treat and some food. He plans to go to the party since he has been invited. Kaoru lets out a faint smile and finally takes her leave. Sauta comes back inside after saying her goodbyes. Kaoru walks back home as she thinks to herself that she was rude. However, she gets a grip of herself and understands that their class competition is over. Class E won over Class D. She realizes that Sauta has been behaving strangely since this spring, but he just doesn't want to tell her the reason. 2 days later, Kaoru practices at her house when she notices a crowd passing by. She comes outside to find out what all this is about. She comes out to find that Kiara has arrived at Sauta's house. Kiara looks at Sauta and asks if he is Narumi Sauta's brother. Sometime before, Sauta looked at himself in the mirror. He thinks to himself that it is good that he has lost some weight, but ever since the competition, he cannot control his hunger. He goes down the stairs and comes across Kano. She seems down as she only tells Sauta that she will be going. Sauta only replies that she can go. Today is the day that Sauta will be going to Kunoichi Red's clan party. He thinks to himself about the past. He didn't want to start a fight with Kano, but he just asked her to evacuate the dungeon. When she entered the house last time, Sauta gave her an earful about her actions. He asks her not to dive into dungeons alone if she understands that. Since that moment, she has been sulking like that. Sauta comes out of the house. Suddenly, a car stops in front of him and Kiara comes out of that car. She is Kiara Kusunoki. She offers him a seat inside the car. They both get inside the car and head out. Inside the car, Kiara tells Sauta that she has heard that he contributed quite a lot during the school competition. Sauta nervously tells her that there have been certain mishaps. Kiara tells her that there is nothing to hide. Sauta explains that he is someone from the lowest class, and he was the most useless one out of all of them. Kiara tells him that although she has no idea about his true strength, she is well aware of the fact that he is a faker. She points out that the fact alone is enough for her to know that his real strength is not something to be ignored. Sauta thinks to himself that this is the reason he was invited here in the first place. After a while, they finally reach their destination. He comes out of the car nervously and looks around. Kiara tells him that he doesn't need to be so on guard. She explains that her aunt specifically ordered her to treat him more friendly. Her aunt is the leader of Kunoichi Red, Mikami Haruka. Kira flusters after hearing her name as she adores her beauty and fantastic personality. Her tone shifts fast. She warns Sota to refrain from doing anything rude in front of her, even though she is an open-minded person. Regarding Kunoichi Red, they are extremely conservative. On top of that, they are well known among the masses, and in politics, they really have a strong offensive ability. Mikami Haruka is the leader of that clan, and Sota needs to tread carefully. They arrive at a castle. After walking for a while, they come across another lady. Kiara introduces her as the clan's vice leader, to Motsuha. They all start to walk while talking. Motsuha tells him that they have invited a bunch of people, which is why the leader wants to talk to him afterwards. Suta wonders why that might be. Motsuha says, but before that, and leaves Suta wondering what's to come. He stands by the door waiting for Motsuha to open it. She opens the door and tells him that they have prepared a feast for him. The battle inside his mind begins as his face drools after looking at all the delicious cuisines prepared for him. He walks near the chef and finds another dish. He tries to contain himself, as what will happen in this party will affect what will happen to everyone. He can't seem to control his temptations. And to add to that, one chef offers him a roll. Sauta looks at that hand as if it were the hand of the devil. He tells himself that he is not there to eat food and that Mikami Haruka will be back soon. He holds the roll in his hand while thinking that this conversation will decide their future. He finally snaps and gives in as he makes an excuse that he needs to replenish his energy for this very reason. A few hours later, Haruka and Kiara return only to find Sauta binge-eating and regaining his weight. Kiara tells him that his body is kinda expanding on the sideways. Elsewhere, Katone sits inside a building and talks to herself. She talks about the skill that Shouta used, Irritated Howl. That is the Empire's highly classified job, the Knight's skill. The peak that the Saint Aurora achieved is the Holy Empire. And amongst all of them, only a few chosen people like Saint Aurora were allowed to become one. She thinks it is safe to assume that Narumi Sota is Aurora's disciple. Back in the mansion, Shota walks around Daihathalang. Just then, he gets a glimpse in the window nearby. He realizes that he is back to being the chubby cheeks he was before. Just then, some interesting people arrive at the party. Mitsuha tells him that the one with two girls around is the minister. While the other one is from a certain foreign organization, they have a long history of exchanges with him, which is why they have invited him as well. Sota looks around and realizes that there are really some amazing people at the party. He asks them if it is really okay for someone like him to be there. Mitsuha tells him that it is indeed fine, and in fact he is their main guest of honor. Sota finds it suspicious that he can be a guest of honor while such people are present. They dismiss it and offer Sota to eat more of the delicious food. He can't keep his hands to himself and indulges in the feast once more. Later they gather at a hall, and he wonders how he can be a guest of honor when there is the minister, the Vif from abroad, and then him. From the three of them, it is not possible for him to be the guest of honor. He reaches a conclusion that they have something else on him besides the information that he is a faker. Kiara then announces that her aunt is here. The spotlight turns on and Lady Mikami Haruka descends the stairs. Sota and everyone stand up to welcome her. Haruka is the head of the intelligence group, runs the guild, and handles military affairs. And that foreigner, he looks like a boss created by the adventurers from Eastern Europe, a new developing country called the Holy Empire. He is appointed as the cardinal. Sota begins to sweat as he didn't expect enemy characters to land in Japan early on. Mikami walks towards the minister and welcomes him. They engage in a conversation. Sota is curious to know what they are talking about. However, Mitsuha and Kiara talk to him about random things to keep him busy. Meanwhile, Mikami and the minister sit at the table and continue their conversation. He can't hear any of the conversation that is going on between those two. Sota looks at the minister finally taking his leave. He wonders if they did that on purpose. Mikami walks towards the foreigner. Suddenly, a loud sound takes place. It was the foreigner who kicked the table and made everything fall off. Mikami apologizes and tells him that she will prepare a new meal for him right away and asks him to wait for a while. Sota gets up from his chair as he notices the tension rising. This foreigner looks pissed off for some reason. The cardinal takes his leave as well. Next, Mikami turns towards Sota and apologizes for showing him something unsightly. She properly introduces herself. Meanwhile, Sota grips his fist, thinking his only goal right now is to keep everything around Faker away. He bows to Mikami and introduces himself as well. He understands that he doesn't need to act as someone ordinary in front of her. He takes the initiative and starts the conversation. He tells her that he doesn't want them to probe into each other like this. He asks her if the reason for calling him here is because he is a faker. There are two ways one can see through his facade. The first one is the skill that Koten has, appraisal. The other one is magic items that have appraisal. Since this item is one-time use, you can't just use it as much as you want. For that reason, even before being widespread, all the nations have deemed Faker to be detrimental. The information regarding how to acquire it has also been limited. Sauta looks towards Mikami and says that he doesn't want to beat around the bush. He asks her if she invited him because he is a Faker. Mikami smiles and tells him that it is indeed true, and the fact that he has Faker is quite intriguing to her. Before she talks more on the matter, she asks Sauta just how much he knows about their clan, Kunoichi Red. He tells her that he knows that, other than entertainment, they manage guilds as well. Mikami tells her that it is correct, but that's not all. She explains that they have also got orders from the country to carry out spy activities since they can use stealth skills like Faker. Kiara and Sota look at her with a curious yet concerned look as he continues to explain her organization. She asks him how he possesses Faker. She tells him that her first suspicion was that he was a spy from a different country. In reality, Kotone is really a spy from America, but he isn't the one. She explains the second possibility was that he is part of a dark organization since he lives his life as an ordinary person and only reveals his other side during work, just like them. Mikami smiles and tells him that she is aware of another Faker. Sota's mind becomes curious to find out about this new Faker. She says that his name is Oboro. She says that she heard that someone by that name came to his class and helped them. In reality, she is wrong here too, since Oboro is none other than Kano wearing a mask. Suddenly, a memory snaps into Sota's mind. His sister Kano told him about her fight with Kaga, who called her Oboro, and that he became furious after finding out that he is fighting with Oboro. Mikami explains that there is a person named Kaga Daigo, and they asked him after his loss against the Masked Warrior. He told them that the Masked Warrior was Oboro and that they used a skill to increase their speed. Sota asks Mikami if Oboro is the only one with that speed increasing skill. She responds by saying that skill is the reason Oboro is so strong. They too have their eyes on that skill. Sota tells her that he understands her reasons for obtaining the skill, but he has no information regarding such skills, so there is nothing he can help her with. Mikami continues and says that the Masked Warrior came to their class to aid them. Sota realizes what she is getting at. She believes that his Faker skill was given to him by Oboro since she finds a link between the two. That is why she wants to inquire with him about Oboro's speed increase skill. Sota tells her that he has no idea about that. He asks if this Oboro thing is something this Kaga guy told them. Mikami looks down and tells him that it is not like they are trusting Kaga blindly. The fact is that Kaga recognized that Masked Warrior. He's one of the higher-ups from the Golden Orchid Association. Around 10 years ago, the Golden Orchid Association was the one leading clan in Japan. One day, they got into a conflict with Oboro, and they lost. Many of their members died and their allied clans and sponsors left them. During that time, colors were gaining momentum, and with a bitter decision, they joined them. She explains that after Kaga lost to Oboro and this news reached the Golden Orchid Association, they had been planning to declare a war. Sota remains clueless and tells Mikami that he doesn't understand where all this is going. Mikami explains that the one leading this war will be Kirigaya Sosuke, a member of the Golden Orchid Association and ex-leader of Sorel. His nickname is Mad Dog. She tells him that Kirigaya has been promised a promotion to vice leader if he manages to achieve great feats during this war. Sota finally gets the picture. He says that it means they are going to target his class since Oboro came to their aid. Mikami tells him that not just their class but their friends from school and family will all be under their radar. She says that she can understand that even the thought of that could be heartbreaking for him. Sota responds by saying that if they were to do that, the school wouldn't remain silent. Mikami tells him that it is indeed true, but what if they attack outside of school or inside the dungeon, then the school won't be able to help them. Sota says that it means she wants him to talk about the speed increase skill in order to assure safety of his classmates. Mikami tells him that he is right on point. Sota tells her that there is no point in threatening him, as it won't yield her anything since he knows nothing about increasing speed skill. She then asks him about his Faker skill then. After thinking for a moment, Sota declines the offer. He tells her that there is no guarantee she would aid him if things get tough. Kiara and another girl interfere, saying that he should apologize to Mikami right now for spewing such nonsense. Sota suggests another plan. He tells Mikami that he will tell her about the increased speed skill after he confirms that everything has been settled for good. Mikami tells him that it is difficult. Sota tells her that he will look after his class himself. He further explains that while it is true that their country needs an organization such as Kunoichi Red, the fact that they brought people's safety in negotiation is enough for him to cut ties with them. Things start to tense up, and Kiara shouts saying that she will send him home. Mitsuha asks her to stay as she will do it instead. Later, she walks with Sauta near a fountain. She stands behind him as she gets an order from Mikami to finish the job. She holds a dagger in her hand. Sauta looks behind just in time and dodges the attack but falls down on the ground. Meanwhile, Kiara and Mikami stand inside the building far away. Mikami offers Kiara earphones and asks her if she remembers why she invited those three here. Kiara explains that she remembers it. They invite dangerous people to parties and confront them with information. Then they judge whether they are a hope or a disaster for their country. Mikami tells her that the battle between Sota and Mitsuha is about to begin. She tells her to pay good attention to it. Kiara seems shocked and asks Mikami if she considers Sota a disaster. Kiara says that she doesn't consider him a disaster, although his complete lack of loyalty for the country is a bit worrying in some cases. Mikami tells her that she too thinks the same way. She says that with a battle against a high-level adventurer like this, one can get a lot of useful information just from that. Kiara rebels that for the vice leader to fight with Sota is a bit too much. Mikami tells her that many other members think the same way, but the fact is that he is a real monster. She doesn't think that it will be a one-sided beatdown. Meanwhile, Sauta starts to panic. He asks Mitsuha just what is she suddenly doing. His face is covered in sweat and his body trembling. Mitsuha walks closer to him and she explains that his attitude towards them and Mikami was rude. She tells him that she cannot let it slide when a commoner like him looks down on them. Sauta lets out a nervous chuckle while trying to calm her down. However, before he could say anything, her blade passed right next to him. Mikami watches from afar with Kiara. She states that there is definitely some organization like Oboro backing him up. There is no way that this kid would be at that level in this age. She also suspects that he may have some hidden skill or technique. Sota raises his hands in a stance. Kiara is unfamiliar with this and asks her aunt about it. She tells her that this is the Hasu stance. It is a martial art from China. She explains that he is luring her in to attack him from the center and then strike back. Kiara is impressed that her aunt can figure out the stance just by watching it. What's more surprising is that she didn't expect Sota to know martial arts. Sota and Mitsuha are about to collide. Mikami and Kiara's eyes are fixed on them. Just when they were about to collide, Sota drops down in prostration and apologizes to Mitsuha. Everyone is surprised by this sudden act. Kiara listens to all the conversation through her earphone. Seibat explains that he just tried to act cool since there were many beautiful girls around. He requests Mitsuha to have mercy on him. Mikami listens to the whole conversation as well. She takes a sigh and explains that she is impressed that he refuses to reveal himself even in such a situation. She orders Mitsuha to retreat for now. She then orders Kirara to keep an eye out for him. She wants her to gather information about him. Kirara asks what to do about the Golden Orchid Association. Mikami explains that they have colors backing them up, that's why they cannot eliminate them just yet. She orders her to let her know if anything happens at school. Kirara looks out of the window and thinks to herself that they didn't get any info out of him. On top of that, he tricked her aunt. She is motivated more than ever to reveal his true identity now. Meanwhile, poor fella still lays in prostration, unknowing that Mitsuha is taking her retreat. Later, Sota returns home. His father welcomes him. He apologizes to keep them waiting. Later, they all head inside and Kano turns on the TV. Sota asks his mother if something is going on. On TV, they announce that the Colors Guild is on its way to try and conquer the 32nd floor dungeon again. They all look at the TV. Sota's father says that they may fail once again just like before. Kano tells him not to jinx it. She adds that it is impossible for Kataru to make two wrong choices. There are a total of 128 members of Color and they are Japan's best dungeon conquering clan. They have 5 colors as their characteristics and their lower branches use the same flag. And their leader is someone who possesses a unique job in Japan, Tasato Kotoro. Surprisingly, he too was from Class E. The TV anchor explains that the boss they are fighting is called the Lich. Their last raid ended there and 4 people lost their lives. Tasato, on the other hand, tells his family to take a good look as he wants everyone to be as strong as they are. Tasato looks at the Lich. He thinks to himself that the Golden Orchid won't remain silent and he doesn't want to give them unneeded stress. But sooner or later their enemies will also be like that, and that won't change what they must do. Meanwhile, on TV the battle begins against the Lich. Next day, Sota finds himself in an awkward position as Tenma and Kurosaki cover him from both sides. Tenma asks him with a curious tone. She asks him how he returned to his usual physique when he was slimmer when they left the dungeon. Kurosaki, on the other hand, just glares at him as if she would kill him the very next second. Sota raises his hands as sweat drops down from his face. He tells Tenma that he is fine, he just ate too much. Inside the poor guy's mind, he is begging for someone to help him. Tenma tells him that she too sometimes eats too much and that she should be careful as well. Meanwhile, Kurosaki keeps her death stare pointed at him without even blinking once. She leans closer and tells him that if he ever laid hands on Tenma, she would immediately end him. Sota looks behind and thinks to himself that she is really scary. He trembles and sweats heavily just by gazing at her. Tenma then asks him if he is free this summer. Sota remembers that during summer vacations, students of the adventure school generally head inside the dungeons for weeks. Tenma tells her that it is correct and she went there with Kurosaki last year. Kurosaki begins to understand what is coming next as her face goes pale. Tenma finally utters the words Kurosaki was afraid of. She asks Sota to go along with her in the dungeons. She states that she has high hopes if she has him by his side. Kurosaki objects and immediately tells Tenma that she will not be going with this beast. Poor Chubby is stuck in the middle. Tenma scolds her and tells her that she is misunderstanding Sota. She tells Sota that she would be really happy if he considers it. He smiles and thanks Tenma and says that he will consider it. He then tells her that she doesn't need to pick him up every day. Tenma asks if she is bothering him. They sit inside the car and just after a short distance, they arrive at their location. Seba tells her that his house is really close to the school so he can come by himself. Tenma looks at Kurosaki and shouts at her for not telling her before. Kurosaki tells her that she has always rebelled against picking this beast up. Meanwhile, Seba sits still like a good boy, not knowing what he should do next. Tenma understands and tells him that if he ever needs a lift, he can ask her. He smiles and tells her that the thought alone is enough. Kurosaki takes a sigh of relief that she will finally be away from this beast. She then realizes that Seba turned down Tenma's offer. Her facial expression changed from relief to anger. Everyone can easily see the murderous intent on her face. Sota looks at her and thinks to himself that this lady really is crazy. Later, Tenma and Sota are about to head to their classes. But before that, Sota stops her and calls her name. Tenma understands what this is about, and she tells him not to worry. She will keep everything that happened at the castle a secret. After walking for a while, Kaoru meets up with Sota. Her face is drained of color, her body sweating and trembling as if she has seen a ghost. She is just surprised how fast that thin, handsome guy turned into this chubby. Sota lets out a nervous laugh and tells her that he just ate too much the other day. Surprisingly, Kaoru bows and apologizes to Sota for troubling him that day. She tells her that she will be patient until he is ready to tell her. Sota thinks to himself that she has always had faith in him. Meanwhile, Kaoru's belly is hurting because of too many questions rising inside her. She then tells him that everyone is waiting for them. Sota can't understand what she is talking about. Just when he enters the class, all of the students praise him and call him their hero. They surround him and compliment him one after another. Some even apologize for forcing him to join the event. Akagi tells them to cut him some slack and let the poor guy breathe. They apologize to him for calling him Batu. Sota smiles nervously and tells them that he doesn't really care about the nickname. In fact, he has been called it so many times that he has started to like it. This fella is fighting for his life inside his mind while answering everyone. Just then, Takuya calls him from behind. He comes to them and compliments Kaoru on her summer uniform. He then asks her if Batu has been sexually harassing her once more. She tells him that he doesn't do that, and what did he mean by again? He puts his hand on Sota and says that it seems that he did well. Sota lets out a nervous and fake laugh and thanks him. Takuya asks him if he really was okay with the monster's aura. He further asks if he really got hit even when he was not fighting. Other students ask for his well-being too since he is just level 3. Sota moves his eyes to look at his side towards Takuya and tells him that they made some distance so they were safe and didn't get hit by it. He leaves afterwards. Just then, Katone arrives inside the class. Everyone rushes towards her. Her face turns pale and she is surprised as a horde of students all together lift her up and cheer for her. She calls out to Sota, demanding to know what is happening. Sota silently slips away and thinks to himself that he is going to let her have all the glory. Afterwards, Umiya and Nita come to Sota. He looks around and points out that the atmosphere is good today. Umiya smiles and tells him that it is all thanks to him. Umiya points out that from her perspective he was forced to do it. She later realizes she is being rude to him and apologizes to him on spot. He feels really glad to have won. Later he appears before Flash inside the mansion. He realizes that Flash is from the group called Akira-chan Kudos Night. It's a clan where a bunch of Tenma fans gather. Flash looks at Sota with teary eyes as jealousy overtakes him. He asks if Tenma really invited him to do dungeon diving with her. Sauta later explains that the knowledge about dungeon gates is not common here. He tells him that he needs his power since he knows how to use a gate. Flash understands his point. It is better to show them the gate rather than telling them about the gates, and they will most likely buy it. He agrees to help him. Sauta is glad to hear that. However, Flash sits down and his energy seems down. He says that Tenma still continues to wear her armor. That means her curse has not been lifted yet, even though Sauta is with her. Sauta explains that it has only been 2 months since they were transported here. Not to mention he is still in Class E, so he cannot do it properly. Moreover, lifting the curse is a Kageyuma's job. He explains that it is completely different from him and Karode going back to be childhood friends. The only leverage they have is their knowledge about Dunx. Sauta continues to make him understand that they can save someone, whether it be Tenma or Kurosaki or someone dear to them. He asks him whether he will still consider Tenma and Katane an NPC even after meeting with them. Suddenly, the ground tears with the flicker of Flash's hand. His eyes begin to weep and he tells Sauta that he understands. He tells him that he cannot leave this place right now anyway, so he will leave it up to him. Sauta smiles and tells him that he can trust him. He also points out one more thing. He asks him if he got some weird skill when he got transported here, sort of like a debuff. Flash tells him that he has extreme jealousy as a debuff. He talks back about the point when he first saw Tenma with Sauta and he was about to lose control. Sauta tells him something about flexible aura. Flash asks him if it would really help him suppress his aura. He states that he doesn't trust the person who taught him that. Sauta tells him that he too is unaware of her true intentions, but he has solid proof that flexible aura works. Flash realizes that he is about to leave. He sticks to him like glue and looks up at him with eyes filled with tears. He asks him if he is going to leave right now and leave him in this dungeon again. Sauta explains to him that it is dangerous to let him go to lower floors, let alone outside the dungeon. He assures him that he has talked with Furofuro at Obaba's shop about escaping from the dungeon. Later, Sauta heads back. He heads to the first floor inside the dungeon. This floor is crawling with adventurers since most of them come here to practice their skills. After walking for some time, he finally finds an empty space. He turns on his aura and focuses on his right arm. He then puts his palm on the wall and the wall begins to crack. He looks down on his palm and realizes that he has mastered magic martial arts from Aura Master. Some steps head towards his direction while he stretches and begins to practice his hide skill. He remembers Nita's suggestion and follows it. He sits down and closes his eyes, constantly repeating in his head to become nothing. His body starts to disappear. Just then, Takamura and Mako arrive there along with their squad. They think that this empty space is good for them to practice. They can't see Sauta at all. It confirms that his skill is working at least. Sauta looks around and realizes that these students are from the same school, so they will recognize him easily. He missed his chance to undo his skill. Now it would look weird if he suddenly popped out of thin air. Suddenly, another voice rises in the cave. It is Sauta and her squad. She looks at Takamura and realizes that he is the former top-seat student. One of her lackeys says that it would be a complete waste if they used it. He further adds that they should be honored to know that now they are going to use this space instead of them. Mako rebels, claiming they arrived there first, so it is their right to use that place. Meanwhile, Sauta thinks to himself that he was the first one to arrive there. Sauta approaches Takamura. He says that it has been a while since he last saw her. One of his friends asks him if he knows her. Susho is surprised to hear that there is still someone who doesn't know her. She explains that back during middle school, Takamura and she used to compete against one another. And during that time, Takamura used to be a prodigy who was always in the top seat. On top of that, he is also the heir of a well-known clan. However, in high school, he has gotten quite worse. Takamura tells her that it is because of her. Susho makes a mischievous face and stomps on the ground. Her kick lands between Suta's legs, nearly missing his family jewels. She looks him dead in the eye and asks just who he is. She then gets a good look at him and realizes that it is Suta. Mako and Takamura wonder, since when he has been hiding there. Sauta panics as he is unable to hide anymore. He rushes out while apologizing to them and heads out of the cave. One of Sauta's lackeys asks if they should chase him. Sauta remains silent, remembering her conversation with Takuya. He explains to her that it seems that Sauta is the same as him. He asks her not to lay her hands on him. In the present, she responds to her lackey and tells her that they shouldn't interfere with him. Sauta looks back while running in fear. Elsewhere, Tachibana Sakan, the president of the First Swordsmanship Club, Class 3A, shouts and asks someone to wait. He looks around and finds empty seats inside the room. These seats are reserved for other Hachiryu members. The first seat belongs to the troublemaker who is absent from there. Second one belonging to Class A Alliance who are also absent from the scene. Another seat belongs to the archery club who too are absent. Another member of Hachiryu Ishiki Odoha, the first magic club president from Class 2A, explains that the archery club said that their recommended person was not approved, so they won't be participating in today's meeting. Next in line is Kusunoki Kiara, thief club president of Class 2A, who gently sips on tea while Sakon barks orders. He says that it seems most of the Hachiryu group are absent, so they will have to choose the student council president from the 5 of them present at the scene. Aorai Tsukasa, Weapon Research Club president from Class 3A, says that it seems like it. He adds that it is a shame that Hachiryu members aren't here for such an important agenda of today. Sagura Akizane, student council president from Class 3A, finally begins the regular Hachiryu meeting. He explains that the student council selection will be held at the end of the month. He then lists the names he has received. The first contender is Ashikaga Keigo from Class 2A. He was recommended by Sakon. The other one is Sarah Kikyu from Class 1A. She was recommended by the other 3. Sakon snaps and tells everyone that it is too early for first years to be joining Hachiryu as they won't be able to handle them. Otoha agrees with him, but she also points out that this is Sarah they are talking about. She is well known for her feats in middle school. Not to mention she is a direct descendant of the saint. Tsukasasa supports her, saying that she also possesses a weapon that can be considered a national treasure. Even though he only saw it once, he was surprised by it. Sakon then turns towards Kiara, asking her to open her mouth and say something. She asks him to release his annoying aura. She then explains that she has no intention of recommending Ashikaga. She finds it a hassle to argue and vote, so she just votes for Sarah Kikyu for that reason only. Sakon snaps at her, saying she should have picked Ashikaga, then the votes would be even. She tells him that she already said it would be a hassle to vote against and create a tie. Sakon says that it seems it isn't going anywhere. He suggests that both of them should be interviewed once to see who is best suited for the position. Later, Ashikaga and Sarah enter the room. Sakon asks Ashikaga to properly introduce himself. Ashikaga introduces himself, saying he is from Class 2A. He also adds that he has no intention of obeying Hachiryu, and his only goal is to make the world know just how great the adventure school really is. Sakon is full of pride for his recommendation. He boasts that Ashikaga is only second to him in terms of close combat. Since he is the strongest amongst them all, it makes Ashikaga the second strongest there is. Otoha points out that Kikyu is also pretty good at close combat. Sakon fires back, saying that Otoha is basically on the same level as her in terms of magic power. Next, Sarah introduces herself with a bow. She tells everyone that her fate is to become the student council president, and she is just simply following her fate. Sakon asks her if she is talking about her well-known rumored eye. She tells them that she can see the future through her clairvoyance. Takasa notices her violet-colored eyes. He says that her eyes turn flaming red when she sees the future. Up until now, she has found exceptional talents and was able to avoid all the dangerous situations. Otoha jumps with joy, and she tells Sarah if she decides to join the Hachiryu, she will surely get her a president's seat in no time. Takasa tells her that the Weapon Research Group will also fully support her. Takasa turns the subject and asks if the Student Council has not recommended anyone. Sagara explains that the Student Council is currently deciding who to choose. He explains that there is a certain someone who he has interest in. Otoha jumps up from her seat, unable to contain her curiosity about who this person might be. Sagara tells him that he hopes that this person isn't another first year. Tsukasa asks if this person may be Tenma. He adds that he already acknowledges weapons from Tenma Company, but the Weapon Research Club wants her anyway, so she is out of the picture. Sagara adds that Suo is already unofficially part of the First Swordsmanship Club. Otoha is left to wonder if it is Takamura. Sarah interferes and asks if this person may be from Class E. Every eye turns towards her and stares at her in disbelief. Sagara loses his marbles after he hears about Takamura. He complains that they are just level 1 commoners. He points out that there is nothing about them worth mentioning. Tsukasa supports his idea, saying there is no noble blood in Class E. He also doesn't think there is any talent or anything that they can look forward to in E class. However, judging from Sagara and Kusunoki, they are not entirely off the mark. Otoha turns to Kiara and asks her if that's true. Sagara sets his glasses and says that he will have an opposite effect if he were to deny that. He tells them that they can give it some time. He then announces that they should prepare for their next meeting. Sarah thinks to herself that Class E is filled with many unseen talents. She wishes to witness it all with her own eyes. Later, Takeda Shiki walks at night when Ashikaga and his allies stop her. She turns around and looks at their marks. They are from the second swordsmanship club. Ashikaga asks her who is the strongest person in Class E. Shiki thinks to herself that it is either Akagi or Majima, but judging from the swords in their hands, they don't look like they are just going to talk to them. She blurts out that she is the strongest one in the Class E. Later, Akagi and Kaoru run towards the hospital where they find their classmates who are completely injured. After treatment, they talk with Sanjo. She tells them that they won't sell them out since they are their friends. Others join her and tell Akagi and Kaoru the same thing. Later, Umiya asks Sauta and Nita if it's true that Sanjo and others were attacked. Sauta tells her that it is true and he shows his concern for them. Sauta asks Umiya about Sanjo's progress during her training session. She was asked to train them after they found out that she is strong. She apologizes to Soda with a disappointed face. Soda tells her that it is completely fine, he is just happy to hear that Akagi and others are getting stronger. Umiya tells him that they did some training yesterday on the first floor, and she was surprised to see their battle sense. Nita points out they also promised to help them level up this Saturday. Suddenly, the class door opens and students from the second swordsmanship throw in Majima. Majima can barely stand up. Tachigi helps him to get up and makes him sit on a chair. Others gather around him. Majima explains that they are looking for the strongest guy. Among Class E, the Majima family is pretty popular. That is the reason they called him. He asks if Umiya is the strongest in the class. He then warns her to look out for them. He tells everyone if those people come to ask again who is the strongest, they should tell them it is the eldest son of Majima, Majima Hiroto. He tells them that they may be scum but they are not incompetent. They will share information and once they know they have already beaten up the strongest person they will stop looking for one. He explains how he was captured while he was on his way to school. They demanded him to show them his true strength. Nita wonders what their motive must be if they are targeting Satsuki. Tachigi points out that they said it was an order from Ashikaga. It means they are talking about Ashikaga Keigo from the first swordsmanship club. Tachigi asks if it really has to do something with their strongest person. He wants to ask him directly but he is a noble so he won't even talk to Tachigi. Majima suggests they can ask the nobles their families serve for intermediation. Tachigi says that they should save that as a last resort. He also adds that he discussed something with Nita before, it was about the student council selection at the end of the month. He explains that it is a place where they can present their classmates' vote and try to get into Hakuryu. The first swordsmanship club is only one part of Hakuryu. If they can get under the protection of another Hakuryu, they won't be able to lay their hands on them easily. Majima says that it doesn't really sit right with him, but this is their best option. Tachigi tells them that he is thinking about joining the student council group. Soda thinks to himself that in the game, Sarah was elected to be the student council president. On the other hand, the current student council president is the exact definition of incompetent. His level may be high, but he didn't have any big achievements. Unlike Sarah, no Hakuryu supports him. To be honest, he is at the lowest rating of being the puppet of Hakuryu. The only thing he is good at are his words. Meanwhile, the truth is the exact opposite here. Nita asks Tachigi why he suggested him instead of anyone else. He says that it is quite simple. The student council president is intellectual and fair. On top of that, he is also an outstanding person. Omiya's eyes glimmer with excitement and she now has high hopes for him. Soata thinks that this is not the way that game should have been. Suddenly his watch starts to vibrate and he gets a notification. He checks his watch. After looking at the notification, his face turns pale and he starts to tremble in fear. It seems that he has been called to the student council immediately. Tachigi stands in front of Sauta and asks just who he is and how capable he truly is. Sauta panics and tries to change the topic and says that he is just going to buy some bread. Tachigi tells him not to give him that. He asks him if he teamed up with Omiya and others. He also figures out that his level shouldn't be as low as it is in the database. Sauta understands that Tachigi is really sharp. Tachigi tells him that it is fine if he doesn't want to tell. He tells him that he should head towards the student council right now. Omiya says that she wants to tag along too since she gave her appeal this morning there. Nita tells her that they only called for Sauta so it would look rude if all of them tagged along with him. Tachigi supports the idea and suggests that Sauta should go by himself. Later, Sauta enters the student council building. Kiera welcomes him and asks him to sit nearby. Sota excuses himself and sits on the chair. He then looks up with a curious look over his face and asks what they want from him. In front of him sits Sagara. He puts down his cup and asks him if he would like to join the student council. Meanwhile, Umiya wonders why Sota was called to the student council. Nita tells her that it has to be due to some benefit, however it would be troublesome if they asked him for a duel. Hajime tells them that it is highly unlikely since the nobles take duels super seriously. He adds that Sota isn't dumb enough to accept their duel anyway. Nita says that it seems the matter regarding the student council summoning an E-class student and the first swordsmanship club looking for someone, they don't seem connected. Meanwhile, Sagara's question catches Sota off guard and he doesn't know how to respond. Kiara explains that Sagara has the right to choose a student to be part of the student council since he is the president. If he agrees, Sagara can use his power to get him into the student council. She also adds that they as a thief club will also recommend him. Sadat finally grasps the situation. He wants to know the reason behind his recruitment. Sagara explains that he had always wished to reform the school. For that reason, he wants Sadat to act as the wedge. Sadat repeats his words, showing that he doesn't understand what he meant. Sagara elaborates that their school currently favors the nobles way too much and their levels are declining day by day. He wants to change that. That is the reason that he became the president of the student council. He explains that amongst all other Hachiryu, he is the only one who is understanding and cooperative. He also states that even his own family of nobles is quite conservative. Recent ideologies like his are seen as a threat. This nearly cost him his inheritance. Sota tries to understand the depth of the situation. Kira tells him that the nobles, if disinherited, will not just become commoners, they are seen as a threat and are treated as an outcast. Sota tells him that he doesn't mind being persecuted, but there are still a few things he needs to do. That is why he cannot let go of his title just yet. He points out that this is where the E-class shows up since it is full of low levels, especially Sota himself. He says that if he agrees to join, he will get him inside the student council, even if he has to be a bit forceful. Sota asks Sota if it would be fine if he as a commoner joins the student council. He shows his concern for others being jealous. Sota explains that it won't be a problem since the student council has the right to suspend students if they have a valid reason, and as for him as a president, he can even expel them. Even the nobles can't lay their hands on them or order them around. He suggests Sota use this as a shield to protect his allies. Sota thinks for a moment. This is a great opportunity for him. His classmates won't be attacked, they won't be afraid of getting hurt, it'll make Akagi and Kaoru less worried, and more than anything, it'll make Satsuki happy. After considering all the good, he tells Sagara that although he appreciates the offer, he is going to have to decline. Sagara, however, keeps his calm and asks the reason behind his decline. Sota thinks to himself that up until this point he purposely didn't do the best things and prioritized following the story. If he had intervened with Karia's event, Akagi wouldn't have been hurt that badly. He himself wouldn't be afraid to be tracked and asked his parents to be helpers. Then Kaoru and others wouldn't have been in danger. In the deepest floor event, he could have stayed with Tenma. They could have reached 21st floor and got points to themselves. Then the safety of their class could have changed. He thinks back to all the events he could have changed if he chose to interfere, but every time he abandoned them. Now he cannot change his mind at this point. He closes his fist tightly. He is determined to prioritize the story, and to begin with, no one really considered him and they are moving forward with more determination. So if someone really strong suddenly appeared and solved everything, it won't be a happy ending for them. He cannot do something so arrogant like that. He finally snaps back to the present. He tells Sagara that it really is a huge merit for E-class, but he doesn't want to stand out and simply live out a quiet life. Sagara tells him that he knew that he would say something like that. He stands up and tells him that there is something he would like to apologize for as well. Sagara says that he has heard the story about the first swordsmanship club hunting his classmates one by one. The reason for that is because he let his tongue slip during the Heshiryu meeting. He bows down and tells him that he couldn't fix his own blunder, and apologizes to him. Sota requests him to stop. He then explains that the people who are at fault are the people with ill intentions. Sagara looks down and says that Sota is right, there is no good or bad. He accepts that he is just incompetent. He then explains that he had really hoped that someone who is strong and isn't from a noble family like him would bring some change. He thanks Sota for listening to him. Meanwhile, Ashikaga takes Kaoru hostage and comes face to face with Akagi. Akagi asks him to let go of Kaoru. Ashikaga tells him to accept the duel if he wants that to happen. He explains that he wants to find out just how strong he really is. Akagi says that it is quite a forceful method. He asks him if he is really in that hurry. Ashikaga then grabs Kaoru's hand and asks if he really needs a reason first. Kaoru looks at Akagi and tells him to deny it. Akagi listens to her and denies the offer. Ashikaga's goon kicks Kaoru on the floor. Kaoru explains that this was only just for the show. for those Hashiru to understand that the A class is on bad terms with them and shouldn't be messed with. He then suggests that they will decide it during the entrance exam then. He says since Akagi came to join them before, if he puts on a good fight, they will let him join the first swordsmanship club. Akagi requests him to let everyone in Class E join. Akagi realizes that this man is tough to deal with. Meanwhile, Akagi thinks that he won't give him a good fight. It is good enough that a commoner puts on airs like this. However, if this person is the one Sakagi looks up to, that is more reason for him to crush him. All of them head towards the entrance exam arena. Akagi raises his thumb and gives off a smile to his class fellows. The two of them stand at the center of the stage while the rest of the students climb up and watch their match. Tachigi and others join them and he asks her about the current situation. He explains that it is true that Hachiri won't do anything since this is just an entrance exam. However, he says that it is still too reckless. Nita explains that if Akagi wins, the whole class will get to join the first swordsmanship club. She points out that this is what Ashikaga thinks Akagi is aiming for. In reality, Akagi just wants to prove that he is the strongest so they can stop their attacks. Majime says that although there is a big difference, they still have a chance to win. Umiya remains silent and observes the battle that's about to begin. The battle begins, and within an instant, both fighters are face to face with each other. Ashikaga breaks Akagi's sword in one slash and calls him a fool. Suddenly, ripples of waves flow through the arena. Ashikaga raises his kick and hits Akagi straight in his stomach, ending the battle in an instant. Everyone looks shocked as this is literally hard for them to believe. Ashikaga is declared victorious. He then announces that all the students of Class E will be detained until the strongest one of them answers. Tachigi loses his marbles and shouts at Ashikaga, claiming that Akagi is the strongest of them all. There is no point in keeping everyone here. Ashikaga tells him that it is not useless to eliminate all the possibilities. Suddenly, his class fellows restrain all of the Class E members. Omiya tries to move and help, but Nita stops her. She touches her watch and signals for help. Another one of Ashikaga's class fellows grabs Nita to subdue her. The signal reaches Sota, and he notices that it is from Nita. He begins to make a run for it, but his chubby body is really slow. Suddenly, Ashikaga rises once more. Ashikaga turns back and murmurs that he took a clean hit. Nita and Kaoru are also surprised to see him stand up again. Kaoru shouts at him to stand down. However, her face meets the floor within the next second. Akagi can barely stand and speak, yet he declares that he is the strongest amongst the E class. He requests Ashikaga to let them go. He points out that there aren't many people who can take a clean hit from his kick and still stand up. Tachigi shouts at him and tells him that Ashikaga has no plan of letting anyone go. He then requests him to stand down. Akagi looks at him and murmurs to himself that he still remembers what Tachigi had said to him before. He says that this isn't about arrogance or overachieving anything. This is his true way as an adventurer. All of his class fellows shout in helplessness as Ashikaga raises his blade. The guy subduing Karor suddenly notices something. The very next moment, he loses consciousness and Ashikaga's blade stops right next to Akagi's neck. Takio arrives there and he is holding that person's unconscious body by the collar and dragging it. He places the body by the window and kicks it down. Another girl grabs Takio's arm trying to stop him. However, he moves his arm and lifts her easily. He tells her not to let go now. He grabs her arm and punches her right in the face. She lands near another guy. Everyone is shocked to witness his power. Another lackey calls him a bastard and asks him not to get too cocky. But these are the only words he could muster before Takio poked his eyes and popped them. He screams in pure agony. One by one, Ashikaga's class fell at the hands of Takio. He lands down in the arena and unlocks his aura. He then grabs two people and smashes their heads against one another. The only girl with glasses remains. He grabs her and tosses her right next to Ashikaga as her body goes skipping past him. He then asks Takuya why he decided to show up now. Takuya responds and says that he is getting tired of those small fries since they have become too noisy. He points towards Ashikaga and declares that he is going to beat him, the mastermind, and put an end to it. Ashikaga underestimates him and his classmates burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Sauda arrives there and joins Umiya and Nita. He then looks towards Takuya and says that this is going to be bad even for Takuya if he is going against them. Nita points out that he may be able to win, but since they are in front of a huge crowd, she doesn't think he will go all out. Regardless, they can't do anything but watch over him. Takuya turns around and asks Kaoru to stand back and watch while he beats them all. Ashikaga says that it would be dull to fight here without a proper audience. He suggests they should go to the student council and fight in front of Hashiryu. Ashikaga tells him that he will let all of them join their club even if he puts up a good fight. He He asks if he prefers anything else. Takuya tells him that this is a great opportunity for him to show those insolent fools what true strength really is. With that, Ashikaga and his class fellows all head out of the arena. Umiya tells everyone that the infirmary teacher has arrived and they will examine the wounded. They take Akagi to them. Kaoru goes to Takuya and asks him what his strength was just now. He turns around and tells her that there are a bunch of reasons why he kept it hidden. He then tells her that it is time for her to come with him. He promises to grant her strength. Takuya tells Kaoru that he beat up all those guys for her sake. He then tells her that he is going to make her a first-rate adventurer, and until that time comes, he will protect her. Sauta realizes that these are the exact words Akagi said to her when he invited her to his party. This is also what made her fall in love with Akagi. He taps the window while looking towards them. He thinks to himself that Kaoru's goal is to become a first-rate adventurer, just like her mother. With the player's knowledge, she can take a huge step towards her goal. Realization hits Sauta. He thinks Takuya is someone who is very dependable and clever. He slowly turns away from the window and thinks that it will be a huge benefit for them if they stay together. Just when it seemed like Sauta is walking away from the situation, he appears next to Kaoru and holds her arm. Takuya plans to destroy Kaoru's cheap happiness, while Sauta is determined to put the game story as top priority. Takuya looks at Sauta with a death stare and tells him that he is seriously going to kill him. A while before taking a step, Sauta thinks to himself about Batao's body and his consciousness. It is in a unique way at the moment. Sometimes his face shows Batao's expressions. It looks like Batao is aware of everything that is happening around them. On the other hand, if Sauta tries to remember Batao's memories before he took over his body, they seem more like fused memories of him and Batao. He thinks back to his past when he lost his family. It was destined that he would always be alone. Then he remembered Batao's memories of his household, which taught him the warmth of the family. Even though he took over his body, he never once blamed him. He realizes that after he fused with Batao, his actions towards Kaoru were wrong. Rushing out to her side isn't something he is qualified for. He looks down on his hands and thinks that all he can do is look at her from afar. Just then, another voice speaks and tells him that he is not as bad as she thinks he is. It was Batao. Sauta Arna's resolve strengthens. He won't let Takuya do whatever he wants. Even more so, knowing him, he already belittles other people there. There is no way Sauta would let Kaoru near someone like him. Batao's eyes begin to fill up with tears as his body trembles. Just then, Sauta's consciousness takes over and his expressions turn from scared to confident. Takuya tells him to consider this a warning and asks him to let go of her this instant. Just then, all other class fellows surround him. One of his class fellows holds Butao and asks him to give up as things are looking bad for him. Takuya activates his aura and pushes everyone away. However, Seta stands his ground and doesn't let go of her hand. Takuya cannot believe that this guy would still be holding her hand even after all that. He cracks his knuckles and prepares to beat him up. Butao calls him from inside and tells him that he shouldn't expose his power. It is his body and he can take it. Seta closes his eyes, prepared to take the beating. Just when the punch was about to hit his face, Kaoru comes in between. Takuya stops his punch before it could make contact with her face. He asks Kaoru just what she is doing. She asks Takuya to stop the violence. Seiba looks at her as she talks with Takuya. She tells him that although she is thankful to him for saving them from the first swordsmanship club, she doesn't like violence, so he better stop it. Takuya looks the other way and says that he understands. He says that he has lost interest in beating him anyway. He starts to walk away. However, before walking away, he humiliates Seiba for hiding behind a girl like a coward. He then calls him a pig. Seiba looks down in shame and guilt. However, he successfully prevented her from joining his party. Takuya backed down. However, it is not over yet. Kaoru calls out Takuya and asks him to take back the insults he did to Sauta. Takuya walks back to them while asking her if she is really going to forget everything this guy did and support him. Batoa falls deeper into despair of his actions. She tells Takuya that she is going to put aside the fact that he knows her past. She tells him that Sauta is always worried for her and calls her out. Even after being forced to join the deepest floors, he managed to reach the 20th floor. She may not remember parts of her past, but Sauta isn't the person who deserves his insults. She demands that he takes back what he said. Sauta's eyes begin to fill up as she stands out for him. Takuya says that it is better to be clear with idiots like Sauta right from the start. She tells Takuya that he is in the wrong. Takuya says that he is not so sure about that. He also states that there is a difference between being kind and being soft. Kaoru agrees to that and says that being strict and intolerant are also two different things. She then asks which one was it when he spewed insults and chose violence. Takuya finally gives up and takes back his words. However, he tells her that his invitation was serious, so she should give it a thought. He then tells her that his eyes are always on her. He then walks away. Sada thanks Kaoru for defending him. Kaoru apologizes to him for acting cold when she came to this school. She explains that back then she and Takuya used to think that he would never change and refused to acknowledge him. She apologizes for that. Sada asks her if she is going to accept Takuya's offer. She tells him that she is going to deny it even though she wants to be strong, but the power he is offering is not the one she is chasing. Later, Sakan shouts as he learns about the duel between Takuya and Ashikaga. Later, Nita tells Sata that she will try talking to Takuya, but she can't promise any progress. Sata thanks her and apologizes for pushing this on her. Later flash, Sata, Nita, and Umiya gather. Sata, Nita, and Umiya arrive at the 20th floor. Umiya asks if this is the place where they are going to meet him. Sata tells her that she is right. He then explains that it seems like he's currently possessing a summoned beast and exploring the surrounding area. He tells them that he is a demon just like Furufuru. He cannot move around the dungeon freely. He has been using this ability to move around the dungeon. Just then, Flash descends the ladder. He is super excited to meet the new people. He quickly moves towards Omiya and asks her if she is really Omiya. Flash can't contain his happiness and starts to monitor Omiya. He points out that she really is Omiya with her bright almond-shaped eyes, braided pigtails, and small breasts. That last part is why his head meets with her fist. Nita calls him out and says that it has been a long time since they met. She also states that he hasn't changed one bit. Flash is surprised to know that she knows his nickname. He asks who she is. She tells him that she was known as the Black Enforcer. Flash's jaw drops as a big muscular woman appears behind him in his imagination. He looks at Nita and says that he had always thought that she was some gorilla girl. Nita appears before him in an instant. With a smiley face, she tells him that it seems like he is being rather rude. Flash stutters as his back is against the wall, realizing his next words could be his last words. He tells her that it must be her imagination. She comes closer to his face and tells him that if by any chance it is a lie, she will punish him. Sabat introduces himself as a player. Flash is surprised and asks him if he has told Umiya about Dunex. Nita tells him that they have told her that they have come from a parallel world. Next, Flash introduces himself as Arthur, another player. He tells them that he was suddenly thrown into this world and ever since then he has been stuck there. He explains that the original owner of his body is asleep and doesn't respond when he tries to talk to him. Next, Nita introduces herself as Nita, a player. Then comes Umiya's turn. She gets lost in her thoughts. She regrets the time when she didn't help everyone during Akagi and Ashikaga's dispute. She wasn't sure she could even do that. She thinks that it is a good thing that she doubts her strength. It was given to her by Sauta and Nita. She is really grateful to them for that. She realizes that she has not done anything yet to repay them. She wonders if it is really okay for someone like her to be in their circle. She introduces herself as Umiya Satsuki, just an ordinary person. She adds that she may very well be a hindrance, but she really enjoys adventuring and requests them to let her stay in their circle. Nita hopes that Flash and Soda would accept her too. Soda says that having a teammate who is trustworthy is invaluable, so he will be counting on her help. Flash says that he has no complaints either. He enjoys when things are lively. Soda says that they should get to the main topic, but before that he calls Flash. Flash excitedly asks him if he has found a way to deal with his movement restrictions. Soda apologizes to him and tells him that as long as he is a demon, there is no way to lift the restriction. Flash's face drains all colors and he freezes. Soda explains that he meant to say that he should stop being a demon. However, he will lose all his special powers. Nita explains that demons serve the role of dungeon guardians. She supposes that his movement restriction is related to that. Flash agrees for this trade-off even though it is a huge one, but he prioritizes his freedom over power. Flash asks if it really is true that a demon can turn human. Nita says she personally has never heard of any spell. Sauta, however, tells him that Furufuru told him if he could get thousands of 9 that she might remember it. By that she meant to collect those things for Furufuru's quest. Nita says 1,000 is a steep price. Sauta adds that it may take half a year to collect them. Flash is still happy to hear that. He thought that he would forever be stuck inside the dungeon. Sauta comes to the main topic. He talks about the duel between Ashikaga and Takuya. Flash asks if this is where they need his help. Sauta says that it is correct. He then asks Nita about Takuya. She tells him that he has been around downtown having fun and all and doesn't seem to dive much into the dungeons. Sauta says that even then when he faced him a while back, their levels weren't far apart. Flash points out that he might have summoned magic, That is the only explanation for his power-up despite not going inside the dungeons. Umiya says that if that was the case, someone would have spotted it on the first floor. She asks if the summons have the ability to cloak themselves. Nida says that there are some who can make it harder to be detected, but passing through the crowd on the first floor without being spotted is impossible. Sauta says that it is also possible that the summon is a humanoid wearing armor to blend it. Flash asks just what kind of person Takuya really is. Sauta says they will give their impressions about him one by one. Nida says that he is the type of a person who wants to dominate everything. She tells him that she doesn't dislike that personality. Sauta says the main problem they have with him is his way of thinking. He considers Kaoru and Tenma as NPCs and not real people. Flash says that he actually has a point since he comes from the real world. Sauta says that it is true that Takyu isn't really a bad person. He then asks him if he would like to assist them. He agrees to aid them. Suddenly a portal opens up before them and Sauta's family comes out of it. They welcome them. Flash asks if Kano is related to Nita. Sauta explains that she is his younger sister. Flash cannot believe it and starts to shake Sauta for answers. He asks him how someone like him has a cute girl sibling. It is too weird from the biological perspective. Sauta agrees on that. Sauta's father tells him that they have finished Furufuru's quest today. Kano tells Sauta that she has been behaving herself, so he should protect her if she gets hurt. Sauta tells her that he will do whatever she will see. Kano feels super happy to hear this and tells him that he cannot go back on his words now. Later, Sauta meets up with Flash in private. He asks him to have a fight with him. Flash is caught off guard with this sudden request. Sauta explains that he fought with Saut once and lost, and he wants to prepare countermeasures against Takyu, but he lacks combat experience. Flash agrees to battle with him just like they did in Dunx. After their sparring session, Sauta tells Flash that he will be back tomorrow since he wants to adjust his mind to combat. Flash asks if something happened to Kantu. Suta tells him about her blunder with the Golden Orchid executive and that he has scolded her. That is the reason she has been sulking all this time. Somewhere else, Takyu walks around and some students whisper behind his back. They talk about his weak physique and wonder how he can be so powerful despite that. Then they notice Kaoru walking past them. One of the students says that he is going to pay him back for what he did to him. The other student stops him since it was decided that they won't harm Amy class students anymore. Later inside the class, the students feel relieved that they won't have to worry about getting beaten up thanks to Takyu. Kaoru arrives in the class and sits on her chair. Akagi and others approach her and ask her if she is fine. She tells them that she is fine, and even if they did harm her, it would only make their position worse. They tell her that she can share with them. She doesn't have to keep everything to herself. She tells them that she has been trying hard not to think about what will happen after Takuya and Ashikaga's duel. Akagi tells her that if the first swordsmanship club targets her after the duel, they will happily act as her meat shield and protect her. She feels glad to hear that, but she adds that she is also glad that they will target her, not someone else. Meanwhile, Sota heads towards Sagara and Kiara to talk with them. He tells Sagara that he wants to talk about the duel between Takuya and Ashikaga. He asks him if he can write it off as if nothing ever happened. Sagara tells him he cannot do that. The duel is a part of school for students to gain combat experience. In truth, it is a way for elites to bully commoners and weaklings and to maintain the school system. Therefore, he cannot do anything about it. He assures him that there will be no loss of life during this battle. Sato tells him that Ashikaga will definitely lose against Takuya. Sagara checks the database on his watch and finds that Takuya is only level 4. He asks Sato if he is saying that this data is false. Kiara adds that he is capable of defeating Ashikaga. His level must be pretty high. Sato thinks for a while and determines that he can reach around level 20 using his summoned beasts and everything. Sagara thinks that Takuya probably has some hidden skill. Sato thinks that as well. As players of Dunx, they have all the skills they previously used in Dunx. It should not be any different for Takuya. However, the problem is, there are skills such as death magic, time manipulation and mental manipulation. In those cases, there are no records of such skills existing in this world. So for the people of this world, an attack with such skill could be fatal. Sagara asks Sota if he can tell them about Takuya some more. He tells them that he doesn't belong to any organization, so they don't need to worry about that. Sota wonders what Takuya must be thinking. As players, they know how the events in the game would take place and they can benefit from it. It may end up making Takuya a target for terrorist organizations if he stands out too much. He wonders what Takuya really wants. Sota asks Sagara to minimize the audience if he cannot call off the duel. He tells his reasons. Sagara tells him that the 8 dragons and Subra will be there since they were personally invited by Ashikaga. but he will try to prohibit any other audience. Later, Kiara brings Sota to some park. He asks her what it is that she wanted to talk about. He looks around and asks if it is really safe here to talk. She tells him that he needs not to worry as she has placed a sensory magic interceptor tool. She tells him that she has a message for him from her aunt Mikami. She turns on her watch and shows him the message. In the message, Mikami says that they received a request from the Golden Orchid clan a few days ago. They have put a bounty on the masked warrior worth 100 million yen for any information or of her arrest. Saoja realizes that this is really getting out of hand. Mikami warns them by saying that the Golden Orchid clan will most likely start interfering with E-Class soon. Meanwhile, the masked warrior hides behind the tree and listens to all of this conversation. A few hours later, Saoja lectures Kano once more. He tells her that she sure is at fault, but not entirely. The Golden Orchid clan is at fault too. They tried to attack the students during the competition. Later, they placed a bounty on them after they lost. He lectures Kano to be careful and stay away from danger. He then tells her not to worry about the bounty. She remembers how she had always wanted to be an adventurer just like her brother. She was sure that Seba didn't let her participate because he was unaware of the fact how strong she really is. She remembers the time she went to fight Dago. The next day, she goes to hunt the undead. They seem to appear in sets of 2. They take a very long time crawling out of the ground, so it is a piece of cake for her. Also, by collecting their hearts, they can summon the giant undead boss Bloody Baron, a grotesque undead monster. She remembers her brother's advice. He had told her that whenever a boss appears, they go through a summoning cutscene just like in games. However, in this world, those game-like scenes are cut out, opening a window to attack the boss for 30 seconds as it remains still. She dashes towards the Bloody Baron to put an end to it before it can start attacking. On the way, an undead leaps towards her. However, her father intercepts it and kills it. Her parents are supposed to kill the Bloody Baron's minions. The duty to take down the boss falls on Kano. She launches herself towards the boss as the countdown ends. The boss begins to move. Sapa had told her that Bloody Baron is a strong monster, and if it is activated, she should retreat. Even then, she grips on her blade to attack Bloody Baron. However, her father joins in and throws a potion on the monster. Suddenly, the monster starts to melt away. It seems like potions are really harmful to the undead. Her parents rush to her side and ask for her well-being. She trembles with a dead look over her face and asks just how costly that potion was. Her father tells her that it was cheap and they just have to farm for 10 minutes to make up for the cost. The monster drops a skeleton head covered with an ominous aura. They take that skeleton head and bring it to Furfuru. She asks them if they have brought that. Kano takes out the head and gives it to her. Furfuru eats it and asks if there are more of them. Kano's father tells her that it is troublesome enough to summon them, let alone kill the monsters. She should be reasonable. Furfuru asks them for a moment of their time. She then takes them inside a room where 2 boost hammers are placed. She tells them they can have these as it will make it easier for them to kill the undead. In return, she asks more of those skeleton heads. Kano's mother asks her to take them as she can use them with her dual swords. She shows concern for her. Kano stands there wondering if she could have won if she had these back then. Later, she sits inside the house making herself understand that she can't do anything reckless anymore. The armor nearby catches her eye. It is her brother Sota's armor. It is completely destroyed. For the past few days, Sota has been buying new armor and destroying it. She tries to tell herself that it won't change anything even if she found out what Sota is doing. However, curiosity got the best of her. One day, she follows Sota while wearing her mask and enters the dungeon. She then looks around for him. In some distance, she hears someone battling and rushes there. When she arrives, she finds out that Flash and Sota are engaging in combat. She jumps in, thinking her brother needs help. Sota is surprised to see her there and asks her what she is doing there. He tells her that he has been practicing with that demon. He tells her that she shouldn't be here and asks her to move out of the way. Flash stares at them and suddenly lets out a painful roar. His jealousy gets the better of him and he loses control. He looks down at Sota and says that they both seem to be having a lot of fun while he is always alone. Suddenly he launches volleys of blasts towards them. Kano stares at the volleys in terror. Sota grabs her by the waist and drags her to safety. After making sure they are at a safe spot, he asks her why she came there. Kano can't seem to understand why she came here and just apologizes to him. He holds her shoulder and asks her to go home, he will handle it alone. Next, Sota rushes towards Flash to continue their fight. Flash sends blasts once more and shatters the ground under him. Sota leaps in front of him and pulls back his sword. From behind, Kano shouts and asks her brother to hurry up. She then hides behind the pillar once more. She questions herself why she came there and what it is that she wants from her brother. Suddenly, a blast destroys the pillar she was hiding behind and sends her flying. She falls on the ground, still lost in her thoughts about what she wants. What she wants. Sepot looks up at Flash and swings his sword. His attack connects. Flash retaliates by sending a huge plasma blast. Sepot activates his Shadow Step skill and appears before Flash in an instant with his sword pulled back. As he begins to attack, his mind starts to get flooded with memories. He remembers that he had taught this same skill to Kano as a means to escape danger. He questions himself and finds the reason for her to be motivated to learn this skill. A flashy beam appears above Kano. She weeps as she finally admits her defeat. She promises not to do anything unnecessary and will do as her brother will say. Flash takes out his scythe. He swings it across the room and Soda barely manages to dodge it. Flash finds the opening and grabs Soda and throws him down on the ground. He collides with a pillar. Kano looks at the place where he landed. After the dust settles, he finds Kano standing in front of him. He looks at her and tells her that this may seem embarrassing, but he needs a favor. Kano begins to cry her eyes out and holds onto her hand. All this time, she always wanted her brother to say that he needs her help. Her wish comes true. Soda looks at her and smiles. He asks her to help him out with this battle. She tries to contain her tears and smiles as she prepares for battle. This is the time where Kano makes a comeback. She asks her brother what they should do. He explains to her that he doesn't plan on killing him, so their strategy is going to shift between offense and defense. Their main goal is to tire him out so he can come out of his berserker state. This is the plan, but it seems like Soda is his main target. Flash launches a magic bullet at Soda, but he manages to dodge them. Soda looks towards Flash while running away and thinks that he is jealous of him. That is the reason he keeps targeting him. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets appear near Soda, but at the end time his parents arrive and deflect the attacks. He asks them what they are doing there. His father tells him that they couldn't find Kano anywhere, so they decided to look for her inside the dungeons. It seems their guess was right on point. Soda asks them if they can help him out. He tells them that Flash is a demon from the 38th floor. He explains that he has gone berserk and lost control and he wants to stop him. Both parents nod in agreement. He tells his parents that the demon's rank is close to 40 if not more, so they should tread carefully. His mother tells him that it is not a big deal since she has already put her life on line giving birth to both of them. Soda begins to inhale large amounts of air and puffs himself up like a balloon. He then activates his skill, Irritate Howl, and lets out a powerful roar that pushes Flash away. He plans to act as a decoy. He tells his father to join him since he is wearing heavy armor. He asks his mother to support Kano and stay away from stray shots. He then turns to Kano. He smiles and tells her to go all out. Kano cries tears of joy as both siblings stand next to each other and activate their Shadow Step skill. Kano appears before Flash with her huge hammers and begins to beat him up and push him back. Flash looks down on Seba and his father and shoots magic bullets towards them. He seems to be targeting both of them only. Seba smiles and talks to himself in his mind. He smiles and asks Arthur if he has noticed that Kano has a dual-wield skill. Under normal circumstances, one cannot use skills simultaneously while wielding dual weapons. However, Kano is an exception due to her dual-wield skill. She continues her assault as Daigo's words repeat in her mind. She has made peace with them. She is fine if people call her a fake adventurer. As long as her brother Seba has said that he needs her help, that's all that matters for her. She uses her full swing skill and smashes Flash on the ground. Soda looks at his little sister proudly. After continuous battle, their parents are worn out and tell Soda that they are out. Now only Soda and Kano are going to battle against Flash. They both ready their weapons and leap towards Flash with rapid speed. They combine their skills and launch one devastating blow to Flash. A beam ripples through the area, causing mass destruction. When the dust settles, Flash regains his control as he holds onto his head. His armor is nearly shattered. Kano asks him if he is alright. Soda calls out his name and asks if he is there. Flash looks around the destruction he has caused and says that it seems he has caused real trouble this time. Soda turns to Kano and tells her that he forgot to tell her something. He then thanks her for protecting Umiya and others during the class competition. Kano's eyes drop tears like a waterfall as she embraces her brother. Back at Flash, he activates his flexible aura to calm himself down. He complains to Soda that it was not a fair fight and says that they should have gone easy on him. It was kinda brutal having a kid swinging around two hammers. Soda tells him that he is surprised to know he remembers the fight. Suddenly, he is hit with the realization. All the clues that pointed that he never really lost control started to pop up in his mind. He asks Flash if it was really just an act. Flash starts to whine and say that he couldn't see Kano sad and that he wanted to help Sauta patch things up with her. Later, both of them bow down to his family and apologize for his act. Sota's parents show their concern for both of them and say that it was good that nobody got hurt. Flash asks Kano if she is hurt anywhere. She checks herself and suddenly leans back and acts as if she has been injured. Sota asks her where she has been hurt. She leans forward a bit and tells him that he said he will do anything if she gets hurt. Sota realizes that she has been acting and looks down at her. Meanwhile, in the Class E, their teacher concludes his class and tells them to stay away from the first arena tomorrow. Takuya leaves the class right after his teacher. Kaoru stands in front of the class as they ask her what is happening. Kaoru gets off from her seat and leaves as well. She tells Kaoru that she is not interested in speech or duel, she just wants to know the results later on. Then Kaoru begins to explain the situation. She tells them that Takuya can work as a deterrent against the first swordsmanship club. She then explains that the duel between them would be beneficial for them. If Takuya manages to win, their grades will improve and many other opportunities will come their way. However, she tells them that she wants to stop Takuya if possible. Kaoru tells them her ideology of achieving things without a process always ends in regret. She refuses to walk that path and thinks that none of them would like to walk on it either. She bows to the class and requests them to join her ideology. All of the class agrees to listen to her ideology and follow her. Although the question remains whether Takuya will listen to them or not. The class begins to murmur that Takuya really doesn't care about them and is obsessed with power. Kaoru agrees with them, but if she makes a personal request then he might listen since he likes her. The class agrees and they point out that Takuya does have feelings for her. Kaoru refuses to take advantage of his feelings and tells the class that she will only have an open discussion with him. She tells them that she has been invited personally by Takuya so she would be able to speak with him. On the day of the duel, Kaoru heads towards the meeting place. Suddenly she is grabbed by many hands and is kidnapped by the first swordsmanship club. They take her away and push her against the wall. She tells them that the non-aggression agreement is still in effect. They tell her that after the duel it will dissolve. They further threaten her that they are going to mess up Class E and want to let her know firsthand. She looks down and asks them what they plan to do with her. One of them explains to her that they are going to use her against Takuya to control him. Suddenly a brick hits one of them. After a little while, bodies lie everywhere. Takuya arrives there and saves Kaoru. He then asks her to come along with him. She walks with him as she starts to have a bad feeling about all this. After a while, she is greeted by Nita. Suo is also there. Takuya and Kaoru join them. Suo tells Kaoru that she is going to team up with them from now on. Nita asks her to hold her horses. They need to ask Kaoru for her approval first. Takuya tells Kaoru that this is the team he is building and she is part of it now. She tells him that she can't be of any use in this team. Takuya explains to her that he is going to give her the strength he had promised. He asks Suo if all preparations are done, then he raises his hand and summons Valkyria Schooled. She blesses the team and boosts their power. Kaoru asks Takuya and Fear just what he is planning to do. He tells her his plan to use Ashikaga as bait to beat up the 8 dragons. It will make that fella show up. She is confused what he meant by that fella. He tells her there is someone who hates breaking the story more than anything. He plans to deal with him and seize the school and take care of the 8 dragons one by one. Kaoru tells her that he is really strong and free. She suggests that he shouldn't go to such lengths and make enemies. Suo tries to interfere, but Takuya stops her. He looks away and accepts her request and says that he will make some compromises. Kaoru is relieved to hear this. Suddenly she starts to get a weird pain in her stomach and falls on the ground. Her body starts to go numb as her face is covered in sweat and tears. Takuya stands next to her and says that he will make compromises, just not this time. Meanwhile, Akagi and others find the beaten-up students of the first swordsmanship club. They interrogate one of them. He tells them that Takuya had told them to kidnap Kaoru. On the other hand, Nita explains that it is true that Takuya has feelings for Kaoru. However, they are not romantic feelings. He sees her as a mere trophy that he has to achieve. The day before the duel, Sota, Nita, Umiya, and Kano practice inside the dungeon. After they clear up, they plan to call it quits since the duel is tomorrow. Kano thinks about Kaoru and how coldly she behaves towards Sota. She had told Sota to call Nita and Umiya by their first names. She thinks that it would help him connect with them more and confess his feelings. Sota requests Nita and Umiya to play along with her request. They both agree as long as Sota is fine with it. He then tells them that he has a meeting with Tenma. Flash hears this and starts to get jealous again. However, this time he is inside a spider and doesn't lose control. Nita tells Flash that they will be counting on him. The day of the duel arrives. Sagaka asks Kira that it is time to move. A mysterious man in the cloak meets up with them. They arrive at the National Adventurers School First Arena. It is a huge coliseum. They enter the building and meet up with Sakon and others. Sakon asks Sagara if this battle would be worth watching. He tells him that he has no idea regarding that. He is only there to make sure the battle is carried out with proper rules. Sakon has low expectations from Takuya since he was pushed by Sagara for counsel. However, Sagara says that he had declared that he would win against Ashikaga. She finds him fascinating. Afterwards, Ashikaga, along with his class fellows, arrive there. He thanks them for coming here and hopes that they will enjoy the battle. Sakon shouts at Ashikaga demanding to know if his opponent has run away. Just then, Takuya arrives there with his team. He asks them to witness this moment and his power, then they can decide if he is worth following or not. They part ways and Takuya and Ashikaga stand at the center of stage facing each other. Sarah looks at Takuya in disbelief since she cannot see his future at all. She wonders if this person is her hero. Nita and others take their seats in the audience chamber. Sue tells her that it was surprising that Nita would acknowledge the existence of a third person with power of gods. She even sold them out. Nita tells her that person is strong, but he is docile and boring to work with. She explains that she will always choose the winning side. Sue laughs and tells her that she is indirectly saying that she will take Takuya's side. She believes that he is the strongest. Referee Kumagaya enters the arena and asks them if they are ready for battle. Ashikaga asks her to wait. Then he asks Takuya if he is planning to fight in his uniform. Takuya tells him that he needs no armor. He takes out his wand and shows it to everyone. Tsukasa looks at his wand and points out that he is a magician, but he doesn't look sane. Sagara tells them that he has heard that he is quite skilled in summoning magic. Sagaran tells them that it is given that a magician is not suitable for dueling. He won't be able to take advantage of it in this place. Sagaran asks Otoha about her opinion. She tells them that there are ways to even best a swordsmanship, but it requires experience in duels. Tsukasa points out that he is just a newbie, so he doesn't expect much from him. The battle begins and Takuya launches fire arrows towards Ashikaga. He manages to deflect them with ease and asks him if there is something more to keep his guests interested. Takuya places his hand on the ground and summons Ignis, a giant humanoid dragon. Ashikaga and others are surprised that he can summon a monster. Ignis and Ashikaga engage in combat. Ashikaga tries to cut it down, but Ignis's scales are pretty hardy. He then changes to close combat and uses his hands to throw down Ignis. Ignis retreats to Takuya's side. Next, Ignis and Takuya start to jump Ashikaga. They both attack him in perfect sync. Ashikaga starts to lose his marbles and shouts at Takuya to not look down on him. Ignis slams him with his tail and throws him away. His mouth starts to bleed. He trembles in pain while standing up. He gets even angrier, shouting at Takuya. He shouts that Takuya will no longer sully his name and calls him a worthless commoner. In a matter of seconds, Ashikaga loses consciousness as his body is pinned on the wall like a painting. Referee interferes, saying Takuya has been disqualified for using a monster. Ashikaga's class fellows agree with her, refusing to accept Ashikaga's defeat. Takuya tells them that once he is finished there, they are next. Sakon asks him to bring it on and prepares to battle. Sakon stops her and tells them that he is going to battle with him and bring out his true potential. He enters the battle. He takes the position of referee and declares Takuya the winner. Takuya orders Ignis to attack. However, Sakon takes care of Ignis in a matter of seconds. He punches Ignis down in concrete. Outside the arena, Tamigasuku stands guard and prevents anyone from entering the arena. Akagi and his allies come there and take care of him. Akagi declares that they are here for their comrade. Inside the arena, Ignis's body disintegrates. The crowd demands justice as they accuse Takuya for defiling the scarcity of a duel. Tsukasa asks Sakon about his opinion on that. However, Sakon is too focused on Sagara and Takuya. Otoha points out that Takuya is proficient in both magic and combat. She wonders if there is anyone in the 8 dragons that can battle with him on par. Sakon tells her that they are talking about Sagara here. He states that he had sparred with him a few times and he certainly is a different breed. However, Sakon tells them that if that person is the hero her great-grandmother foretold, he will win. Tsukasa wondered if the saint's prophecy would come to life. Sagara asks Takuya why he is threatening the adventurer's school. He tells him that it is his duty to stop his rebellion. He then asks if he is upset because Class E was oppressed by upper classes. Takuya tells him that he doesn't care about those weaklings. His target never was the 8 dragons nor this school. He tells him that his aims are even higher. He asks him what he is going to do after hearing that. Will he go easy on him? Sagara pulls up with a punch before him and punches him straight in the face. He tells him that it just made his fist to feel a bit lighter after hearing all that. Takuya goes flying across the stage. Sagara continues his assault and throws him towards the wall. He stands before him, telling him that he won't give him time to summon anything. Tsukasa explains his technique. Su points out that President Sagara is the strongest in the adventurer school. He is the biggest stepping stone on Takuya's way to smoke out that fella. Nita asks her if she has told Takuya about it. She puts a finger on her lips, indicating to remain silent. Takuya wonders if the president really was incompetent. He understands that even game knowledge can be unreliable. He begins to activate his aura and exchanges blows with Sagara. The audience is shocked to see Takuya keeping up with Sagara. Nita is shocked by the opposite. Takuya activates his Kikong fist, but his attack is blocked. His fist starts to bleed and Sabara kicks him away. Sabara jumps down on stage and asks Takuya to show her his arm. Takuya asks her to stay back as his wound isn't that bad. He tells Sabara that although he would like to fight like this, he has his own circumstances to end it soon. He rises once more and his wounds begin to heal. He activates his domination skill and everyone in the area can feel the effect of it. Sabara tries to attack Takuya, but his attack is stopped with ease and Takuya punches him away. In front of him now stands a giant monster with 4 eyes and horns. Sabara tries to attack once more, but Takuya kicks his arm and breaks it in two. He then beats him up and pummels him on the ground with his Kikong fist. Sabara realizes that he cannot win at all. Takuya mocks him, saying that he cannot hit half as hard as before. Sagara still manages to punch him in the face and kick him away. He realizes that it is his duty to protect the school. Even if he ends up never being able to fight or end up dying, he is determined to pass it on. He realizes that this will be his last job as the incompetent student council president. Kiara shouts they must assist Sagara. However, Takuya lifts fist and creates a barrier, keeping them out. Sagara asks the man in the cloak that it is his time to shine. He attacks the barrier with a heavy punch, but it does nothing to it. Takuya tells them that it is futile. He has locked the entire area down. He begins to move towards Sagara to put an end to it. Kaoru looks at the picture of her and her mother while being chained by Skald. Her body is present at the audience chamber, but her mind is chained. She looks at Sagara and hopes to be as strong as him someday. Sagara and Takuya continue their battle. Kaoru tries to break free from her chains. However, she feels a sudden pressure on her body. She tries to move her hand and reach Sagara, but Skald appears before her. Kaoru begins to drown. She realizes how weak she really is. She wonders if it will always be impossible for her to be a first-class adventurer just like her mother. She thinks about giving up as she drowns deeper into the water. Suddenly something happens and she regains control over her body. She leaps out of her chair and appears between Sagara and Takuya to try and stop their battle. Sagara falls unconscious. Takuya says that she broke free on her own as expected from the main heroine. He tells her to look behind her. He points at Sagara and tells her that he was the strongest guy in the school, yet he lost to him. He explains that this is the best strength she can hope to achieve, even if she was born a noble. It is futile against the power of gods that he possesses. He tells her that he can give her that power if she joins him. Kaoru tells him that she admires her mother and hopes to become like her. The one who uses their power for love and just. Takuya is not the one who can grant her that power. Takuya tells her that she is covering an enemy, as someone who remained silent while E-Class was oppressed. He also tells her that he won't ally himself with her anymore since she declined his invitation. He asks if she would still foolishly follow the strength she desires. Kaoru tells him that he is exactly right. Takuya feels something repulsive from her and asks her to move away. He pushes her aside and goes to end Sagara. She grabs his arm and hopes to stop him. He punches her straight in the face and smashes her against the wall. He tells her that she is just a character, a heroine character, that's all. He turns back to Sagara. Kaoru comes again and tries to stop him. He kicks her and throws her on the floor and keeps kicking her as he demands her to show him her strength that she is so proud of. He continues with his kicks and tells her to see the difference in their power and the result of not choosing him. Kaoru's body lies there almost lifeless. He grabs collar and throws her aside. She gets up once more, thinking she cannot be selfish and give up now after making everyone else follow her on a thorny path. Her eyes weep as she shouts at Takuya, asking him his drive to do all this. He kicks her away and tells her that she wouldn't get it. She can't understand his reasons. She thinks that there is something even greater than her ideologies that he is trying to achieve. Even then, she has to find out, otherwise she will regret it. Takuya wonders why her mental power is too strong despite being under Skald's abilities' effect. He wonders if there is a culprit behind her strength. He realizes that she is bad news and decides to put an end to her. Kaoru's body begins to tremble. She gets the same feeling which she got while fighting against the Golden Orchid clan. Takuya looks at her with a revolting look and tells her that if she won't be his, then she can disappear. He creates a large magic sphere above him, ready to launch it. He launches it towards Kaoru. Just when the blast was about to hit her, the man in the cloak, Tachigi, Akagi, and Sanjo appear between the blast and Kaoru. She looks at them and smiles. Akagi asks her if they were decent meat shields. She then looks at the man in the cloak and asks who he is. He looks back at her and tells her that he is her ally. This man is none other than Sota. A few minutes earlier, Akagi and his team were confronted by Tamigasuku, who rose again after being knocked out by Akagi. Suddenly, two armored fighters appear there and take care of Tamigasuku. They told Akagi's group that they were appointed to protect his group if they saw them. Akagi thanks them and heads out with his group. Sometime before, Sota had visited Tenma. She gave him a medicine that would make him lose weight in an instant. He thanks her for this medicine. She tells him that this is the least she can do for her savior. She also adds that he can ask her for anything. Sota looks at her and asks her if she can provide him an escort. He then went to Katone and asked her to help him protect Akagi's group, and in exchange he would give her some orichalcum ore. Back to the present, Takuya is surprised by Akagi's sudden appearance. He tells him that he has been cocky ever since he got his hands on that cool stick. He also points out that he blabbed about it to Kariya. Akagi tells him that he is not so arrogant as to challenge him. He tells him that their roles end here. He learned that after Takuya made him lose to Kariya, Sota activates his recovery magic and heals everyone. Akagi hands over his sword to Sota and entrusts him to stop Takuya. Sota walks towards Takuya and tells Sota to leave it to him. Akagi and others take the wounded off from the stage and head out. Takuya asks Sota if he finds Akagi an eyesore. Sota asks Takuya why he is so determined to ruin the story. He tells him that if the governing system of the 8 dragons collapses, the roots for Akagi's growth will also collapse, and if that happens, it will be difficult to deal with future disasters. Takuya says that his objective was to lure him out, and that is enough for him. Sota asks him why he is finding players to fight him and what his aim is. Takuya tells him to shut up, and if he defeats him, he will tell him. Although he highly doubts a future like that will ever happen. He closes his fist and locks down the area once more. He then asks Sota if he would submit and pledge his obedience, or if he would like to get beaten thoroughly and dominated. Sota stands there and then raises his sword, and he tells him that it is time for his punishment. Both of them power up and look at each other. Sota summons thousands of swords around him, and Takuya summons his Valkyria Skuld. His swords combine with one another and turn into a golem. Takuya mocks him and asks if he really thinks he can beat them with that low-level golem. Sota looks at them coldly and responds that even if he does, why does it matter? Skuld tells him that she is going to crush his confidence. She gives aura to Takuya. Sota leaps forward and launches himself towards Skuld, targeting her first. Takuya looks behind and says that Sota is wide open. He raises his wand to attack, but Golem interferes. Takuya flies and looks at the Golem with a disgusted face. The giant sword's Golem roars and engages in combat with Takuya. Meanwhile, Sota is busy with Skuld. He tells her that he cannot drag this out, so he will end this quickly. She tells him that she doesn't need her master's powers to deal with him. They both engage in aerial combat. She uses her rising assault, and suddenly lightning bolts appear around her. She tries to attack him, but he steps aside and appears next to her. She thought he would take her head on. He slashes her with his Agara's blade and shatters her armor. She slams down on the ground and her body comes under the effect of that sword. Suddenly, a beam surges beneath Sota, but he dodges it at the last moment. He looks back and notices that it was Takuya who attacked him. Takuya tells him that he has taken care of his golem and he is next. Sota tells him that he wanted to avoid a 2 versus 1, that's why he took down Skuld first. He points at her with his thumb. Takuya tells her that it is all within his expectations. He says that it is time to use that. Meanwhile, Ashikaga finally wakes up and realizes that he is being carried away. Sakan asks Suwo just who these people are. They take the wounded back to the audience chamber. Tsukasa explains that their parade of hidden skills are making them change their strategies. He also points out that the masked guy is an expert with his sword. Suwo tells Sakan that she has no idea who that masked fella is, but Takuya still has his trump card. She tells them that after that masked fella is defeated, they can ask him all the questions. Skuld's body begins to float in the sky. It is time for his trump card. She declares that it is time for the wicked to face annihilation. She activates her ruthless defense skill. Tsukasa gets hit by the skill and realizes that this is the same skill they used against President Sagara. He remembers Nita telling him that she wants to keep Takuya alive and get information from him. In the present, he stands before Scold. Although he had prepared for the ruthless defense, it doesn't make it any less troublesome for him. He notices that Kairu's kindness has become her pillar of convention, but he cannot tell if it is good or bad at the moment. He looks at Kairu and says that she can still become a first-class adventurer before disappearing in the mist. Meanwhile, Kano, Umiya, and Flash look at the battle from the 15th floor through an orb. They cheer for Sauda. Umiya asks Kano if she too possesses the machinist job that Sauda has to create golems. It is an advanced job and people can choose only one, but Kano is an exception. She already has multiple advanced jobs and she continues to waltz between them. She wonders if it is the same for Sauda as well. Meanwhile, Sauda lunges to attack Takuya, but Scold comes in between and blocks his attack. Takuya points out that his level can't be more than 25, since this is the limit for all players for the moment. He tells him that if he wants to penetrate Scold's ruthless defense, he will need more than that. Scold slams Sauda down on the ground with her sword. He gets up right away. Scold tells her that she is going to pay him back twofold and torture him until he is on his knees, begging for death. Kairu looks at Sauda and she is amazed to see how agile he is despite being weakened by the skill. Just then, Sauda gets hit with one of Scold's attacks on his chest and starts to bleed. Kairu thinks that if it comes to it, she won't hesitate to interfere once more. Nita holds her hand and tells her that it will be fine. Sauda steps back and accepts that he recognizes his power and difference in their abilities. Takuya asks him if he is ready to submit. Sauda ignores his question and says that he had thought the barrier could be destroyed with just a girl's willpower. However, it seems too sturdy. Takuya tells him that her willpower is just a bug in the game. Sota tells him that these bugs are called various things in a fantasy game, and the things that Takuya thinks right now as bugs aren't really the bugs. Sota tells him that he labeled Kaoru a threat without realizing that she has been growing. Takuya tells him that this is false. He adds that this world is nothing but a game. Sota tells him that he is dead wrong. This game exists as a reality. You can do everything here, eat, sleep, diet, play games, everything is done here. This only depends on how one perceives this world. As for him, even if he considered this a game, he couldn't take it seriously enough to put in the effort. He chose to challenge a player in his uniform and tried winning a heroine half-heartedly. It is his carelessness that will end up being the reason for his defeat and a loss as a Dunix player. Sauda lifts his finger and suddenly a large ball of energy appears above the barrier. Scold runs to shield Takuya. Otoha asks everyone to get behind her immediately. Sauda opens a gate to Flash. Flash lifts his hand as he gets the signal, and he sends down a heavy blast towards the gate. While Flash cannot leave the dungeon, he can still influence the outer world by sending an attack through the gate. He tells Takuya that they were just a bit more serious than him. Meteor strike lands from the gate and inside the arena, completely annihilating the stage. Takuya is overwhelmed by the sheer force of the strike. Sauda thinks to himself that Takuya has always been a threat due to his belief that his power is omnipotent. Due to his belief, he treated this world lightly. Omiya explains that Sauda never intended to fight fair in the first place. He tried getting help from everyone possible to make sure he doesn't lose. Takuya simply underestimated his tenacity and resolve. Shoten takes out a gun and aims towards Takuya while he is busy holding back the attack. Otoha protects everyone with a shield as the arena shatters with a loud explosion. Shoten tells him that when dungeons first appeared in this world during the early Showa era, people took up bayonets and challenged the monsters. However, they were ineffective against them, so they were considered trash. However, they are sure to work against him since he had no knowledge about them. Takuya lays there with his arm missing and blood gushing out from it. Shoten moves towards him and takes down Scold on his way. He approaches Takuya and thinks to himself that he is a player that has the privilege of a game manual. He can do as he pleases, even if he ruins the game's story. He is a threat. Sauda remembers Nita's words about keeping him alive, but his true feelings are different. He remembers his conversation with Nita. He told her that his starting skill, Gluttony, had a condition to defeat a qualifier. It means that he might have already killed a person. He holds onto his sword while thinking that Nita and others want to capture Takuya, but he thinks differently. He pulls his sword back and declares that he is going to kill someone. After the battle is over, Kaoru rushes towards Takuya to see if he is alright. Sauda remembers the time they first entered the world and the system asked them if they would consider characters as humans. Takuya never really considered that possibility. Takuya never really shared his view, so he is going to kill him. Just when his sword was about to reach him, Nita interferes and reminds Sauda about their agreement. Sarah moves in and heals Takuya's wounds. Kiara comes there and forbids further fighting. Sauta complies and Sarah stands down as well. Sauta then asks the same question from Takuya. Takuya begins to explain that it was due to his debuff skill. His debuff is quite terrible that pushed him into despair. He explains the way to counter that skill was to let himself loose and do things which he wanted to do. During that time he spotted Nita. He had memorized everyone in the class E except her. The condition to get transferred in this world was to finish that hellish quest, so he started to wonder if there are many more players spread in this world when he noticed that there is another one in his class. He met up with Nita and she too was suffering from her negative skill. They couldn't make any progress on it. Later he sent Isekai'd inside the dungeons to level himself up. He thought he could level up her analytical abilities, but it was to no yield. Sauta tells him that he could have used the same method that the appraisal wand from Obaba's shop required. It would have been faster. Sauta takes out a cube and tells him that this is even faster. The cube in his hands is the skill upriser. It can enhance any skill easily. Takyu continues to explain that during May, Isekai'd had still not acquired her analysis skill and he was struggling to get a skill upriser. During that time, Nita taught him about flexible aura, and that helped him a lot. In June, when the competition was finally over, Isekai'd learned the analysis and ruthless defense. He determined the possibility of another player since the outcome of the competition was different than in-game. He then used appraisal on himself and found out that his unique skill can be upgraded if he can defeat a qualifier. The one who upgrades their skill can get any wish. Aotsu is surprised to hear about this and questions him if he has checked the limit of wishes. Takuya tells him that all it said was that any of their wishes can come true. Judging from the nutcase who made this world, they can assume they can get any wish. Be it wealth, power, control, anything. He figured that other players would soon catch on to this, that the creator of this world has designed it in a way so the players could kill each other. Seppa finally understands that his plan was to put players under his control to avoid killing. He then tells him that this was all about that. He tells him if he has any other questions then he is ready to listen. Nita tells Seppa that they all should make a mutual non-aggression pact. That way Takuya won't cause trouble, and it will be safe to let him live. He agrees but warns Takuya if he interferes again with the story he will kill him for good. Takuya agrees and heads out. Kaoru stops him and tells him that there is something she wants to talk to him about. Nita asks Sauta if he is satisfied with this outcome. Sauta sits down and says that he is relieved. Later Kaoru asks him about his reason for trying to take over the school. He tells her that there was someone whom he wanted to defeat, that is why he needed power to control the school. She asks him why he wanted to do that. He tells her it was just his instinct but it is gone now. She thanks him for talking to her. He then expresses his feelings and asks her to go out with him. She tells him that she is happy to hear that but she has no time to fall in love and refuses to date him. Takuya walks away and Akagi and others meet up with Kaoru. 2 days later, Takuya walks outside the boys' dormitory, and he notices that the 8 dragons have appointed several members to stalk his movements. However, Sarah didn't like that, so she appointed the Holy Woman Organization group as his guards. There are 10 members who are always around him. One of Otaha's lackeys comes out and asks Takuya if he has some time to spare, as Otaha has called for his presence. The guards tell her that his safety is in their hands, so they can't let him go with a stranger. Takuya wonders if Sarah and Otaha's confrontation time has been sped up. Later, Takuya walks inside the class with Sarah clinging on to him. The class looks at both of them and asks how she is with him. Takuya tells them that he cannot share anything with the people who were prohibited from the match. Sota looks at her and thinks that Sarah has always been her favorite ever since he started to play the game. His eyes begin to shed tears of blood and his body is covered in ominous aura as he marches towards him while saying that he is about to kill someone. Nita asks him to stop saying that. After the school ends, Sota and Nita head towards the 20th floor. Flash treats Sauta as his slave for some reason. Sauta explains that he had to use Flash's power to overcome Isekai'd's defense, that is why he made a deal with him, and this is the result of that deal. Later they count just how many players are there. Sauta cluelessly asks why Takuya said that there are only 4 players. Flash and Nita look at him with poker face and are amazed how dense he is. Their unique skills are based on 7 deadly sins. That means there are sure to be 7 players in total. Sauta's unique skill is gluttony, Flash's envy, Nita's lust, and Takuya's sloth. Sauta covers his face in embarrassment. Flash points out that the other players may be going on rampage if they haven't learnt the flexible aura skill. And it is also possible that the colors might find them first, and if that happens, it will be really bad for the story. Sibis apologizes to them for deciding to kill Takuya on his own. Nita then tells him that Kaoru has been looking for him. She wants to learn his swordsmanship. Tsubasa tells her that his swordsmanship is based on his losses during PvP battles and he has nothing to teach her. Nita points out another issue. Flash looks at both of them as their watches ring. They both get the same message that tells them that Cerberus has become the new council president, followed by Tsubasa as vice president and Takuya as special advisor. Inside the class, Umiya reads the same message. She rushes outside the class. Tachigi holds her hand and stops her. She tells him that she is going to the student council to file an appeal. She explains that the upperclassmen are going to decrease their violence because of Takuya, not because they have become stronger. This is against Kairu's ideology. Takuya agrees to go along with her. Both of them arrive before Sagara and Kiara and introduce themselves. Sagara asks them what business they might have there. They state their troubles with upper classes and demand Sagara to take action against them. Sagara tells them that he has no time for them and he knows nothing about that. Kiara joins in the act of villainy to support Sagara. He tells them to get lost as they are nothing but underachieving troublemakers. She activates her aura to push them back. Suddenly a portal appears and Otoha comes out of there. She apologizes for the sudden entry. She and Kiara get lectured by Sagara. Then he turns to Tosugi and Umiya. He tells them that he would still side with the upper men since they provide funds to the school and become stronger unlike these commoners. Tosugi tries to reason with him and tells him that they too can become stronger. Sagara tells him that for the past 10 years Class E has either rotted away or become slaves of other students. There is no way he is going to be stupid and believe in such things. He gives them a death stare and asks them to leave. After they leave, Sagara bursts into laughter as he points out that he didn't see any lifelessness in their eyes. He says that his decision was correct. Kiara smiles and offers him some tea. A few days later, Arthur puts up a hastily organized event. A few days before that, Kotone sends Sauta an email to meet up with her. Later, when Sauta takes his meal during class break, Kotone arrives there. She asks him why he didn't show up again. Seba is clueless and asks what she is talking about. It seems that they had some connectivity issues. He reads the message that is adorably written by Kotone inviting him to eat bento with her on the roof. Kotone starts to behave all flirty and blushy with him. Seba wonders if this is her seduction scheme since she is a spy from America. Suddenly she turns cold and tells her that she wanted to talk about their future plans. She tells him that if he has time she would like to schedule a raid with him. He tells her that he is busy and declines. Kotone thinks that he is tough as expected from Aurora's apostle. She doesn't really get it. One of the students comes to class and asks for Seba and Kotone. She tells them that Tenma has called for them. Meanwhile, at Soda's house, Kano informs them that Soda will be late. Her mother says that it is amazing to be invited by Tenma. Kano asks who Tenma is. Her father tells her that she is the next head of Tenma Enterprises, the famous weapon brand. Her parents share their enthusiasm regarding Tenma weapons. Meanwhile, Soda gets lectured by Kurosaki. Later, Tenma tells Soda and Kotono the reason for inviting them for a tea party. She tells them that she wants to form a party together. Both of them agree to join her party. She says that she is glad to hear that as three of them can now go anywhere they want. Kurosaki butts in and says that she is included, so that's four. However, Tenma refuses to take her along since they won't be able to practice as a team if she is around. Kurosaki gives Sauta a death stare and asks him to keep his hands off from Tenma. Sauta laughs nervously and says that he too has something to give them. He hands them tickets to join Doki Doki, the first SEAHE collection competition. Kotone and Tenma are eager to go, but Kurosaki refuses her. Sauta was right that she would be the wall. Kurosaki tells her that she won't allow her to join unless they can get some benefit from it too. Sauta gets up and takes out his magic bag. From the bag he takes out a sword. It is made of mithril alloy. He tells her that this is the benefit he offers. She tells him that she won't be satisfied with one. Just then, he takes out a bundle of them and shocks Kurosaki. They finally agree to join in. A few days later, they go inside the dungeon's first floor. He tells them not to tell a soul what they are about to witness now. They wonder what he is up to. He talks to Flash and he tells him that this place will do just fine. Tenma asks what they both are talking about. Suta tells her that Flash is about to open a gate. Kurosaki doesn't believe that, but before she could finish her sentence, a gate appears behind her. They head inside the gate and meet up with Flash and others. Flash begins to explain the rules of the event. He tells them that there will be a team of 2 and the team who gets the most vengeful organ in 30 minutes will win. He demonstrates to them how to get the vengeful organ. He shows them the price for winning the competition, frozen Trent drop items. These wood logs are enchanted. The arrows made with these will apply frost enchantment. Flash then takes out the grand prize. It is orichalcum ore. Kurosaki falls unconscious after witnessing such a rare prize. Some great adventurer nation had created a shield using orichalcum, and that alone cost as much as the total budget of a small nation. The rules are set and Flash tells them they have 10 minutes to choose their teammates. Seibo asks Kotone if she would like to team up. There is a story in Dunx called Kuga's Revolt. That event is where Kotone stages a rebellion in Japan, and he wants to prevent that. And in order to achieve that, he will have to gain her trust. She tells him that she was thinking to ask him as well. She also has some hidden objective other than getting orichalcum. Her objective is to uncover some inkling of Narumi Sauta's real identity and report it back to her country. Flash goes to Nita and asks her about the situation regarding Takuya and the game's story. He asks her if she wouldn't have been able to prevent their fight. He asks her why she kept quiet about Takuya's purpose. She tells him she agrees with Takuya's theory that the world is designed to encourage players to kill each other. She thought of having a large-scale battle as a deterrent to other players. She says that if anyone saw that massive meteor strike, they would lose the will to fight. She further adds that she chose that secretive arena if that is enough proof. She tells him that she wants him to trust her. Flash smiles and apologizes for doubting her. She compliments him for being too strong and then walks away. Flash wonders what she would have done if they didn't bring out the big guns. Later, Kano and her parents appear before Tenma. Their real objective is to win over the eldest daughter by any means necessary. Kano teams up with Tenma and her parents agree to act as support for her. Tenma refuses since she wants to have a fair fight. Sauda looks at Tenma and others and lets out a smirk. He thinks to himself that the game has been rigged from the start and their victory is set in stone. Kotone asks about the spawn time of the undead. He tells her that they will spawn 10 times faster. They cook up a strategy where Sauda will act as a decoy to gather the undead and Kotone will take them down. However, when the event begins, they are welcomed with a large explosion. It was Umiya and Nita. They completely annihilate the battlefield with their weapons. Soda tells Kotone that they can't put their strategy in use this way. Kotone suggests they should move away from explosions. Nita apologizes to them and tells them that they need new equipment, so they need orichalcum. Kurosaki and Flash continue to broadcast the entire event. Soda wonders just who they are broadcasting it to. Kotone suggests that they should increase the number of undead over the enemy to push them away, then they can gather the fallen vengeful organs. Kotone and Soda start throwing undead towards Nita and Umiya to make them retreat. Kurosaki pities Kotone since she has been partnered with such a boy who uses underhanded tricks. However, it does work, and Umiya and Nita retreat from there. Sota and Kotone rush to pick up the fallen organs. However, Tenma uses her Earth Splitter ability and smashes the ground beneath them. Sota falls on his face. Kotone keeps moving. Just then Kano appears next to her and starts to outrun her. Tenma joins her as well and they win the event. Sota lies there in pure disbelief. They get the orichalcum and Kurosaki finally takes a sigh of relief and relaxes. Nita points out that it could have been theirs if Sota didn't interfere. Kotone calls Sota and looks him dead in the eyes. She demands to know where her reward is that he promised her in exchange for helping Akagi's group. She asks if he has prepared it. Sauto apologizes to her. His plan to earn her favor fails. He thinks about making a new strategy. Sauto wonders if they should hold another event like this. He also adds that he is going to do whatever needs to be done even if he has to get his hands dirty. He remembers the time he confessed his mistake about trying to kill Takuya. No one blamed him for that. He talks to himself and says that there is a terrible disaster approaching this world and millions of lives are at stake. He will do what needs to be done. He swears to do the exact same thing if something similar happened once more. He will swing that blade just like he did before. Just then Umiya comes and says that she wants to talk to him about something. She tells him that killing is no good even if it is to protect them. She tells him that she heard from Nita that he was planning to kill Takuya. She tells him that Sauda, she knows, is a kind person who chose to save her instead of hiding his true abilities. Sauda feels a bit embarrassed and agrees to not kill anyone. Later he stands in some park munching on snacks when he spots Kaworu nearby, practicing her swings. Sauda asks her later why she was practicing there. She tells him that the guild was packed with people, that's why she didn't have any other place to practice. She asks him if he was going to dungeons. She is surprised that he could get through that crowd. Sauda changes the topic and asks her about her training. She tells him that it isn't going well for her. He tells her that if she is having trouble with leveling up, Umiya and Nita can help her out. She tells Sedoa that Nita seems to have a slim acquaintance about the same height as Sedoa. She asks him if he knows anything about him since he was too good with the sword. Sedoa remembers when Nita told her that Kaioru wants to learn his swordsmanship. Kaoru tells him that she wants to learn his freestyle swordsmanship, but Nita isn't letting her meet him. That is the reason she asked him if he knew anything about that. He tells her that he has no idea about that. Just then, Kaoru's father arrives there. Hayase Tatsu, owner of Hayase Metalware. He takes Setoi and Kaoru to their home and thanks them for helping him out. He then invites Setoi to come inside as he has some new snacks that he would like to share. They head inside the house and Tatsu places a cushion, asking Setoi to wait there for a while. Kaoru heads out, saying that she needs to change her clothes. Sota sits there all by himself. He has always tried to avoid her home. Not because he hates it, but because whenever he goes there, Batao's memories start to resurface. He takes a trip down the memory lane where young Batao watches young Kaoru crying in the corner. He approaches her and offers her some snacks. She refuses to eat it and he forces her to eat it. She begins to cry even more and says that it won't bring her mother back even if she ate them. Poor Batao didn't understand anything. He thought eating the snacks would make anyone feel better. After that, he started to actively invite Kaoru to play with him. And as soon as he found out about the existence of magic, he made an engagement contract with Kaoru. Maybe because he didn't want Kaoru to feel alone. However, this contract was what accelerated Batao's feelings of love. It was an unavoidable outcome. Kaoru was very beautiful even back then, and it was only natural for a healthy boy to fall in love. Kaoru was too attractive and she was quite popular as well. It was too much for the mind of a mere boy to handle. Back in the present, Tatsu comes back with tea and snacks. He tells him that these snacks were a gift from his friend. Batao begins to eat it. Tatsu asks him about his school life and everything. He tells him that he is just getting by. Tatsu notices and tells Batao that he has matured recently. Tatsu shares her worries for Kaoru. He tells Batao that the Adventurer School is a place where talented students are, the ones that show up in newspapers. So as a parent, he is worried how she might be doing. He asks Sebatao to check on Kaoru every now and then. Kaoru arrives there and stands behind the gate listening to their conversation. Sebatao Tatsu that he doesn't need to worry about Kaoru. He tells her that she is a really hard-working and talented person. Kaoru smiles as she hears all this. Tatsu lets out a laugh and says that he was perhaps just being overprotective. He tells Satsu that he has not only become strong from the outside, but emotionally too. The door starts to creak and Satsu sees the silhouette of Kaoru behind the gate. He tells Tatsu that he has some urgent matters to attend to, so he will head home. He begins to head out of there. He thinks to himself that Omiya's words have made a strong impact on him because this body is not originally his. When everything is finally over, his own hands, the hand of a childhood friend, it would be a problem for him if it gets dirty. Somewhere in the dark atmosphere and thunderous weather, Demon Suta stands with a sword going through his chest as he huffs and coughs blood. He looks down and notices that this is a magic sealing sword. The blood gushes out from his wound and he bids his goodbye to his dear.